Very good morning to dear participants. I hope
Good morning, sir.
my voice is audible.
Yes, sir.
My voice is clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I hope we will start our session within 1 or 2 minutes. Dear participants, please do not share your screen because it will create a hindrance. Please do not share your screen. For this session, Professor Rajbir Bhatti has already joined us, as I am seeing here. Very good morning to Rajbir Bhatti sir. Good morning, Dr. Rao. My voice is clear to participants. You are listening me? Hello? My voice is audible?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Clearly audible.
Okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
very
Yes, sir.
warm welcome to all of you for this morning session of second day of our SCC Supply Chain Management Challenges and Strategies. For this session, Professor Rajbir Singh Bhatti from Mount Royal University is with us. So before starting the expert of to the pleasure for the expert of to Professor Rajbir Bhatti, I will be grateful to introduce him. Professor Rajbir Bhatti is PhD from IIT Roorkee and MTech from NIT Jalandhar and BTech from Harvard University. And he is also my super senior in PhD. Right now, Professor Bhatti is an associate professor in the Department of Supply Chain Management, Visited School of Business, Mount Royal University, Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Professor Bhatti is a member of Board of Directors in Canadian Supply Chain Sector Council, which is a federal body which is responsible for the supply chain management in Canada, as same as AICT, MHRD, and UGC, etc. in India. He is also a member of University of Mount Royal University, Calgary, member of University Research Council, and Professor Bhatti is Director Academic of Board of Directors, Calgary Logistic Council, CL. He is also a strategic advisor, Goods Movement Strategy Project in the city of Calgary. Professor Bhatti has supervised two PhD candidates in Canada in the area of DEA, data envelopment analysis, as a black box technique for performance evaluation of heavy equipment manufacturers in Canada, and 6 master's theses and 1 honors student. He is academic lead of Supply Chain Skills Accelerator Project, Ministry of Labor, Trade, Economic Development, Government of Alberta, Canada. Professor Bhatti, Supply Chain Associate of Van Home Institute, Downtown Calgary. He is a division chair, past division coordinator, and past division coordinator for Management Science Division under Administrative Sciences Association of Canada. He is also a project lead in data analytics in transportation research. And Professor Bhatti is a supply chain expert speaker and a broadcaster in Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, CBC, radio and TV, global news, city news, and so many more. Professor Bhatti currently working on supply chain risk mitigation and Resilience Strategy in a Government of Alberta and Federal Government Research Council funded. He has also working on artificial intelligence based supply chain modeling of power metallurgical smelting process. He has a wide area of research. Uh, this artificial intelligence based supply chain modeling project is a joint project of Mount Royal University, Fraunhofer Research Lab, Germany, National Research Council of Canada, and Frontier Calgary based artificial intelligence research company. As a community work, he is a strong supporter of the community project and voluntary works to support community welfare projects, which are involved in the food for all, especially during COVID-19. There are so many things to explain here, but due to time shortage, I am focusing only on the key points. For further exploration, you can directly contact to the Professor Bhatti after the lecture, and other things are available on the Google because there is a very long list. So it is not possible to cover each and everything here. So I welcome to Professor Bhatti. Most welcome to sir. Whatever is Doctor, please.
Thank you, Mohit. Thank you very much, Dr. Mohit, for a very detailed introduction. I'm honored and grateful. Thank you. I also wish to express my gratitude to one of my very good friends and colleague, Dr. Anish Sachdeva. Anish, you're on this side of the screen, so I'm going to keep looking at you, okay?
Thank you, Dr.
For always looking to... Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you for joining us and accepting our invitation for delivering talk in this session.
It's my honor. It's my honor.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatti.
If I look a little tired, it's just because this is 11 p.m. So my apologies for looking a little tired, but I think I'll do a good job here. I got lots of coffee, so I'm good for another 2 hours. Can I share my screen?
Yes, sir.
Entire screen. I think this is how you do it here.
So at the bottom, last slide.
Present now. You click present now.
Yeah. So
Yes.
That's okay.
let me know when you see my screen here.
Yes, sir.
Hanji?
Your screen is on.
Perfect. So thank you very much for inviting me. It's always a homecoming, whether you really come in person to India or you can join in via Skype or Zoom or Google Meet. So always a great opportunity, always a great feeling to be back home amongst friends, colleagues. And I'm an alumni of the NIT Jalandhar system and a proud alumni of the Thapar Institute, as Mohit says, and definitely a very proud alumni of the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering at IIT Roorkee. We worked with Dr. Pradeep Kumar. I'm sure all of you know about him. He was one of your speakers as well, I guess, yesterday. It was a wonderful time. So thank you very much for having me. And I'm going to make it interactive in the next few minutes. So feel free to let me know if you have questions in the chat box. And then as I go back to the chat box, I can continue to respond to your questions. The idea here is that we are going to look at supply chains from a resilience perspective, especially in what has happened. We all know about what's going on with COVID-19. So how does the economy of the world look like in a post-COVID-19 situation, especially with reference to supply chain resilience? This is the main idea here. As Mike mentioned, you're free to please let me know by email if you have questions. I'll be always very happy to engage. Before I go ahead, I just wanted to have a quick shot at two of my current projects and give you a sense of what's going on with my life these days. Ever since March 13, we've all been home, right? We've been working from home and doing all of those things, not being able to go out. There's no restrictions per se here, but we all opt not to go out. So when you're home, you get more time to strategize, to think, to collaborate. And we've been working on some research projects, which the Government of Canada had funded us for, especially in light of COVID-19. So one of those projects that we started early on, somewhere in the end of March, if you will, with government of Alberta and the federal government. Sorry, go ahead. There's some echo. I request participants to please put themselves on a mute. That might help prevent some echo. And I appreciate your cooperation here. Thank you. So as I was mentioning, this project is very, very dear to me. I've been working on this project for quite some time now. How do you develop risk mitigated, resilient supply chains for Alberta, my province? Especially in light of COVID-19, 147,000 jobs were lost in Alberta alone in the first month of March. Imagine the impact that we've had on our supply chains. Let's say you're a small manufacturer somewhere near Alberta in say Calgary, and you are sourcing your materials from Mexico, and then those manufacturers in Mexico are buying their material from somewhere in Europe, and they are buying their material somewhere from China. So that entire supply chain eventually weaves its way into China. And I was reading an article the other day. It says the top 500 Fortune 500, as we call them, companies of the world, 300 of them, 60%. You know what I mean? 60% of the world's top 500 companies have direct operational interests in Wuhan, the exact spot where this all started. So if you are dependent in a way, willy-nilly, directly or indirectly, upon Wuhan or any other part of the world for your supply chains to deliver, you know what type of risks you're looking at. And these were things that we had been talking about ever since September 11. We all know what happened with September 11. The entire supply chain of the world was disrupted, but we thought that's a low probability event and it's not going to recur. Well, God forbid, we don't want to have another September 11 for sure. But then there are other low probability, high impact things that have happened. We all know what happened in 2008, 9, and 10. There was a financial meltdown like we had never seen before. The Lehman Brothers episode that we all remember. And that was also a low probability, high impact supply chain factor. We've never learned from our mistakes in supply chain, so if you will. So the idea was to understand this time, and the government of Alberta reached out to us to help us, to take us on board for a provincially funded, nationally supported research project where we are going deeper into understanding the network design and the resilience mechanisms in my supply chains, if at all. Most supply chains don't even have a resilience mechanism. And that's very true for all countries. The other thing that has been going on for the last couple of weeks is this second project that I want to, just because I'm passionate, I'll just take a few minutes to share these about you. The artificial intelligence-based supply chain modeling in a advanced manufacturing scenario, where you call it a 3+2 model. So there are 3 Canadian entities on board, and then there are 2 German entities on board. So about $2 million worth of project that we've been focusing on. Fraunhofer Research Labs, they're a large group of research labs and manufacturing facilities in Germany. They are our partners there. NRC, the National Research Council of Canada, they are the body that regulate all research, the industrial side of research, not the university side of research. There are 2 types of research that we do here. One is purely the bench work, the theoretical things that happen inside the campuses, which is the Tri-Council, as we call it, and then there's the NRC, which takes care of the industrial application side of things. And we've been working with BrainToy, a company that is knee-deep into artificial intelligence, and they are working on designing artificial AI-based chips for soldiers. So those chips would be embedded into those soldiers' brains to take care of fear in times of crisis, so that they don't sense fear, they don't feel fear. So trying to, denude the soldier of a sense of fear by embedding those chips in their brains. So we're doing all of those interesting things. So I thought before I get ahead into the conversation, I'll share some of my interesting things with you. I'll be happy to share more thoughts if you have questions via email. The challenge here is supply chain risks. And why are we so worried about risks? Think about the money involved with global supply chains. This is a picture I really like from one of the Deloitte's reports. This is exactly how my supply chains are so densely interconnected into each other. Imagine you are manufacturing certain things in a Ford manufacturing facility somewhere in Dallas, Texas, and are you the only ones in the line? There are people at tier 1 and tier 2 and tier 3 and so on and so forth, and then all of those suppliers have their relationships amongst themselves. So there is some system dynamics to be evaluated and analyzed over there, and then of course the downstream side of the retail distribution side of things. We are also thoroughly interconnected to each other. And you know why this has happened is because ever since early 1990s, advent of 1994, I remember when I was in school, at this Harvard Institute, we used to think about, know about, hear about something called the internet. And we didn't know what internet meant. Those days, 1994 was the first time we ever heard of something called the internet. Because of the internet, things started getting connected. All of the nodes in a supply chain started getting connected, and there was flow of information possible. Now, because of internet, which was never even you could even dream of. So the world became a global supply chain with absolutely no scope for additional inventories to be held anywhere in the supply chain. And we started going JIT, and we started going lean, and we started doing all of those things of Kanban and so on and so forth. Things that I've been a big supporter of all my life. And we've been teaching those things. I'm sure all of you have been teaching those things in your classrooms, the just-in-time philosophy, that goods come when they come and you don't hold inventories and so on and so forth. No longer true. Now you cannot, in a life without post-COVID-19, there is absolutely a need for more inventory in a supply chain. You cannot go JIT. You cannot go Kanban. You cannot go. So supply chains of the world after this day, post COVID-19, whenever COVID-19 ends, if at all it does, is going to be very, very complicated and very, very different, my friends. Look at the type of money people have lost just because one supplier, Ericsson, we all know Ericsson, one of their suppliers a couple of years ago lost some facility capacity just because of a fire. And in a matter of few days, Ericsson lost 400 million euros. That's the type of money you lose. Apple had a similar case study that we talk about in classrooms. The earthquake in Taiwan in 1999. Apple was without manufacturing equipment. They were without inventories for 1 week. That's called a dry production line. And you don't want to run a dry production line with 34 manufacturers spread out around the world in 16 different countries. And you know what you're looking at? A lot of financial risk, yes, a lot of reputational risk. So 35 to 40% lower stock returns, blah, blah, blah. I know what happened. We all know what happened with September 11, 9/11 as we call it here. The entire supply chain of the world got into a standstill. Nothing was moving. All we saw in the news were passengers stranded at different airports, but we did not see goods stuck at different ports in Brussels and Antwerp and Dusseldorf, all of the Western European ports, the Eastern American ports, these ports in Canada, they were all full. They didn't have space because nothing was moving. So supply chains can really get interesting if your risks are not planned for or mitigated. So that is why we are really worried about supply chains today. And I want you to picture this now. Think about it. In a comparatively benign means that is not harmful. Years such as 2019, this is 2020 going on. So let's say even before COVID-19, global losses due to regular natural reasons, not because of COVID-19, not because of SARS, not because of September 11, just because of tsunamis and all of those things, right? Earthquakes and floods, and was $150 billion of worth material which never reached anywhere. $20 million worth of fresh fruit and vegetables is lost in North America every single day. Think about it. What type of money are we losing just because my supply chains are not optimized? So even without this pandemic, we were not doing too good, if you will, and we've been continuously losing a lot of money, if you will. Right? So those spikes, they keep happening, and I'll show you those spikes in a few minutes. And in 2017, we had hurricanes and we had other things in Puerto Rico, USA, etc. We had been losing on an average $100 to $150 billion every year for nobody's fault. So that is the magnitude of my supply chains, risks, and subsequent impacts on global economies. An interesting chart, I thought I'd bring it to your knowledge. Non-economic shocks, which are increasing every day, and what is their impact on the cost and performance indices of the supply chain. And this is, I deliberately picked up data for some year where there was no effect of pandemics like COVID-19 and so on and so forth. We're losing billions of dollars, and those billions of dollars are actually going up. The hydrological catastrophes, if you see these dark blue lines here, they are getting severe. And you know why, my friends? Because we are really not careful about the global damage that we are doing to our climate. There are leaders in the developed world who think that climate change is a hoax. There are leaders in the developing world that take climate change with a pinch of salt as some political gimmick or something. You and I should be careful about it. Climate change is real, and it is already affecting us. If you look at the type of snows that are melting in Arctics, they've had the largest summer in 100 years in Antarctica this year. The longest summer of 100 years. You know why? Because there's no snow in Antarctica. When we were at school, we were taught that Antarctica on the upper northern pole and the southern pole is all frozen. No longer true. So global change, climate effects are causing all of this losses. And here is a little example I thought I'd bring to your conversation before we get into further details about COVID-19 related things. Right now, I just want to focus supply chain impacts without COVID-19. So the moment, remember, as I said, we're all connected in my supply chains, right? There are products that are being manufactured in Mexico. We call them the maquiladoras in Mexico. So maquiladoras are manufacturing facilities right across the southern border of the US into Mexico. So those spaces are considered as if they are on US soil. So the manufacturing facilities, maquiladoras on Mexican soil, within 40 kilometers of the US border is considered as a facility located within the United States and hence not taxed for customs and all of those tariffs and so on and so forth. So the goods get manufactured and they move across the borders. And now because of the newer NAFTA, the North Atlantic Free Trade Agreement, the CUSMA that you now have, Canada, US, Mexico Agreement, CUSMAs, we now call it. We are increasing the demand for North American manufactured products in automobiles and other parts. But even if you look at it like this, there is paperwork involved between tier 1 and tier 2 and tier 3. I've only shown 2 or 3 tiers here. There are multiple tiers. All of that information flow, goods flow, and the cash flow is likely to get delayed because of things like Brexit. Now that's a supply chain disruption. I'm sure we've all been following Brexit for the last many couple of years, and we've seen what happened. And who had been asking for Brexit? The UK. And who's now suffering from Brexit? The UK. It wasn't hard rocket science for them to understand that your lead times are going to increase. Your administrative burden in the process is going to be increasing because right now there were free trade going on within the UK. Whether you're moving stuff from England into Germany or Belgium or France or wherever, that was all UK, right? So there was an agreement in place that goods could freely flow without tariffs and documentation and so on and so forth. Now they'll have to do that. Each additional step that you create in my supply chain is going to delay things up. And then to cope up with that delay, what do? You hold additional inventory, that's right. That becomes a buffer. So you want to be holding those safety stocks and so on and so forth at the port in Brussels and the port in Dusseldorf and the port in London and the port. So you are adding to inventory in the supply chain, right? And so that part, I wanted us to see that supply chains are long, complex, dynamic creatures that have to pass through different time zones, that have to pass through different political, geopolitical situations, climatic zones. It's really complicated, if I can say that. So one of the things that we've been doing in supply chains, and all of this is pre-COVID-19, okay? I haven't even started with COVID-19. Because of the exceptional amount of risks involved in my supply chains. We've been trying to figure out my risks at all pieces of my supply chain. So beginning with the NPD, the new product introduction development, the planning side, the sourcing side, manufacturing itself within the facility, and manufacturing outsourced. So there are certain things that you're doing in-house, like make internal, and most of those things that you do outsourced. No, not all goods get manufactured in different provinces, states as we call them in India. Lots of products get manufactured in different countries, and then they travel, and they have to get together for the final product to be assembled. For instance, Ford manufactures its cars at two different facilities, one across the southern border in the United States, and then the semi-finished car gets into Ontario, and then it is finished there and sold and so on and so forth. And of course, there's that. Now look at the types of risks involved. The production process may not be robust involved. Very, very possible. And hence there is a risk. My forecasts go wrong. I know we've all taught demand forecasting in our courses in operation at undergraduate level. And what did we start that lecture by? We started the lecture by saying forecasts will go wrong. I hope you remember that, right? So when you are dealing with bad forecasts, you are dealing with a lot of risk and uncertainty. How do you factor that in, and how do you mitigate that, and how do you, manage, take preventive action for that? Some failures to meet regulatory requirements. Remember, the supply chain is spread out over different parts of the world, and each part of the world will have a different regulatory requirement. I mean, even within the United States, there are different provinces that have different regulatory requirements. So for your goods to be able to move through my province onto the next province, there are certain norms that your goods will have to fulfill, even if they have to just flow through. But I don't need those things in my product. I don't need those features or certifications in my product, but I still have to do them. So look at lack of data transparency as one of the possibilities of risk in a supply chain planning situation. Absolute information is never going to be available. Although this is one of the things that blockchain promises to do. So far, there's a lot of confusion around what is blockchain, okay? And don't get me going on that. That's another conversation about, is it real? Or is it another extended form of SAP? Recession, inflation, these are all macroeconomic things over which my manufacturing facility has no control of, but I need to learn to live with it. So if there's recession, there is recession. I didn't cause it, but it is going to affect me. So I'm going to be affected by. So look at those things from the far left of the screen to the far right of the screen and see how am I supposed to manage all of these and more risks, even without a pandemic, and still be able to deliver a great product at the lowest cost and so on and so forth. Supply chains are pretty complex again. There's a little video, I'll probably come to that in a few minutes, but before I go ahead, I'll quickly, in the interest of time, go to the threat and the risk and the other things that I want us to know about. These are all words that seem similar, but I want to quickly put it on record that they are different and we treat them differently. The presence of a hazard is a threat. Hazard is a type of a risk. If it is present, there's a threat, right? So I need to plan, mitigate, etc., for that. And what types of threats can I be looking at? I could be looking at threats to my supply chain from a natural perspective. Think about natural supply chain threats, earthquakes, tsunamis, all of those things. Or there could be human-induced risks. things that you and I have caused. Global warming for one. The labor strike, layoff, job action as we call it. All of these are human induced. A supply chain disruption, a truck gets derailed. It turns turtle. These are all human induced things. So these are threats that I want you to bear in mind for the next part of the discussion. And then we will also talk about vulnerabilities. These are all those characteristics and features and attributes that are embedded into a product or embedded into a process, which make it susceptible to some risks. So vulnerabilities are a part of the process itself. They are not external to the process. They are a part of the design itself sometimes. There's a particular design of the product which has historically given us more rejects. So there is something vulnerable about that design. So that is another thing I wanted to quickly share with you. And now come to my risk aspect. All of this uncertainty that exists with the future. Futures are always uncertain, right? When I was in high school, I wasn't sure what I'm going to do. I wanted to be a doctor, and then someday I wanted to be a pilot, and someday I wasn't sure. So the risk was, where's this boy going? You know what I mean? And so you don't know. Futures are always uncertain. So that means processes are inbuilt with risk in them. Now, the only difference that I should be able to make out between a high risk proposition and a low risk proposition is what is the likelihood of something happening. And also at the same time, what is the impact, the consequence. And I'm sure you all must have read about it and must have been teaching about those things of the risk priority number, the RPN and stuff, all of those calculations that you do with the FMEA and all of those things, right? So there are certain risks that are very, very severe and you put them on a 9, and some which are just okay and I don't care, you put them on a 1, and then you go on that spectrum for severity, occurrence, detection, impact, blah, blah, blah. So risk in itself is not absolute. This is what I wanted to revise with you before I go ahead. I'm sure you all know about it. It is never absolute. It is a subjective term. Risk as a function of what? Okay. And then, of course, risk management, all of those systemic activities that you do trying to understand what are those courses of action that can be planned to prevent something from going wrong. Another term that you will hear me talk about very often today is resilience, supply chain resilience. So let me once and for all clarify what resilience means is the ability to accommodate those threats. I'm not saying mitigate against that. Mitigation is something else. You know what I mean? Resilience is that there is something that is likely to go wrong, the vulnerability, the threat, all of those things, and we do the mathematical calculations. And I know Dr. Sachdeva is an expert in those tools and in methodologies where you do the mathematical quantification of risk and processes, process management, optimization. What is my process able to absorb if things go wrong? So is there something that goes wrong with my supply chain management, with my supply chain? Whether it's a terrorist attack or it's an earthquake or something else, how long can I survive? And this is something I'll touch base on the last 1 or 2 slides of my discussion. Supply chains need to be able to take those shocks because there is no way ever that I can wish away those risks, those uncertainties and threats and vulnerabilities. I need to learn to live with them. There are certain things that I can manage, certain things that I cannot manage by way of risk and supply chain management. So when you cannot manage, what do? You mitigate, right? And when you cannot even mitigate, what do? You learn to live with it. So I now need, therefore, with this little background between threat, vulnerability, blah, 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 I want you to understand I'm not talking of any of these here and after. I'm talking of a supply chain that is able to take these risks in its stride and carry on delivery. Think about supply chain resilience. I mean, I don't know how it went in India those days, but in North America, we were short of hand sanitizers. In the initial few weeks of the pandemic, we were short of face masks. We were short on ventilators. We were short on toilet paper. Can you imagine? Basic things like toilet paper. We didn't have enough of that on the stores. It's not because there wasn't enough in the system wasn't able to push it forward. So that means my system was not resilient. So it's not a function of production. Most often than not, when I get into that conversation, people say, you know what, Rajbir, we should ramp up production. We don't need to ramp up production because we already have enough product on the shelves, in the distribution centers, on ships, waiting to dock, on ships, waiting to launch. You'll be surprised. I mean, the Chinese New Year goes all the way from January 1 to January 24th. So they have about 24 days long New Year, if you will. So that means the country where most of my goods are manufactured has about 3 weeks plus 3 days of no operations. So the supply chains of the world had sort of understood that we need to hold excess inventories because there's nothing being produced, nothing being shipped out of China for those 24 days each year in January. Now, comes January 24th. That was the time when ships should have sailed the ports in China. But that was a time when China was really getting affected by COVID-19. So they were getting into lockdowns and they were getting into all of those situations. So there was no manufacturing going on, fine. Goods had already been manufactured and sent to the ports before December 31st. So those goods could have been shipped. But we did not even have manpower on the ports to load those goods from trucks into my rail cars and from rail cars into my ships. Now, ships that usually sail out of China on the 25th and the 26th and the 27th of January take about 3 to 4 weeks to reach Vancouver, Toronto, the eastern ports in the United States and so on and so forth. So by the time it was about 4 weeks, end of February, we started feeling those shocks. It's not because there wasn't enough goods, but because the goods were not moving. And you know why? Because my supply chains were never resilient. They were lean. You and I had been talking about lean supply chains all our lives, I'm sure. Don't hold excess inventory, calculate your Kanbans and so on and so forth. There are formulae that we were taught trying to calculate Kanban cards and Kanban bins and so on and so forth. No longer true. All of this is going to be challenged now. Because that didn't help us make a resilient supply chain. That actually weakened my supply chains. Okay, so with that little sort of background, I'll go ahead and talk about risk mitigation and so on and so forth. Here are some slides that I wanted to show you. Look at these 4 slides. I'll help you understand them, and then we can probably take a question or two from you, and I'll take a little bit of coffee. Top left of the screen, you have a graph that says on the y-axis you have critical functionality of a process or of an operation in a manufacturing facility, let's say, somewhere in Wuhan. And on the x-axis is time. Agreed? So if you look at, I'll move here. If you look at the curve, let me see if I have a point. Give me a quick second, I'm sorry. So from here all the way to this point in time, this is a straight line. That's it. That represents in a way that there is no dysfunctional behavior observed in manufacturing and everything is going as planned and as promised and we're doing hunky-dory. Comes this point, which is some point in time, let's say week 1 or week 2 or week 3 or whatever, and there is a supply chain disruption. But the disruption that happens is a low risk and high resilience activity. So the risk of something going wrong is low, and you have a very, very resilient system. So, in such scenarios, what's going to happen is you will see those critical functionalities dipping and then quickly coming back to normal. because you have a very high resilience. So this short curve means things go wrong and then you quickly recover. Okay? And the time for that disruption could be, say, 1 day or 2 days or whatever, depending upon the risk. Okay? And I'm saying this is some low risk thing. It's not really likely to happen. So I don't care. So these types of functionality, differentials, I don't mind them too much. Look at this one. Low risk. So if it happens, I don't really bother too much. But low resilience. The supply chain had very low resilience. So same time, the same activity happened, things went bad, but I took a long time to come back to normal. Look at the slope of this curve and the slope of this curve. This was very steep. That means this supply chain was not resilient and hence it took so what are the customers going to do between now at this time and this time? They're going to be waiting on ventilators and they're going to be waiting on gloves and face masks and sanitizers and all those because the supply chain was low on resilience. Similarly, if I'm high on resilience, and even if hypothetically, God forbid, I'm dealing with a risk which is high risk category event, which will have a huge impact. Look at the depth of that impact on the criticality functionality axis. I can quickly come back to normal. So the magnitude of the risk per se is not really important. We need to look at the magnitude of the risk as a function of how long you take to come back to normal. So that means risk must be seen in light of resilience, should not be seen alone. That is something what one of my favorite supply chain researchers, Dr. Simchi Levy, I'm sure you must have read his textbooks. He's a great author, researcher at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. If you haven't read Simchi Levy, you should probably, this is time you should read him. He's been saying this for a very long time. Stop focusing on risk. All of those risk priority numbers and all SODs and whatever we've been calculating. Says, don't do that. Risk in itself per se is not going to do anything. You have to look at risk as a function of resilience. Now here is a hypothetical case where there was a high impact, so high risk episode happened, and then very low resilience in the network. I took almost forever to come back to normal. Pretty much that's what's going on with the United States right now. Supply chains in the United States are terribly disrupted. And they are going protectionist and they're going, all manufacturing products being manufactured in the United States are being contained within the United States, not being allowed to come to Canada, to Mexico, whatever. You know why? Because supply chains were not resilient at all. So this is what happens when your supply chains are not resilient. I don't mind a risk high or low. I mean, look at the risk scenarios here. As long as my resilience is high. Now, when you look at this one, there was a very high risk. This was a low risk. But my resilience was good, so I came back into good shape very soon. So what's more important than risk calculations is your resilience calculation. And we had absolutely, believe you me, we had absolutely no way, and this might sound a little funny as well. I mean, we're living in 2020. We are living in the age of blockchains and IoT devices and 5G and all of those things that you guys talk of. And we had absolutely no way to quantify resilience. So Dr. Simchi Levy at the MIT had been talking about resilience as a function of supply chains for almost forever. And now is the time that the world is listening into him. So the WHO has contacted him as a consultant to manage supply chain, disrupted supply chains after COVID-19 and so on and so forth. So it'll be interesting for you to bear in mind that resilience is what is going to play the cards. Risk in itself doesn't mean anything, okay? I'll take a little break here. Let me stop sharing my screen for a quick second. And I'll go back to the chat forum to see if you have questions for me. There is a... so Ganesh says the fourth graph is showing Corona pandemic time. Absolutely. I hope you were talking about the bottom right of the structure, Ganesh. Absolutely. That's what has happened with us. To date, as I said, the United States does not have a clue about how to quantify resilience. And that's an interesting conversation for another day. What about the slope between low risk and high risk? Let me go back to my slides. Rajeshwar, I'll answer your question. Let me go back to Raj's question for a quick second. Low risk and high risk. Let me see that. So how do I share my screen? Present, screen, share. Okay, I think we got it, right? Keep telling me because I can't see while I'm presenting. So this curve, this side of the curve, the left side of all of these curves, and the depth as well, is a function of what was the impact of your risk. Okay, each risk will have a different impact and will have a different probability, and we're going to talk of all of those things. Dr. Anish Sachdeva is an expert in all of those probabilities, and I still remember my time talking to him, discussing those things. This side of the curve represents the impact of what happened, the left side. So this slope, which can be calculated and of course mitigated, is what I'm trying to understand. What are the different types of risks? And for each type of risk, what is the slope? Okay, but this side of the equation, the right side, is how good you were at designing a resilient supply chain which could quickly come back to normal. Okay, so let me quickly go back to the chat session again to look at. So low risk and high risk. That's what you're saying, right? So the slope of the low risk and the slope of the high risk, right? The slope, because this is the same episode I'm taking for this example. So the slope, prima facie, looks like same, but look at the depth. The depth indicates the type of impact that you had. So that's what I was coming to, right? The impact is more important to be quantified. And as I said, so far we've not been able to quantify the impact, the resilience side of things. We've all the mechanisms in the world, TOPSIS and fuzzy and all of the discrete mathematics and all of those things to quantify risk. We have absolutely no idea how to quantify resilience in a supply chain. So that's where we are going towards now, post-COVID-19. You and I will have to sit down and work with the industry partners designing high resilience, and no matter what type of risk, high resilience supply chains. Okay, I hope that answers that, but I'll quickly go back and take a question. Can you please elaborate on research avenues slides? So Rajeshwar Rao, I'm assuming that you're talking about the research in supply chain risk management and stuff like that, right? And you can call me Raj, I'm good. No need for professor, but there's a lot of research avenue here, especially, my dear, in India, China, and the United States, and of course Canada. These are 4 hotspots of risk-related supply chain research that has to happen. That is already there. If you Google up, you will see there are lots of calls for papers for special issues that are being brought out, have been brought out around supply chain risk mitigation strategies and so on and so forth. A lot of case studies have come up on the Ivy School of Business and the HBR and so on and so forth. There are conferences being planned. So there's a lot of research avenue, my dear friend, and this is, if you are already not committed to a particular aspect of supply chain management, this is probably what you should be focusing on. The risk quantification, this is where the opportunities lie for the next few. And I'll touch base with you on those things as I go in the next few minutes. Okay, so I'll do that in a few minutes again, Rajeshwar. This is where the money is. Okay, and I'll now go back to my slides. The PricewaterhouseCoopers risk response matrix that we are all familiar with, I thought I'd quickly share that with you again once again. This is very, very, very relevant today. PricewaterhouseCoopers, they do risk management purely from a financial perspective. They've been doing this forever. That's the basic model of the PwC business entity. But that's bad. That's not competent, if you will. That's not comprehensive, if you will. PwC has historically always had a financial risk management perspective to risk in supply chains. They never had this type of risk management perspectives that you and I will have or have had. So you and I need to learn from that model and then build our own models in supply chain which are not financially, exclusively wedded to the concept of financial risk management. If you look at the balanced scorecard approach, things that we've all learned in high school, in university or taught in universities, what are the balanced scorecard models talking about? The four quadrants, right? The pillars, 4 or 5. One of them is financial risk. There are other things that have to be quantified. The innovation side of things, the learning side of things, and all of those. So I'll quickly discuss this from a financial perspective, reminding you again, this may or may not directly relate to us in supply chain. Here's my pointer. So this may or may not, my dear, relate to supply chain risks, but it's a good starting point. So I'm going to base things off of this, okay? So what the PwC model says, they have on the y-axis, they have the impact of the risk. So for each type of risk, they will have to find out the impacts and so on and so forth. And these are all probabilities, right? So if you didn't like probabilities in high school, too bad. Time to go back and revise all of that. And on the x-axis, they always had the likelihood, the likelihood of an event occurring. Remember, we used to do those probabilities in high school and school and college, whatever, or probability P of an event happening subject to the constraint that the other thing has happened or has not happened, and so on and so forth. Time to go back to those probabilities. Very interesting. Low likelihood as a function of low impact. If there is very low impact out of a particular risk and very low likelihood of that happening, I'm good to accept that risk and I don't really need to do anything about it. Look at the other side of things. A risk that can be quantified. So what we do is we put my risks in this matrix from a decision maker's perspective, trying to understand what type of risks need you right now, what types of risks need you in 2 weeks from now, what type of risks you need you 6 months from now, and so on and so forth. And risks that you can just brush aside. Fine. Think about a risk which is very high likelihood of happening, and if it happens, which is likely to happen, it's going to have a very high impact. You don't want to get into this territory, my friends. This is a big no-go zone, right? So if your risk lies here on this side of the spectrum, you need to have a very strong risk mitigation management strategy. Now this is, and we knew this forever, right? So we had been managing things on this spectrum. You know where we went wrong, my dears? We went wrong on this side of the spectrum. Low probability of an event happening, even if it is high impact, we used a light color here. Think of COVID-19. Is COVID-19 not a very low probability but a very high impact risk to supply chains? But we never thought about such a thing happening. Why did we not think about it? Too naive, I guess? Too complacent, I guess? So that's what happens when you ignore low probability, high impact risks. Okay? And I'm going to take a little break, come back to the other screen and ask you, give me some examples in the chat box. I'm going to stop here. Let me know in the chat box for a quick second. Give me some examples of low probability, high impact risks that you see in supply chain management. I can give you one example, COVID-19. You could be the rest. Give me an example of a low probability, high impact supply chain risk. And then we take it from there. That gives me a little breather. In the chat box, please. I hope you're all there, eh? Let me see high impact, low probability events, episodes, and you could be wrong, don't worry too much about it. We really want to understand what risks are, because that's where the research opportunities lie, that's where the dollars lie. $2.5 billion was secluded this year, March, for supply chain risk management studies in Canada alone, $2.5 billion, okay? I'm looking for low probability, high impact risk. Sorry, I missed a few questions here. Vishnu says, along with resilience, literature and supply chain risk management discusses other strategic capabilities like agility, reliability, flexibility. Excellent question, Vishnu. We're going to touch on those features in a few minutes. It's going to be an eclectic mix of all of those. That's where the question lies. How do you model this risk? It's going to be a mix of agility and remember, we are already not talking of lean supply chains. My marriage with lean supply chains is almost over. Okay, I'm looking for a model which is called the China plus one model these days. There was a time we used to say outsourcing means China, no longer true. Okay, so I'm going to talk about those relationships, Vishnu. And that was an excellent question. Thank you for asking that. Can the scope depend on critical functionality? Absolutely, Ganesh. Yes, it does. And I'm glad you see that. Each function will, each risk will have a different critical functionality, the why thing that we had. So each risk is going to be different, right? As they always say, all ministers are equal, but the prime minister is more equal. That's what they say with politics, right? So each risk is different. Elaborate on research avenues. Won't there be a lean supply chain post-school? Sunil, I'm to your question, Sunil Kumar CV. I'm to your question, my friend. I'm going to bet my 2 cents on a post-COVID supply chain that is not going to be exclusively dependent and sold on the concept of and wedded to the concept of lean supply chain management. I'm not saying we're going to do away with this, but I'm saying you won't see a lot of it. And that's where the world is going. The new normals of the world. We're looking at new normals. Everything that we did till March the 12th, 13th was the day I came home and we didn't go back to school, is changed post March 13th. Well, yeah, Malik Arjun, this is agent-based approach, and I'm glad Dr. Sachdeva is an expert in agent-based modeling and all of those things. So it is visible. Someone says how to improve supply chain management for the rural area. I'm sure you mean. That's a good question. That's in fact one of the research studies that I've been doing with one of my students, Dr. Neeraj Banot. He is a former faculty at the IIM in Amritsar. We're trying to find out if the government policies are supportive of rural supply chain resilience or not. That's an interesting opportunity. I mean, on paper, I know there are certain things, there's a lot of bureaucracy. In China, if you want to go and set up a manufacturing facility today, you get all the approvals within 4 hours online. And you know how many days, weeks does it take for you to get an approval for setting up a new manufacturing facility in India these days? Definitely much less than what it took for people to get approved, if you will, to add to the economy in 1980s. But still, we are in the ballpark of a few weeks. How do you compare supply chain resilience for a manufacturing environment which can approve everybody in a few hours vis-a-vis something which has a lot of red tape and all of those things? So, good question, Pankaj. I'll have my 2 cents betted on India is not close.
Thank you.
You're welcome, buddy. So, Vietnam is one of those places which is betting its dollars on the resilience part of it, and they are really going hammer and tongs on it. So most manufacturing facilities exiting China are going into Vietnam, right? They're not going into Hong Kong for sure. We all know that, Singapore for sure. And believe you me, as much as I would love that to happen, they're not going to India as well. So that's where people like you come in and create that conversation in the academic circles and the industrial circles and so on and so forth, and bring that bedding between the academia, the government, and the industry side of things, the triple helix model as we call it. JIT supply chain opposite of resilient. Well, Om Prakash Mishra ji, I can have JIT with resilience, but I cannot have resilience with JIT. I hope that answers. You know what I'm saying? You can have JIT with resilience, but you cannot have resilience with JIT. And that is the problem. That is why we were scrambling for all types of things that you know. Okay? Can supply chain flexibility take care of resilience in supply chain? Absolutely. Muhammad Ali, that's where we're going. Yes, sir. Can we have to start our research in this? Okay, I'll come to that in a few minutes, Prabhu. I got some stuff to cover up, but you and I can touch base about that offline as well, okay? For COVID-19 situation, we'll try to resolve situation, Prabhu. Okay, Russ, Shubham, I'll touch base with that. I'm going to put my slides on Dr. Mohit's Google Drive, and I hope he can share them with you. Thanks. Excellent. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you, etc. All right, guys. I'm assuming they're all thank you, so I could keep going. This is 11:30 with me. We started at 10:30, so it's 1 hour. I got another 30 minutes on me. I'll quickly discuss some of those things that I wanted to touch base with. So I'll leave all of the theory stuff that I thought I might need, but I'm not needing that because you guys are on top of this situation. In the next few minutes, I want to show you what's going on with the world. Sorry, am I sharing my screen with you? No. Present now your entire screen. Screen 1, share. Is sharing your screen, it says. Okay, let's go. So 347, the World Economic Forum interviewed 347 supply chain risk managers in the Fortune 500 companies of the world, and this is the result. Greatest concern for the risk managers of the world is a prolonged recession of global economy, 60%. So you would definitely now need, my dear, supply chains which are resilient, because you're not coming out of this mess in the next couple of years. It's only going to get worse. And that is the time when we need more people doing research in supply chain risk management. High levels of structured unemployment, especially the young people less than 40 years. 50% of the people believe that. Look at this. Tighter restrictions. People are already talking of tighter restrictions in the United States. 3M, a company that manufactures face masks in the United States, was actually told by Parliament in the United States, Senate as they call it there, to not ship material to Canada. Okay? People are going to go bankrupt, failure of industry sectors, and the fiscal position, this is where I'm really worried for India. Weakening of the fiscal position. This is an economy which was already in the doldrums for the last 4 or 5 years. From a GDP of what, 8 point something will come to what, 2 point something or 3 point something, I don't really remember the numbers, and COVID-19 happens. So the fiscal position in these economies is really going to be in a lot of mess for good time to come. So you don't need a lot of populist, approaches where you come and tell people to do certain things and not focus on the big issues. The big issues will have to be discussed now. Populism is not going to work. 2019. Remember, this is all pre-COVID-19 data. Look at the global unemployment percentages in the 15 to 24. That anyway has been going up, and now this is going to go up exponentially. So don't tell me that it will come out. I read some news items about India a few weeks ago where people were told that this thing's going to go away in 21 days. It's not. It's not going anywhere for the next few years. Right? And you and I are supply chain professionals. We should speak about the data. Okay? One of those risks is that we are going to be overtly dependent on supply chain technologies. Suddenly, we will be talking of all things technology because we think technology is going to solve all my problems. Look at the way we are interacting. I mean, I never thought about in my 45, 6 years of life that I would be, addressing an audience for a short-term course in India in the middle of the night from another part of the world. We're so now attuned to, dependent upon, if you will, technology. So blockchains, IoTs, and all of those things, people are pushing those ideas and say, this is what's going to save the world. Careful. Look at this data. And I had this data up till 14th of April 2020, when we were in the middle of a pandemic. So the cyber attacks, look at the curve. The curve was almost flat and it suddenly decides to go up. You know why? Because my supply chains are suddenly under risk. Cyber attacks on my supply chains, disrupting my supply chains. So that's another type of post-COVID supply chain risk that you should be aware of. So a lot of technology is not good news. And when I say dependence, I want to show you what dependence means. These are areas around the world, and I've clipped that. This is the HBR article, you can Google around that. And look at my dependence, for Pete's sake. High-tech semiconductors, consumer electronics, your iPhones, your monitors, your electronic devices. Where is it coming from? Quarantined areas. That means you're looking at a lot of supply chain risk in the times to come. Okay. In the interest of time, I'll come to the aspects of why those things are so fragile. And I already touched upon it a few minutes ago. I told you because, and there was a question in the chat box. Thank you for the great question. Because we were so over fixated with the concept of lean management, right? The Indian system has always historically propagated the concept of a middle path. I'm sure some of you would have read the Gardi Rah thing. Middle path. We were not middle path. We were on the right side of things. Lean supply chain management. No inventories. Just in time. Kanban. So the world became so lean that the moment you have something like a September 11, a tsunami in Japan, a SARS virus, and now a pandemic like this, the supply chains go for risk. They're so fragile because of leans. And the other major reason why they are so fragile is because they are complex. Think about your supply chains, and I've got some example here for you to think about how complicated supply chains have really become. Early in the late in the 1990s, when I started working on these things, we didn't have complex supply chains. Things were manufactured pretty much local or near shore. They were never shored to the other side of the world. Now they are. Look at the Apple's case. The products that go into your iPhone are manufactured in the United States, are manufactured in China, Taiwan, South Korea, Germany, Japan, Britain, and the Netherlands. And there are 34 suppliers spread out over these countries. And all of those processes and products must be so optimized that goods flow in at the right time. You won't have an Apple iPhone to be sold if the screen is missing. Everything is good, ready, assembled, but the screen didn't come from the Netherlands. That's not a product worth selling. So everything must be available at the right time. No misses. Even a simple microphone plug is missing, the microphone cannot be assembled, the phone is not ready to be sold. Think about the complexity involved. And why did we create this complexity? Because we started outsourcing all our products, thinking lean is going to save the world. No, it isn't. Because of lean and because of information technology, and also we've created thoroughly complex, dynamic supply chains. We need to simplify this. Okay, comes that question on flexibility that I had. Now that's the last question, second last question that I will have. I don't know what is the time. I got about 10 minutes, so I'll be happy to take questions after this as well. Now, when I talk of supply chain resilience, don't go overboard with resilience as well. Resilience doesn't come free. Just the way when we started talking about just in time and flexibility, and we started talking about Kanbans and we're talking about lean supply chains, we really went overboard with that. Now, I'm cautioning you, don't go on the other side of resilience as well. We've got to maintain that gadira, that balanced middle path. So resilience, how much is good enough? I don't know. Because this is not going to be a simple optimization problem that you and I can solve on some complicated, good-looking mathematical equation using some software and get some papers published. This is where you really have to sit down with the wearer. As they say, the wearer knows where the shoe pinches, right? That's the saying in English. If you buy a new shoe and it pinches, you know where it pinches. I don't. So who is suffering in supply chain risk scenarios? The industry. So you sit down with those people and try and understand what type of resilience do they need and can afford. So that's a trade-off between cost and certainty. You want a lot of output certainty. You're looking at 99 percentile of confidence interval, CI calculations, 95, 90, all of those tables and charts that we used to do. There's a cost involved with that. So we will have to quantify the cost of not adhering, cost of no resilience, low resilience. So that means resilience is not a 0 and 1 situation, that either you have it or you don't. It's something of a continuous spectrum between 0 and 1, and you have to find out how to mitigate that risk and do some mathematical modeling. And that's where I think, and my students and I have been working on this, that there's an opportunity for us to use fuzzy logic and fuzzy sets, because this is not a discrete mathematical problem. Okay? Anyways. And of course, different products post-COVID-19, wherever there is post-COVID-19, if there is one, I mean, I've read reports on Forbes saying this is not going away ever. Think about the influenza virus. Has it gone away ever? You still have it. Everybody gets some flu virus every September, October, November. So what tells us that COVID-19 will go away anywhere? We will just get resilient. And herd immunity is not coming. So if people telling you that herd immunity is coming, tell them it's not coming. It's a different gene and a genetic structure, and it constantly mutates and changes its genetic signatures. Anyways, that's another conversation. So we'll have to find out most critical supply chains, which are your medical supply chains, and design some highly resilient and hence very expensive supply chain network models for them. On the other side, let's say if you're looking for shoes. Now shoes, you can do without shoes for a few weeks. So that means shoes don't need to have a highly resilient supply chain. You know what I mean? But ventilators need to have very resilient supply chain. So we now have to have a spectrum of the most important to the least important, and then for each type of product, we'll have to design a different type of supply chain network platform. Okay? This is what we say. Find the weak link in your supply chain. The weakest link in the supply chain is the strength of the supply chain. Right? Now that's what we're going to find out in times to come. Where will this supply chain break? Right? And that is one of my challenges, my friends. I do not understand the impact of my operations on unexpected disruptions. Sadly, to date, this is true. So there's no point in talking about blockchains and IoTs and all of those things when we are so basic in our understanding or lack of thereof of my supply chain operations. And unless you develop that understanding of your supply chains, you are nowhere close to designing a resilient supply chain. And that is the problem that you should be focusing on. Okay? So if somebody would ask me, Rashfil, where do you start? I say, start mapping your supply chain. Let's see how many levels, tiers of supply chains can you see. You can always see usually only one level, your supplier. And you don't know where your supplier is getting his supplies and he's getting from his and so on. So you don't even see what the supply chain looks like. All you know is that you get your material from somebody in New Delhi somewhere, and I don't know where he gets his stuff from. So visibility, end-to-end supply chain visibility is what I'm looking at. Two quick models I wanted to introduce for you in this sense, because this is all good sweet talk. Got another 15 minutes. All good sweet talk for us to understand fundamentally what did we mess up on in the last 30 years, and where are the opportunities for fundamental research going back to the basic drawing board again. One of those indices is that we will have to quantify risk in terms of indices called time to recovery, TTR. So for each supply chain, you and I will have to sit down with our manufacturing partners and understand their TTR. So you combine those information pieces that you pick up from your bill of material, volume sales, profit margins, blah, 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 amount of inventory in your supply chain, the pipeline inventory as we call it, and then you can find out the risk exposure with a particular. So your risk exposure, let's say, if you want to understand what is exposure, your risk exposure indices will be very high if your supply chain finally winds down into a very specific part of the world. I'm not saying China, but I'm saying China. Okay, so then you can use your simulation softwares and all of those things to sort of simulate that response to a disruption. So you create an artificial disruption at a node, and then you see how things go. So TTR is one of them. And the other one is TTS, time to survive. So if you remove a particular node from my supply chain, let's say there's a node for a manufacturer sitting in Wuhan, sending goods to let's say Singapore, and then from Singapore they go via ship to Brussels, and then in Brussels they go to Dusseldorf, and from Dusseldorf they go to Vancouver, and Vancouver they go to via rail to Calgary, and from Calgary they go via road to Winnipeg. Now this is a very long, complicated supply chain with at least 6 or 7 nodes. So what we do is, in the simulation, we remove one node at a time, pretty much like your factorials and your design of experiment things, DOEs things. So you remove one node at a time and see what is the effect on your model. Now then you compare TTS and TTR, and then you try to see if there is TTS is higher. Let's say there's a TTS of 5 days with a TTR of 4 days, then I say I'm good. I have a buffer of 24 hours. And if the inverse happens, then you try to add redundancy to the supply chain. So we do all of those mathematical things. I don't want to get into that, but that's something for all of us to discuss offline. In the interest of time, I'll probably take a little break here and say this is the fine balance between current state of efforts and a long-term foundation for resilience. Resilience is not something you're going to get overnight, my friends. You will have to earn this. This is a balancing act, which will take a few years for us to understand where is that middle path we're looking for. So sooner we start, the better it is. I'll take a little break here, stop sharing my screen, close the presentation, come back to questions. I'm sorry if I miss a question here and there, but I'm not even worried, Ashwini Sharma, about 4.0. You know why? Because I failed myself. I, as a supply chain professional, did not see what is going to happen if you have a low probability, high impact thing like COVID-19. And do you, for any stretch of imagination, believe that this is the last pandemic we're going to see in our lifetimes? We're already worried about new ones. There's another one coming up. It's a bubonic plague coming up in somewhere in Kazakhstan or something. So I'm not even worried about 4.0. These are all big fat words that don't mean anything to a highly, non-resilient supply chain, if you will. So E1 will be. Sure, why not? Shubham, you can do that. Service industry. Okay. Let me take a few quick questions here. I don't know why it keeps repeating certain questions. Today's problem of COVID-19 is because, Ashwini Kumar Chauhan ji, I would hesitate to say that. This is no disadvantage to a supply chain, my dear. Supply chain solves problem. It doesn't create problem. You and I create problems because we don't understand how supply chains behave. Okay, so that's what I want you to go think about. Vikramjit Singh says, do you think Six Sigma can help? Sure it can, but if I come to Six Sigma, Vikram, Six Sigma, 4.0, IoT, all of these things are past. They can wait for the next 10 years now. The world needs to see a supply chain first. We don't even see beyond my first level. If you're manufacturing something, let's say, and you're buying certain materials that's going to serve as an input to your process, do you really care where does your supplier get his materials from? Or will the supplier ever tell you where he or she gets his materials? Please don't tell. And I was never worried about it. All I care is I get my materials. How do I think I added resilience? I had it more than 2 suppliers, maybe 3 of them. So if this one doesn't work, this one will. It's not like that. So all of these things of 4.0 and 5.0 and all of these things, I'm not really enamored any longer. I want to go back to the basics again. This is what the government wants us to focus on, okay? The new normal for supply chain essential commodities. Good question, my friend Faisal Talib. The new normal is that for each essential commodity, now that's a good question. What is essential? No? Are hand sanitizers essential? Yes and no. Are ventilators essential? Yes. Hand sanitizers can wait. You don't even need a hand sanitizer if you use a soap. All you need is a soap. I don't even buy hand sanitizers any longer. No? So the new normal is first define what are your essentials. Drugs, yes, they are your essentials. So sure, focus on them. For each one of those, design an independent, resilient supply chain network design, and then start working towards improvising it, improving it, using IoT or whatever you want to do, 4.0 or 5.0, whatever you want. But first, get the basics right. So, in the interest of time, I'm keeping a sharp eye. We got 8 minutes to go. How can we handle unpredictable? Raj Sharma, that's a good question, my friend. All risks are unpredictable. That's why they are risks. If we could predict them, they won't be risks any longer. Okay, so that's the first part. Then you model those unpredictable risks. Each one of them is going to be different. And find out what are the impacts and what are the probabilities and so on and so forth. And then that's where artificial intelligence is going to come in. So 4.0 and all of those things can wait. AI is the next need. You need to be able to use AI to help you make better decisions when there are 100 odd input parameters that are going to affect my output. You know what I mean? Now you and I cannot, for our lifetime, use 100 input parameters and optimize anything. So that's where you need machine learning, ML, you need reinforced learning, RL, you need AI, and you need these basic tools. So AI, RL, ML is where I'm putting my money. In fact, my project on Citrus projects with Fraunhofer in Germany is with use of AI, not blockchains. Blockchain doesn't exist for me. IoT doesn't exist for me. 4 point whatever doesn't exist. I'm not work for it. AI, RL, ML. Okay. All right, my friends. We got Faisal. I know Faisal. You and I were together, I guess, at Roorkee for some time. Data science, absolutely, my friend Vikram. There's a huge role for data science in SCM. You know what data science is going to do? Data scientists are people who have a background in computer science. They don't understand supply chains. You and I understand supply chains. So if you and I understand how to write a basic model in R or Python, Python is very easy. You can do that. Okay? It's about 3 months of dedicated time and you can get on top of Python. So data science can help us present the real scenarios in my supply chain better. Okay. Share your valuable words on the global scope of supply chain. Absolutely wonderful, Adish Chan. Global supply chain management has been the future, it is the future, and there is no escape. I mean, this is a time when supply chain management has come out of classrooms and is now being talked about in business parlances. Even your uncles and aunts and auntie-Gs and uncle-Gs are all talking about supply chain management, aren't they? So now this is a time when everybody is talking about it. So there's the future. I know Mohit has logged in and is looking at me. So Mohit, I'll defer it back to you. Thank you very much. You were a very engaged audience and 230 people, about 50-55 of them very active. Mohit, this is a great job done. Congratulations to you and Dr. Sachdeva. Feel free to send questions as you have them. I'm going to send my MTRY. I just in the chat box I put my email ID, and feel free to let me know via email if you have questions. But with Mohit smiling at me, I'm gonna shut up and hand over back to him. The stage is all yours, Mohit. Thank you very much for a wonderful, engaged audience, all of you. You deserve a kudos, my friends. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for delivering so much talk on supply chain resilience in post-COVID-19 economy. Dear participants, I hope you have added some values in your existing knowledge. As a very good talk delivered by your superior, Professor Rajbir Bhatti. He has covered the vulnerability concept, resiliency and representation of resiliency under different contexts, and PwC risk response strategies, and the graph of unemployment for global youth by covering the year from 1991 to 2019. He has also covered the many other topics, but out of them some is technological dependency, which cover the emerging risk from adoption, and also cover the concept of global supply chain fragility. And the new topic that has also covered time to recovery model, TTR. I pay my heartiest gratitude and thanks to Professor Rajbir Bhatti to extract the time for this talk from your busy schedule. And there is a night also at time. Now, sir, will sleep. So, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mohit, and all the very best to you and your families. Take care, stay safe, stay inside, and keep washing your hands. 20 seconds. Okay? All the best. Bye. Good night.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night. So, dear participants,
थैंक यू वेरी मच। हाँ हेलो, हाँ हो गया, आ रहा है आपको क्लियर।
hello. Yes. So, our next session will start at 11:30. Within 1 or 2 minutes, Professor R.K. Singh from MDA Gurgaon will join us. So please wait for 2 minutes early. You can also take rest and drink water.
So, Professor Mohit?
Yes, sir. I'm audible?
Oh, yeah, very good.
Yes, yes.
So,
So, dear participants, we welcome to our next speaker, Professor R.K. Singh from MDA Gurgaon. He has already joined us.
so I have to go in presentation mode, right?
Yes, yes,
Present now, then next is
yes. Screen share.
what?
Screen share.
Screen share. Where is that option?
Under present now, there is an option for screen share.
It's your entire screen, window, Chrome tab.
Entire screen. Entire screen. You have to click on, sir.
Share.
Now you open your PPT.
But my desktop is not coming.
After this sharing, sir, you open your PPT.
Okay.
It will show on the screen.
Is it visible?
Not now, sir.
Not now. Okay.
You go on the present. Yes, sir. Now it is visible.
Is it visible right now? Can you see it?
It was presenting, but right now out from the screen.
Okay. Can you see it now? Right now?
Yes, yes.
Professor Mohit, can you see it?
Yes, yes, yes. At the your face is out. 1 minute. Yes, sir. Now it is visible.
Okay. But can I not put it in the presentation mode?
Right, you can put it on presentation mode.
But when I put it in the presentation mode, then you are not able to see it.
So we will see it, sir. You press F9, F5.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, fine.
Sir, you scroll it for the second or third slide.
Yeah, I'll do it.
We will see if it is moving or not.
So, but I'm not able to see chat box and all so that I could see the questions coming from the participants.
But sir, you can cover the queries at the last 15 minutes. That will be better.
But I like to interact during the session. So, can I have the chat box?
Then you will see the chat box. So escape this full mode. Then you will see the chat box. Upper at the last top right side corner, you will see the chat box
कहाँ पे?
at the top of the corner. ऊपर स्क्रीन के साइड में से राइट साइड.
ये प्रेजेंटेशन मोड में करने के बाद.
हाँ, प्रेजेंटेशन मोड में भी आएगा सर. But you as fast as and then see.
नहीं, इसमें आ नहीं रहा.
तो सर फिर आप कैप मोड में लाओ सर. स्लाइड मोड.
इसमें?
स्लाइड मोड. Now see.
हाँ, स्लाइड मोड में आ गए.
हाँ सर फिर.
बट इसमें चैट बॉक्स नहीं आ रहा.
चैट बॉक्स सर ऊपर जहाँ प्यूपिल लिखा है उसके साथ चैट बॉक्स आ रहा होगा.
क्या लिखा है?
प्यूपिल एंड चैट, ये दोनों ऊपर आ रहे होंगे सर राइट साइड.
नहीं, ये तो पूरा विंडो मेरा ओपन है, वो तो है ही नहीं.
इसको स्लाइड मोड में लाने के बाद भी नहीं आ रहा सर.
नहीं.
चैट बॉक्स ये तो सर आना चाहिए.
जूम में तो आ जाता है, मैंने इसमें कभी लिया. आई यूजुअली टेक दिस एज इन जूम, तो उसमें तो है, बट कैसे आता है?
वो भी आता है सर राइट साइड प्यूपिल एंड चैट बहुत विंडोज थी ऊपर कॉर्नर में स्लाइड मोड में लाने के बाद.
स्लाइड मोड में लाने के बाद
ऊपर राइट
स्लाइड मोड
साइड
में आने कुछ नहीं आ रहा है. यहाँ पे स्टॉप शेयरिंग, हाइड, मीट google.com इज शेयरिंग योर स्क्रीन, ये 3 ऑप्शंस आ रहे हैं.
आप एक बार सर फिर से करो.
ओके.
है ना, अभी टाइम है हमारे पास तो
हाँ.
फिर से करो.
अच्छा, आई एम गोइंग टू
प्रेजेंट नाउ.
स्टॉप शेयरिंग कर दो पहले वाला.
हाँ हाँ उसका आउट बाहर आके फिर से दोबारा सर.
हाँ, राइट. ओके. प्रेजेंट नाउ.
प्रेजेंट नाउ. देन
ये इंटायर स्क्रीन विंडो कौन सा ऑप्शन सही है?
विंडो कर लो सर इस बार.
राइट, विंडो. देन शेयर. इसमें तो आ ही नहीं रहा.
नहीं होगा सर अभी. पीपीटी ओपन की सर.
हाँ, पीपीटी तो ओपन है, बट वाई तो
now it is green. Now it is green.
बट चैट बॉक्स नहीं आ रहा ना.
ये चैट बॉक्स आएगा सर इसका नाउ राइट साइड. राइट साइड में सर ऊपर आ रहा होगा प्यूपिल और चैट. ये वही चीज बता रहे हैं स्टूडेंट डायरेक्शन सर. वेट सर आगे भाई
नहीं आ रहा है.
So chat box is there. You can see the 79 is visible there. That is the chat box.
Where?
You can see the upper right corner 79. That is a chat box.
Okay, so I should put it in slide mode. After putting
Sir.
in slide mode,
Sir, beside the time, 11:34 is being shown. So beside that, you have a message symbol wherein 79 is mentioned. You can click on that.
one will please show the winter screen around options and so this one.
Or else here is just a round one. Sorry, you can see sir, on the top you have your profile picture. Next to your profile picture, you have the chat.
It's not coming. I'm not able to see my profile picture. In
No,
this
the
slide,
profile
I'm able to see.
you can go to your mouse and you can just click on the right side top. Just place your mouse there. Place your mouse there. You have a profile picture, and next to that you have the chat box and the attendees. Right? And just you have to place your mouse there, sir. Don't try to move the mouse here and there. Please go on the right side top. Just place your profile picture. Next is the chat box. Next is the attendees. That's it.
Here, I'm able to see only the slide, not my profile or anything else. Like when I'm clicking on the right side of the mouse, I'm able to see the option like your side, zoom in, focus interview, screen, pointer options. In the Zoom, usually I take the sessions.
I think, sir, you will see one thing at a time. No problem.
In the Zoom it's possible. So can I interact with the candidates through audio?
Yes, sir. You can interact with the students with the
Then that is possible because I want to interact. That is the only concern.
No
So
problem.
during the session, can I interact with the candidates?
Yes, sir. If
Okay,
they
that's
will,
fine.
if they will have any query, then they will unmute the microphone and then can put the queries in front of you.
That is right. That is right. So because whenever they have any query, they should ask the questions, right? So may I start now?
Now you present, sir, your PPT.
Okay, fine.
And we will.
So as introduced by Professor Mohit, let me tell myself.
Hello.
Are you able to see me?
Dear participants, so now Professor R.K. Singh, Rajesh Kumar Singh from MDA Gurgaon is with us. So we pay the heartiest welcome to Professor R.K. Singh to extract some time for this expert talk from their busy schedule. So before starting this lecture and inviting the Professor R.K. Singh, I would like to give some brief of Professor R.K. Singh to our dear participants. Professor R.K. Singh is a professor of operations in MDA Gurgaon. He is having BTech in mechanical engineering and masters also in mechanical engineering from IIT and doctorate from Delhi University. He is having more than 27 years of experience of teaching and research. Professor Singh specializes in the subject of operation management, supply chain management, service and operations management, total quality management, logistics and warehousing, decision-making model, etc. He has worked previously with the institute, namely Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, IAFT Delhi, Delhi Technological University, formerly DC, CET, Bhatinda, and Punjab Engineering College, Chandigarh. Right. Professor Singh has published more than 150 research papers in international journals of Group and national and international conference projects. He has also been a part of guest editors of the high-impact international journals, namely Resource Conservation and Recycling Healthcare, International Journal Administrative Science and Operations and Supply Chain Management, Special Issue of Competitiveness Review, Emerald, on Green Supply Chain Management, Journal of Modeling and Management, Emerald, and so many more. Professor Singh has also handled various consultancy projects belonging to supply chain and logistics, quality and process improvement, lean and agile systems, service operations, excellency, etc. So, there are some other administrative positions which I have held by Professor Singh, but I am not going through each and every because the list is long. So, with these key points, I invite to Professor R.K. Singh to deliver his talk. Most welcome. So, please.
So thank you, Professor Mohit Tyagi, for a nice introduction. So let me thank to Professor Mohit, who had been my former colleague at DTU, and Professor Anish Sachdeva, a good friend of mine, with whom I have been working along in academic friends. And welcome to all participants in this FDP and having good interaction with you. So Professor Mohit Tyagi has given me this opportunity. Really, I am very thankful to him.
Thank you, sir.
So let me tell you in the beginning that please try to have some interaction. Whenever you have any query or doubt, please do not hesitate, because this is not the class mode which we normally have with our students. All of you are coming from top institutions, good engineering colleges, and management B schools, I believe so. So try to have some interaction. That will help us a lot in having a better session. So in this particular supply chain management, I'll be mainly discussing with you on this very broad topic, but I'll be talking to you that what are the major challenges which we are facing right now, what should be our strategies, and at the meantime also we can explore, if some of you are interested, that what are emerging research areas where we can work, because being as a professors or faculty members, that is our prime interest. Although this FDP gives us a good platform to have interaction, but due to this reason that through COVID-19 we are not able to meet face to face, but of course through online we are able to understand each other. So always we should have interaction, and as you all know, that supply chain management is nothing but it's a networking, that in whole supply chain you have suppliers, manufacturers, distributors, and retailers. So although it's a supply chain, but it's not chain, but it's a network. So how do you manage your network? That shows the effectiveness of any supply chain. And in present context of COVID-19 outbreak, if you talk to any business professional, the hottest topic for everyone, not only for industrialists, but for academicians also, from industry engineering or management side, is the supply chain. That what are the challenges coming to supply chain? How are you going to cope up those challenges? What
Sir,
should be
sorry
our
for interrupting. Yes, sir. Sir, PPT is not displaying.
not displaying?
So
But I'm able to
please,
see it.
sir,
So now,
again, sir, go for the present now option and then share the screen.
so I have to stop sharing. Then I have to come to this present now.
Now,
Are you able to see?
no, sir, not till now.
Are you able to see it?
Yes, sir.
Mr.
Now
Mohit?
it is. Yes, sir. Now it is being. Yes. Now we are seeing first
Okay.
slide, sir.
Okay, good, great. So my first request to all participants will be that all of you professors, and we should not hesitate to ask the questions, although we know that no one expert, no one can answer all the questions, but we should have good interaction. So whenever you have any query or any doubt, please feel frankness, ask the questions so that we should enjoy the session. And so while you're talking basically that what are major challenges which we are facing in supply chain, in a normal scenario and in present context also, although we all know that we are facing a lot of disruption in the supply chain, and in a normal case, what should be our strategies in present context, how we should change our strategy. So we'll discuss about that, but from beginning as a basic concept, I'll be starting some of the basic terminology related to supply chain, like how can we integrate supply chain, how your product decide about supply chain integration or managing the supply chain. What are different strategies, mainly known as push and pull type of strategy in supply chain. How can we decide the competitiveness of supply chain? Because we all understand now that there is not competition between the two companies, but it's a competition between the two supply chains. Whenever we say that Maruti is more competitive, it does not mean that Maruti as a company is competitive, but the whole supply chain of Maruti is competitive. Similarly, it applies to every institution also. When I say that suppose NIT Jalandhar is doing very well, it means whole of the supply chain, including the students, faculty members, the stakeholders, all stakeholders are doing very well. So this is complete supply chain which influence the competitiveness of any organization. Next, we will be discussing that how to have a strategic fit between our operations strategy and supply chain strategy. How can we expand our strategic fit, and what are main drivers and obstacles in supply chain? But of course, all this will depend upon the time that how much we can cover within a given time frame. So let me start from the basic slide that we all know, and being as an industrial engineering professional, if you are, or any management professional, we have very common term that we call production system. So what is production system? We define it that any system which takes certain input and convert it into output, and the objective of this production system is to have the value addition. Like if you take any product, the cost of raw material may be 100 rupees, but when you make it and sell it in the market, maybe 400 or 500 rupees. So objective of the production system is that how can we have a value addition? Now, in this value addition part, there are a number of processes within this production system. So normally we call it 10 decisions areas in operation management or supply chain management. It may be related to inventory management, it may be related to logistic management, it may be related to production system, scheduling, all that. So how do you manage those processes? Because the management of those processes will decide that how effective your production system is working. So are you able to understand this production system? Any doubt or any question you have, please just ask. You can stop me at any moment and you can ask the question. So in this production system, our objective is to transform the input into output with the help of value addition. Now, if I go to next slide, this dead left tab, this is also production system. But how many production systems will be there over here? Can anyone answer? Can anyone answer that how many production systems can be there? Okay, so you just see that in this laptop, although we say that this particular laptop is being made at one particular place, but normally it's not being made at one place. We call it at assembly of the laptop at a particular place. Now you see over here, the different components are there: battery, processor, motherboard, all that, and all these parts are coming from different places. Now we are trying to assemble it at one place, but our objective is to have the value addition. So how do you have the value addition? It depends upon that how your different production systems are working, how they are contributing to whole value chain. Now, if you see the battery, it has its own supply chain, our own production system. Modem, it has its own production system. Motherboard has its own production system. Processor has its own production system. Now, if you try to manage all these production systems, then we call it that whole value chain. So our objective is to manage this whole value chain, and that we call as a supply chain management. Now, in this supply chain management, as you know, that we have manufacturing plants, we have tier 1 supplier, tier 2 supplier, tier 3 supplier, then we have distributors, stores, retails, and consumers. Now, I like to ask over here that what are the challenges over here which you have to manage in the supply chain? Anyone of you, please, if you are able to listen me. Yeah, can anyone answer that what are main challenges in managing the supply chain?
Supply of the raw material. Supply of the raw material.
Very good, very good.
Sir, we have to.
Yeah. Yeah, please.
Sir, we have supply of this raw material to the industries, and this chain should be continued till it reaches to the consumers, right?
Okay, right. So continuity of the chain. What else? Next, please.
To synchronize the operations in effective manner so that all the link between the supply chain should be effectively controlled and carried out in effective manner.
Okay, so one point is synchronizing of operations. Synchronizing of operations means all the operations, it may be related to inventory management, it may be related to logistic management, it may be related to warehousing, it may be related to manufacturing, distribution, packaging. So how do you synchronize these operations? That is one point. What else? Suppose you have to optimize the supply chain. Tell me what are the major issues which you'll be looking for?
We have to look for only two objectives.
You want to optimize in terms of that products should be delivered on time, and second that you want to minimize the cost, right? So to achieve these two objectives, although you have added only two objectives, but nowadays apart from these two objectives, delivery and time, there are many other objectives also which we want from our supply chain. Can anyone tell me that other than delivery and time, what are other objectives?
Customer satisfaction.
Right. So customer satisfaction means what?
To meet the demand and the supply chain should be met at that.
Okay, like suppose you're purchasing laptop, what are your expectations? When you order to purchase a laptop, what do you do?
So I will be considering for this the RAM, the hard disks, the processors.
Very good. So you'll have your own configuration. So of course, as one participant said that cost and time very important. But apart from that, we have to also customize our product as per the requirement of the customers. Do you agree with me?
Yes, yes.
Right. So what else? What else we have want?
Sir, maximizing service level or order fill rate.
Yeah, that's a very important point because nowadays the cost of the operation is decided by the service rate. Like if you want to deliver the pizza in 30 minutes, the price may be 500 rupees, but if you want to reduce this time from 30 minutes to 10 minutes, maybe that company can say that I'll be giving 1,000 rupees, but maybe that many of the customers may not be ready. So this is also very important that how quickly you change and how quickly you deliver the product on time. What else? What else?
Can you elaborate your valuable words on the scope of global supply chain management?
Can you again repeat your question? Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, sure. Can you please describe the scope of global supply chain management in the world?
Oh, right. Okay, so let me take this supply chain only. Now, we all know, like in the laptop you have seen, that its suppliers are located at different places. You just see over here. First of all, one thing should be very clear to you. Nowadays, hardly you find any supply chain which is local. If you're taking your search, mobile, laptop, whatever products you are taking, all the components are coming from different places. And all these products, components are coming from different places. Maybe that assembly is being done at one place, R&D is being done at other place, distribution is done at other place. So basically, every supply chain is the global supply chain, right? So whenever I'm talking about supply chain, you should consider it only as a global supply chain. Nowadays, no supply chain can survive if you are just working at a local level, that you are sourcing also locally, manufacturing also locally, and distributing also locally. So you have to be global. Now, as you see over here in this Dell laptop, all those suppliers who are supplying these components to Dell plant, some of them may take 15 days, some of them may take 10 days, some of them may take 1 month. So you have to decide that what should be lead time to give the order, right? Because if you need 15 days, you should have a lead time of 15 days. If you need 1 day, lead time should be 1 day. So deciding a lead time, how much stock or inventory you should have, what mode of transport you should have, how many warehouses you should have, whether you should have a central warehouse or you should have a local warehouse, how many regional warehouses you should have, what should be mode of distribution, how many stores you should have. So all these are part of your global supply chain. So deciding about the logistics, deciding about the warehousing, deciding about the suppliers, deciding about the distribution, and moreover, number of products are there, number of varieties are there, which product or variety you keep in your stock, which will be giving the order when you get from the customers. So all the decisions you have to manage considering the global supply chain only. Could you get my point?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah,
definitely.
yeah, yeah.
And one
That's it.
thing,
Yeah, please.
if we want to do the study relating to supply chain management, in which country we should prefer and which course?
In which country and which course means?
That we should do master in science related to supply chain management,
I
or
think we can discuss that part later on, because if you're talking about that, whether you should go for masters or MBA from which country, you know that there are all these reputed universities. And briefly, let me tell you, in abroad, like US, many of the universities have started even Master of Science in Supply Chain Management. Although in India, very few IIMs are there. Like I know one, Udaipur is there, who is running the master program in supply chain, and few other B schools also are starting course in supply chain management as a master program.
Yeah.
But in US and Europe, there are many universities and B schools who are running full-fledged master program in supply chain management,
yes,
right? And nowadays, you know that this subject is getting very popular. You take any industry, if the concern for that industry will just ask, that is supply chain. And particularly after COVID-19, when I'm talking about this slide, you just see most of the time what happens as a manufacturer, you have the interaction with supplier one, S1, that is tier one supplier. You are not aware of that how your tier 2 supply is working, how your tier 3 supply is working. So you are all the time taking care of S1, that is tier 1 supplier. But suppose, like you see in the COVID-19 situation, we are not having any information about the tier 3 supplier, tier 2 supplier. Suppose you do lockdown or any other problem, and supply from S3 stops to S2. Now, how S2 will supply to S1? So normally what happens, usually so far, what we are doing, we are managing only tier 1 supply. Tier 1 supply means who are supplying directly to the plant. But tier 1 supply is also taking some supply from tier 2 and tier 3. So by the in the present context, the observation is coming that we should have the last mile connectivity not only at the end of consumer but at the end of supply also. And normally we call up to the manufacturer inbound supply chain, and from manufacturer to consumer we call it outbound supply chain. So far we were targeting from tier 1 supplier to retailer. But now, after COVID-19, the challenge is coming and the new situation is emerging that you should target even to tier 2 and tier 3 and tier 4 suppliers also. Because if any supplier stops working, like you are aware of that, in many other medicines, API is coming from China and many other countries. So if the supply from those countries stops, our whole supply chain will stop. Are you getting my point?
Yes, sir. So one more point is that, say,
Yeah.
as we are talking about this product chain line, so what about the scenario of today's labor chain line? How this supply chain management can be done with this labor, because more of we are the unemployed. So how this will be managed in this supply chain?
Managing the labor.
Yes, how it will be changed to the work oriented. As we are supplying this 1, 2, 3 and like this, and we are going to the warehouse, and this warehouse is supplying to the consumers. So this is what about the finished line, the product finished line. So what about to produce a product? What supply chain has to be adapted for this product to be go to the customers?
What supply chain to be adopted for product to go to the customer? You are talking about the workforce or about the product?
Workforce.
Okay. So see, that is again basically the job of HR, and all we are listening that nowadays after COVID-19, because as you see that most of the workforce had gone to their hometown and many of the plants are suffering over there. So again, see, that is a part of operations that and moreover this is the part of supply chain risk that suppose suddenly some problem happen. As in this case, this kind of situation hardly happens once in decades, that you are sort of your workforce. So I know that many of the companies, what they are doing, that they have started their shift, they are giving different incentives, because see, this is a natural problem which can happen, and many of the time you can't control. So that is a part of your supply chain risk management. And when I talk about supply chain risk management, that you can talk that how much inventory you should keep, Normally we talk about the just in time, and we always talk that we should have the less inventory. But after this situation, the new thought process may come that we should have inventory for a longer time, so that if suppose some disruptions happens, your production should not stop. And moreover, I don't know what is your name, but if you see many of the manufacturing companies like Automobile and BMW, like I visited to BMW a month back before COVID-19, and I found over there that 95% of the job is getting automated, even more than that. So the 95% means that only at the assembly point, at the last stage of manufacturing, some nuts and bolts, fitting bolt manual, the rest of the operation from starting to end was fully automated. So as you all know aware that the industry 4.0 scenario is coming. Now, once this implemented fully, although we are not up to the maturity stage now, then maybe that the requirement of manpower may not be that much. So you can say that is a part of strategy that maybe that companies may think more automation. But see, this situation is not going to prevail for a longer time, because in a country like India, employment is also a scenario, right? So we have to give the employment also. But if you go for automation, like if you see in European countries, in many of the manufacturing plants, if you see, hardly you find any workforce over there. Everything is getting automated. So, but of course, like in IT company, we have a term known as bench strength. That they have some workforce, some engineers, some managers, and whenever they have a new project, they can utilize that workforce for working new project. So that is part of the inventory management in context to workforce. Could you get my point?
Thank you.
Okay. So, see, over here, now we have to manage that how many suppliers we should have, how much inventory we should have at the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, how many manufacturing plants we should have, what should be mode of transport. Like at this time now, you see, after COVID-19, like if you're taking a product from other countries and suppose it was coming through air, now suddenly you have seen that due to disruption in airlines and all those operations, a supply of many of the raw material stopped. So you have to also see that what will be alternate mode of transport, and in place of air, suppose you are shipping or moving for other mode of transport, it will take more time. So again, it may disrupt your supply chain. And again, from distribution centers, what mode of transport should be there? Like someone told that cost is also criteria. Now, only from distribution center to stores you are moving the product. Again, you have to look into that whether it should be full truck load or half truck load. How should you optimize the cost of transportation? Because you know that in supply chain, around 30% cost is coming due to logistic and inventory. So if you see the scope for improvement, we have maximum scope to improve logistic and inventory management to cut down the costs. Because in terms of processes, almost the things are saturated. So there are many issues which you have to manage in supply chain. Now, all of the operations in the supply chain can be classified into three categories. We call them as sourcing, making, and delivery. And these three stages, sourcing, making, and delivery, are called procurement, production, and distribution, can be applicable for every member of the supply chain, whether this is supplier or manufacturer or distributor. So for every member, three functions are performed. Sourcing, how to procure the raw material, how to process it, that is making, and how to deliver it. So you have to manage all the functions related to sourcing, making, or delivery. Or you can say that every member of supply chain is having its own supply chain. So you have to manage the whole value chain in a most coordinated manner. As someone said, that coordination and integration across the supply chain is very important. Now, these are some successful stories which you are all aware that these companies are well known in terms of supply chain. So, for any supply chain, if you want to just understand the effectiveness of supply chain, that how effective is the supply chain, can anyone tell me the very important term by which you can judge the performance of supply chain?
Inventory turnover ratio and days of supply.
Inventory turnover ratio and
Days of supply.
Lead time?
lead time. Okay. Okay. So, what is inventory turnover ratio? What is inventory turnover ratio?
How often,
How often?
how often inventories, the cycle of
Right. How often you are replenishing your inventory? Suppose in a month you are selling 1,000 number of fans. Now you can have a stock. You can give the first order of 1,000 number of fans. You can hold it for a whole month. At the same time, you can give 5 number of orders, each up to 100. So 5 times replenishment. You can give 10 number of orders, each of 100. So it means 100 will be you okay. Now, which is better? Inventory turnover ratio in the first one is 1. In the second, total sales, that is 1,000 divided by 200 is 5. In the third, total sales 1,000 divided by 200, that is 5. And last one, 1,000 divided by 100, that is 10. Which is better, 5, 10 or 1? Which inventory turnover ratio is better, 1, 5 or 10? 10. Okay. So that means you are replenishing the inventory very fast, and when you are replenishing the inventory very fast, it means you are doing multiple orders, right? And when you talk about the inventory management, let me tell you, there are two kind of costs. One is order cost, second is holding cost. So you have to maintain a balance between the two costs, order cost and holding cost. And of course, it will depend upon the kind of product also. Somewhere we would try to give more number of orders, somewhere we try to give the less number of orders, depends on the product only. But let me tell you about inventory turnover ratio first. So as you see, Dell inventory turnover ratio is 58 as compared to industry is 12. It means you can just see how quickly it is replenishing its inventory as compared to other competitors. Walmart is having 9.9 as compared to industry 5.5. Jara is also very quick in terms of replenishing the inventory, and after 15-20 days, it changes the product. So you can see that basically inventory turnover ratio, if you have to compare two companies and you just judge the inventory turnover ratio, and any company which is having better inventory turnover ratio, you can have some idea that this particular supply chain is doing better than others. Because if you have a less inventory turnover ratio, suppose I say 1 as compared to 10, what kind of problem I will face? Suppose I am selling a laptop, 1,000 laptops.
it means that it means that I am accumulating a lot of inventory which is not moving.
Okay. Let me repeat my question. If I'm selling 1,000 number of laptops in a month, one option is that I have inventory turnover ratio 1, means I am giving 1 order of 1,000. Second option is that I am giving 5 orders each of 200. And third option is that I am giving 10 options each of 100. Now, as you told earlier, that third one, that is where the inventory turnover ratio is 10, that is better. Now, why it is better? In the case of laptop, can anyone tell me?
Because it can fulfill the demand in time.
Okay, fine. But in any case, you are having a total stock of 1,000. See, particularly in the laptop or mobile, you see, their product life shelf life is not that much. They are changing very fast. Quickly, you have to replenish. And suppose you could not sell the laptop on time, and you know that after 2-3 months, you take the laptops or mobile, new models come over there. So price depreciate very significantly, and moreover, the holding costs will be very high. Particularly in this such kind of valuable product, the order cost or transportation cost as percentage of the total cost. Suppose I say laptop cost around 70,000, transportation cost may be just 5 to 10%. But if you take the cement, where if you take the cement of 70,000, transportation cost may be 30%. That will be very high. So depending on the product, you can see that the logistic cost may also vary. And when you have to hold inventory for a longer time, maybe that it may be obsolete. It could not survive for a very long time. That is also concern. So some of the concern in the supply chain, on the basis of which we take our decisions, and why supply chain has become very important. I'm just mentioning some of the reasons over here. One is proliferation in product lines or SKUs. The variety of the products is increasing like anything. What is the SKU? Can anyone tell me? Stock keeping units.
The total number of products, including its various varieties, that constitutes the stock keeping.
For every product, suppose you take the Colgate toothpaste, it may have 20 kind of variety. Now, the challenge for supply chain is that when you have 20 varieties, which particular variety you should hold as inventory and at which stage, whether at the supplier side, or manufacturer, or distributor, or retailer, because you're not sure that out of 20, which product will be much in sale. So you have to take into consideration that which SKU you have to keep as inventory. Shorter product life cycle, that is the main challenge today, because you see laptops, mobiles, all those electronic gadgets are changing very frequently. So I was talking to you, suppose you hold the inventory for 3 months, and if you could not sell it, after 3 months, new model comes in the market, then you can see that price may depreciate like anything, and you cannot sell product in the same price. Higher level of outsourcing. Yeah, please. Yes, please.
Sir, I have a question here. Sir, now if I have large number of SKUs and you say that we have to have inventories, so how much of inventories can we afford to have, sir? Because that's what the lean management helps us. We don't know beforehand what customer is going to order. So, but now it is said that we have to have larger inventories. So, how much can we afford to have, sir?
Yeah. Have you given online order to purchase any book sometime?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So you might have observed that when you give online order to purchase any book, because as a professor, all of us purchase a book. Sometimes that book is delivered to you within 5 days or 6 days. Sometimes that book is delivered after 1 month. Why it is so much difference?
I think he is waiting for aggregation.
Not aggregation. Actually, see, all the supply chain have two kind of warehouse. One is centralized warehouse, second is regional warehouse. Right? So suppose centralized warehouse you can have like in Delhi or Bhopal, like that in the center part of the country. And regional warehouse you can have at all the states. Right? So,
Yeah, quite possible, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, so what happens that you have to understand the trend of the demand, that which products are much in demand in a particular region. So those products which are much in demand, you can keep it in your regional warehouse, and those products which are less in demand, you can keep it at central warehouse. So normally, if you give the order and that product is too much in demand, so usually you find that that product is in the regional warehouse or local distribution centers, so it is delivered to you very quickly. But those products which are not much in demand, what do you do? They are stored in the central warehouse, because in central warehouse you are taking care of the demand or requirement of all the regions. In the regional warehouse, you are taking care of the demand of the particular region. So in the central warehouse, you keep the inventory of all the products, all the regions. But in the regional warehouse, normally we keep the inventory of those products which are much in demand in a particular region. So similarly over here also, you have to understand the trend of the demand of the product, and those products which are much in demand, those we keep in the stores or retail stores, and those products which are less in demand, we can have with the distributors or with the other one. So like if you go to purchase the car also, sometimes you see that very common models are normally available with the dealers, but those models which are not very common, normally I have seen that they can distribution centers or centralized warehouse, and from those centralized warehouses, those are delivered to the distribution centers. Could you get my point?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
So you have to decide that which SKU you have to keep near to the customer and which SKU you have to keep in the central warehouse, depending on the demand trend. Because like if you see the toothpaste, it has 20 number of variety. You can't keep all those SKUs in your stores because you have the limited space. So next is any other question, please?
Yes, sir. So I have one question, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, if you actually talk of central warehouse and regional warehouse, do you think the products which are got more demand has to be kept in regional warehouse, or the products which are actually maintaining a balance in terms of sales must be kept in the regional warehouse?
See, normally in the regional warehouse, we have to keep those products near to the regional warehouse, which are much in demand in that particular region. Those products which are rarely demanded, like suppose there is a concept known as risk pooling. Have you heard the term risk pooling?
Yes, sir, I heard a little bit.
So risk pooling is nothing but this is deciding on the central warehouse and regional warehouse. So risk pooling means that those products which are really demanded and those are coming, demands are coming from different regions. So you can keep it in the central warehouse. Those products which are regularly demanded, you can keep it at the regional warehouse because you have to meet the demand on time also. But those products which are really demanded, customers are also knowing that this not very popular product, so you have to wait for some time. So you can keep it at the central warehouse.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And yeah, next point is high level of outsourcing. Now, what is the challenge? Can you tell me? What is the challenge for supply chain today? Yeah, speak something.
If you talk of warehouse, that involves a lot of cost for the company where you stock goods, products and services, whatever you offer to the customers. But ultimately, if there is no sales that is happening for the company, there's likely chance that the inventory cost will go up.
Yeah.
And ultimately, it will have an effect on the sale and it will affect the overall performance of the company.
Right. So see, normally most of the companies nowadays going for outsourcing. They are focusing on their core competency. Like if you are manufacturing the engine, normally you see that you are getting all the components. Like in the case of laptop also, what company is doing is taking the components from different places and assembling only. So you are mainly dependent on the other suppliers also. Rather than doing everything on your own, you are dependent on others. So when you outsource the things, although it can help you in cost saving, but many of the times what can happen, like in the electronics industry, there are many cases when you outsource certain components to some suppliers, after some time they can become your competitors also because they can understand your technology, they can understand your process. So what normally companies do that they do not outsource everything to one supplier, but they outsource to a number of suppliers so that no one is aware of the whole process, whole technology while making a product. So this is one challenge which some companies faces while outsourcing because you are dependent on other partner. Next is shift in power structure in the chain. Shift in power structure in the chain. What does it mean?
Purchasing power, sir. This is about the purchasing power.
Let me ask the question another way. In the supply chain, we have supplier, manufacturer, distributors, and retailers, right? Now, I ask the question from you: who is the most powerful member in this whole supply chain?
Supplier. The product.
Supplier. Okay. Suppose you take the supply chain of Walmart. All of you might have heard it very popular because most of the innovations in supply chain nowadays everyone is talking about supply chain, whether it's a pharma, electronics, anyone. But most of the innovations in the beginning came through Walmart, and Walmart is owned by supply chain. Now Walmart is supplier, manufacturer, distributor, or retailer. What is it?
Sir, it's of all, sir. All.
No. If you just Procter and Gamble,
so even Walmart manufactures the products. Even they have a warehouse.
Mainly it is known for retailing. Mainly it is known for retailing.
He's a retailer.
Yeah.
Walmart is a retailer.
Mainly it is the retailing, right? So, but P&G, which is a manufacturing company and supply the products to the Walmart, but who is more powerful, supplier or retailer?
Sir, in my opinion, customer is more powerful because the money is coming from that node only.
Yeah,
to the supply.
That would have been my next question. But in present question, what I'm asking between the supplier and manufacturer, who is powerful?
Manufacturer.
No, P&G is not powerful. Walmart is powerful.
Walmart is more powerful.
Right. And you will see, if you read the supply chain of Walmart sometime case study, then you'll see that every year they give a lot of pressure on their suppliers to cut down the costs, to cut down the inventory, logistic cost, all those things. But because all those suppliers are highly dependent on Walmart due to high volume, they can't take the chance. So they always make themselves ready to meet the requirements of Walmart. But otherwise, retailer is very powerful. And you know that in the all stores also, retailers decide that which product has to be promoted in the shelf, how much space has to be given for the product, because retailer can decide the wholesale of selling of the product. But another question which I'm going to ask as one has raised, that customer is very important. But in present context, you know that most of the supply chains are getting connected up to the customers also. Till some time back, we were talking about supply chain up to the retailer only. But after these new technologies coming up, of Industry 4.0, big data, machine learning, all that, we are able to connect our customers also. So everything nowadays means all our decisions are influenced by your customers also, because whenever you purchase your product, we try to take the feedback from the customer, what are their views. So nowadays the customers are getting very powerful, but in many of the supply chain, customers are not yet connected very efficiently with the supply chain. But of course, customers can influence your complete product and process design in the supply chain. So could you get my point?
Yes. So I have one more question, sir.
Yeah, please.
So do you have any instance where the supplier can become a manufacturer if the product manufacturing stops by the concerned producer?
Supplier can become?
Do you have any instances where supplier can become a manufacturer? And,
like see, in the case of electronics, what is the name of have you heard that? So electronics, electronic, I think it's the same name in there. It was supplying some component to a big company as a part of outsourcing, but later on it started its own manufacturing and working as a competitor. Earlier it was a supplier, later on it became a competitor to the company to whom it was supplying the product. So some, particularly in electronics industry, this usually happens because you outsource most of the components, and after some time, those suppliers who are earlier supplying the component to a manufacturer or assembly of the product, after some time they themselves become a competitor. So in electronic sector, this is quite popular.
Sir, I have a question, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, just now you said about the power structure. Who owns the supply chain, sir? Who owns the responsibility of the supply chain?
Great. That is very important point. So, all of you might have heard about the supply chain risk management, right? Have you heard about supply chain risk management?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, the previous session also we had supply chain risk management.
Good. So, what does it mean? Who own the risk if your company make a loss? Suppose Maruti made the car and in the month of March and it could not sell in the market in the month of April, sale was zero. You know, Maruti, that was the first time that sale was zero in the month of April, I think. Yeah. And this was the case for most of the automobile company. Now, who will bear the loss?
The focal firm will bear the loss. I understand this. I think.
No. Let me share with you. Nowadays, all these supply chains, there are different kind of contracts. We normally call it supply contracts. And in the ideal supply chain, whatever profit or loss is there, it is shared across different members of supply chain. I'm talking about ideal supply chain. And they have the contract that how much profit or loss will be shared across the across all the members of supply chain. Nowadays, suppose you sell certain components to Maruti will make you the payment only after selling the final product, because your payment will be not based on that how many components you have supplied. It can be for other companies also, other manufacturing plants also. So it is based on that how many final products have been sold in the market. So all the profit or loss are shared across different members of supply chain, and that is a part of the different agreement or contract between different members of supply chain. Because nowadays, earlier was the trend that all the suppliers will try to sell their maximum number of products to the buyer, and once they sell it, they will feel that they are now free. And due to that reason, what happened? The buyer will purchase less number of quantity because why you have the inventory, and if you have the less number of units, obviously you may have the stock out. So when you have the stock out or you have the extra inventory, that is the loss. Nowadays, whether the loss is coming or the buyer or the supplier or the manufacturer, ultimately that is going to affect the product cost, right? So this is the reason that when we talk about the cost minimization, like all of you mentioned in the beginning, cost minimization not at one level, but cost minimization at the level of supply chain. So across the supply chain, we have number of agreements and contract, and whatever profit and loss is there, that is shared accordingly. Could you get my point? Yes, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So next point is taxation structure driven location decision. What does it mean? How does it impact supply chain? Can anyone answer?
Different religion, the taxation
Now
policies.
we know that uh, if you see the, I don't know how many of you from Himachal, if you take the case of Baddi, or you take some Pantnagar, in UP, and earlier you see that 20 years back when I did my master from IIT Roorkee, at that time in Haridwar there was only one company, that was BHEL, and now if you go to Haridwar, you'll see that hundreds of companies are there. Reason being that government has given a lot of incentives, tax benefits, and similarly many of the companies have moved to the northeastern states, only give tax benefits for 5 years or 10 years. Now what happens that if you're manufacturing in suppose in northeast, or you're manufacturing in Himachal Pradesh, but your demand is in southern part of the country, what problems you are going to face? What problems you are going to face?
Transferring of products.
Yeah, transportation costs will be very high, and because the lead time will very high, so you have to keep lot of warehousing costs,
Yeah.
storage costs, inventory costs. And when you talk about inventory, there are many costs like insurance, maintenance, options costs. All these costs are there. So you have to maintain a proper balance between the lead time and the total inventory. So there is not a proper balance between the location of different plants, because due to tax benefits, companies locate their plant in those regions where tax benefits are there. But demand and supply may be at other regions which are quite far away. That increases your total cost of your product, and it will make your supply chain uh, less competitive. So that is also a challenge now. Next is globalization of manufacturing. All of you listening nowadays that after COVID-19, we are facing a lot of problems. Reason being that all the supply chains are global in nature. Different components, parts are coming from different places, manufacturing at different places, distribution at different places, retailing at different places. So how to network, how to coordinate, how to ensure the flow of information across that, how to ensure the minimum inventory at all the points. Because as I said that nowadays we are trying to improve the efficiency and performance of the whole supply chain. Maybe that at the manufacturer level, you do not have any inventory. Like Nordic does not have any inventory; it has just 2 hours inventory. But if the suppliers are having huge inventory, or distributors are having huge inventory, then it will increase the product cost. Or you say that your supplier is not able to supply the product on time, then whole of the assembly line will stop working. So you will see that how to manage this distributor supply chain across different regions and countries, that is the biggest challenge today. So these are some of the challenges which we face. Now we have taken a number of decisions like we have discussed. It may be related to location, it may be related to product design, process design, production scheduling, location. So yeah, any question please? Yeah, any question please? So depending on the time frame that your decision is going to impact for how long, like suppose you have to decide the location. Now it's a long-term decision. You can't change, like most of the suppliers are located in China, and manufacturing being done in India. If you see from many of the manufacturing companies, a lot of supply, 40 to 50% coming from China. Now, you can't change this decision in within a day. You need a lot of time to establish your suppliers and distribution centers. So this is long-term decision. We call it strategic decision. Some of the decisions which we take on monthly basis to procure the raw material or inventory, that may be planning. Some of the decisions we take on the routine basis, daily basis, that how many shifts should be there, how many machines should be there, how many workers should be there. Those are operational decisions. So these are the three kind of decisions normally which we have. Now, next part which I am going to discuss with you, you might have heard about that. That is push and pull based strategy in supply chain. So, can anyone make out the difference between push based process and pull based process in supply chain? This is a very common term. I know that you might have heard it. but I want to discuss with you that how do we decide the push and pull boundary, which function should be done push basis, which functions, which products, which process should be done pull basis, where should be your push and pull boundary, because you have seen in the supply chain, you have suppliers, manufacturers, distributor, retailer. How to decide the push and pull boundary? These are the major challenges. So now, can anyone tell me what is push-based process, what is pull-based process? Yeah, anyone please?
Sir, push is based on anticipation of the customer demand.
Okay.
And then pull is only when we get order from the customers, we try to produce the same and then distribute it.
Okay, well, so let me define it. Push-based process, those process which you do on the basis of forecasting. Like if you forecast that in the month of November, the sales of the car will increase by 20%. If you forecast that in the next month, maybe that demand for two-wheelers will increase by 10%. So all the functions done based on forecasting. If I know that demand has to increase by 20%, 10%, now what I do, I have to procure the raw material, components, considering the new demand. I have to manage my production plant. I have to manage my machines, workforce, all that. That kind of functions which we manage based on forecasting, long-term planning, that is known as post-based process. All those functions which we manage on the basis of actual demand, that which product has to be supplied to the customer, that is known as pull-based process. So in whole supply chain, all functions can be classified either push-based process or pull-based process. Those functions which you manage based on forecasting, or you can say anticipation also, we call it push-based process. All those functions which you manage on the basis of actual demand of the customer, we call it pull-based process. Is the difference clear to everyone? Is the difference clear to everyone?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Can anyone give me any example? That this is push-based process, this is pull-based process.
Sir, classical example of pull process, sir, the basic colors of paint are manufactured beforehand and then only when customer comes,
Very good. You are giving very good example of Asian paints, like any paint company, that they have the master shades, and after mixing master shades, you can produce any kind of color. So normally, what retailers have, they have some master shades, and depending on the customer requirements, they will mix some master shades, and they'll be able to produce the color of your demand that is pull based. But having the inventory of the master shades, that is push based. Is it right? Is it right?
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Similarly, if you take the case of Dell laptop, now company has to maintain inventory, a motherboard, processors, mouse, all that. Why it has to maintain inventory? Please tell me of these components, products, motherboard, processor, CPU, mouse. Why it has to maintain inventory?
Sir, replacement may.
Yes, please.
As a part of AMC,
I cannot just like that produce it.
So everyone,
sir,
I
one thing,
cannot
sir.
just like that produce the things.
lead time, sir.
Sir, repairing may use
Sir, as a part of AMC, once a customer buys a product from Dell,
Okay, let me tell you, lead time to procure different components, motherboard, processor, CPU, may vary from days to the month. Some of the suppliers may take 10 days, some of the suppliers may take 15 days, some of the suppliers may take 20 days. So after getting the order from customer, can you give this order to your suppliers? Is it possible? Because customers are ready to wait just for a few days, and your suppliers are taking 15, 20 days or one month. So you can't give the order of these components to the suppliers after getting the order. So what you have to do? You have to keep the inventory, right? So this is what, this is based on forecasting that, okay, this much demand may be there. But how do you configure the laptop? How do you configure the laptop? After getting the order from the customer.
On the basis of actual demand. On the basis of actual demand.
Yeah, that's on the basis. So after getting the actual demand, you configure the laptop, but you maintain the inventory of the all components through what? Through forecasting. So that is push-based. So all the operations can be divided either push-based or pull-based process. Like I am taking this session, or you take your session in the class. Normally, you prepare your session on basis of what that you are going to take this class. Yeah, like I have taken this session of supply chain. So I have prepared this session because Professor Mohit discussed with me 10 days back. So I had anticipation that I have taken this session. But what answer I have to reply to your queries or questions, that is based on your real demand. I'll get my point. So when I'm answering your questions, that is pull based. But preparing the session, coming for this session, that is what, that is push based. Another example maybe, could you get my point or not?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very nice example.
Okay, good. And I don't know how many of you are engineers, but I'm also an engineer. And at my time when I did the engineering, at that time and even today also, most of us prefer that our kids should go for engineering because this was the forecasting that engineer is the best profession at that time. But after engineering, how to decide whether you go for MBA or MTech or MS, what you have to do? How to decide? Tell me. How to decide?
Current market situation.
Yeah, current market scenarios. That's right. Like many of us nowadays, when I was doing my BTech, at that time students were going mainly for MTech. Hardly anyone was going for MBA. Because at that time, MBA was not that much popular and everyone was going for MTech and good scholarship was there. Because market demand was there for MTech, not for MBA. But in present context, you see, and after BTech, most of the students may join engineering profession, but after 2 years, 3 years, everyone is trying to IMS or MDI or FMS like that because they know that demand is there from management side. So depending on the demand in the market, they decide their profession that what they should do after graduation. So you do graduation based on forecasting or your perception or anticipation, but next decision that is pull based. So first one is push based, next decision is pull based. And let me tell you, when you join MBA program, I don't know how many of you are MBA, you should join the MBA program. In first year they have the common courses, but in the second year they have to decide different electives. And how do they decide the elective? Can anyone answer?
Again, based on the market's demand.
Based on the markets, like nowadays, jobs are for analytics, decision making, and all that. So students are looking for those subjects, analytics, so which are more in demand in the market. So they decide the elective based on the demand of the market. That is pull based. But doing the first year course, basic course, which is very common all the time, that is push based. So core courses are mainly the push-based process, and elective courses which you do based on the requirement and the market demand, that is pull-based process. So is there the difference between push-based and pull-based clear to you? Is it clear to everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you give me any other example of push-based and pull-based? Can you give me other example?
If we go for this engineering and doing the engineering course, again we are going for
Yes,
some.
sir, I can give one example.
Different software to be learned. Then
Okay. Right. So learning of the software, very true. Learning of software is depending upon that what is demand in the that particular sector. Yeah. Another example someone wanted to give. Yes, please.
सर होम की रिक्वायरमेंट होती है, उसकी वजह से ना वो सीमेंट और रॉ मटेरियल की रिक्वायरमेंट जनरेट होती है.
Okay, right. नहीं, वो तो देखो जो रियल एस्टेट में है दैट विल बी डन ऑन फोरकास्टिंग बेस्ड. But when you're working in the real estate, you can manage this inventory, but what kind of color and design you have to give in the homes, that will be pull based. Like if you take the case of furniture industry, अब ये फर्नीचर बना रहे हैं आप तो procuring the raw material that you would, that will be based on pull based. But what shape and design has to be made, that will be pull based.
Pull based.
Do you agree with me?
Yes, sir. Sir, I have one more example.
Give me.
Sir, when we are doing coursework for the PhD.
Okay,
so
that is right.
So one subject research methodology is taught to everyone who is doing so it is push based.
Very true, very true, very true.
It is push based. And the other subjects that we take in coursework, that depends in which area we are focusing our PhD. If we are focusing in supply chain management, then we will take subject according to supply chain management. And if my area is material, then I will take according to material. Like
yeah, and moreover, let me be very specific that when you do the research methodology, you do the basic concept. And you know how to design the questionnaire, how to design your data sets and methodology steps, all that basic concept. But when you really apply your technique for your problem, then you have to decide whether you have to apply structural equation modeling, factor analysis, regression, which particular tool is suitable for your problem. That will depending upon your requirement. But when you did the coursework, you did the basic understanding of the subject. But while applying the tools for your problem, that is your pull base. But studying the basic course, that is what push base. Then you understand that how to do the research, what are basic steps of research, how to proceed further. But while applying those tools in your writing research papers or doing your research work, you have to be very particular that which tool is very popular or very useful for you. So that is what pull base. Could you get it?
right.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, so should I move to the next one? So these are different decisions which we normally manage in your supply chain, and we face the challenges while taking these decisions, like distribution network and configuration. So can anyone tell me in distribution network and configuration what are challenges? Yeah, can anyone tell me distribution network and configuration, what are challenges? What should we do? Distribution network means how you have to distribute the product from manufacturing to customers.
Distributing network means what is the in which process you will be distributing the product to the customers, like whether you will use which will be the shortest network and where the lead time will be minimized and cost can be decreases. That will be the distribution
right.
network.
So distribution network means you have to manage that how many warehouses you should have, how many distribution centers you have, how many manufacturing plants you should have, and how to distribute the product. Whether you go for direct shipping, means directly from manufacturing plant to the customers, or you can go through distribution centers or through retailers. How product will be supplied, what mode of transport should be there, how much inventory and all that warehousing, safety stock, all these things you have to decide. So that is the part related to distribution network. Next is inventory control. What is the challenge in inventory control? You tell me.
Stock holding or finished or semi-finished or finished product.
Have you heard some inventory management models?
Yeah, EOQ modules and
okay.
One more that is
EOQ model, economic order quantity model.
Right. So let me tell you, there are two policies. Which one?
Periodic review and continuous review.
Yeah, that's right one. There are two policies to manage inventory.
Replacement models.
So mainly we do the inventory management by two policies: continuous review policy and periodic review policy. So what is the difference between these two?
Continuous?
What is the difference between continuous review policy and periodic review policy? Let me tell you, the difference between these two is that how do you review your inventory? How do you review your inventory means you have to see that how much. Yeah.
Sir, in continuous review, you would always check the inventory level, and if it is falling below the reorder point, then you place an order. So
very good.
This is your continuous review. Periodic review in the sense, after certain period of time, we would check the inventory level and then bring it back to the requisite level.
Very true, very true. That's right. So, continuous review means you have to continuously review the product. What is the inventory left? How much stock you have to give? How much order you have to give? Periodic review means you have to review inventory after 3 months or 1 month, means after such a long time period. Now, tell me for which product you will go for continuous review policy and for which product you will go for periodic review. Can anyone tell me?
That is for continuous production like refineries.
Hello. Yeah, process industries. In the process industry, we need the continue reviewing.
Okay.
And in lot size and other industries, we are reviewing after some periods.
So, okay, fine. Let me tell you a simple difference. Those products which are consumed very frequently, very fast, that we call normally FMCG, fast moving consumer goods, you have to review the inventory on a continuous basis. Those products which are not consumed very frequently, consumed very slowly, there we review the inventory on certain interval of time that we call periodic review policy. So, like if you take any product which is consumed very frequently, like if you go to malls, in shopping malls. Now, how do they review the inventory? Have you seen any stock in those shops? There are a number of shops in the shopping mall. Do they maintain any inventory? Please tell me. Do they maintain any inventory? There are a number of shops in the shopping malls. Have you seen any inventory or stock maintained by those shopping malls?
Yeah, there are some stocks are maintaining that which are fast moving.
So basically, whatever stock is there, that is placed in the shelf only, in the shop only. They do not have any other thing, right? So what happens?
No slowdown.
Right. No. So what happens? There is another term coming over here, that is VMI, vendors managed inventory. So continuous review system is also known as sometimes VMI, vendors managed inventory. Means you are continuously reviewing the inventory. Like suppose in the shopping mall, what happens whenever we purchase a product, immediately a message is sent to the buyer. You also get the message that you have purchased this product. Same message is sent to the suppliers, manufacturers, distributors, retailers. So everyone is well aware that how much stock is there, how much stock is left. So suppose you see that the stock is left only for 2 days, and your supplier is taking 2 days to deliver the product. What do you do? What do you do? You will put immediate order. You will start delivering the product because lead time required is 2 months, 2 days, and time the product is left only for 2 days. But in other products which are consumed very slowly, hardly once or twice in a month, normally you review after 6 months or 3 months. So those are known as periodic review policy systems. So normally fast-moving consumer products are reviewed by the continuous review system, and slow-moving products like let me tell you another example. Like in your purse, you have some money all the time. Now, how will decide that when you have to withdraw the money from ATMs? How will decide? How will decide that you have to go to ATM and take the money? And all of you have money in your wallet, in your purse. How do you decide? आजकल तो बता हम लोग credit debit card रखते हैं, so we do not have the cash. But normally we see that all the time we say that okay, this much money should be there. All the time like 1,000 rupees. But so normally you have 2,000 rupees. The moment it reaches 1,000, you go to your ATM and take some money. So you decide a minimum level, and when the minimum level reaches, you go to the ATM and take the money. So you are continuously reviewing that how much money is left with you, right? So that is your continuous review policy. But periodic review policy means like suppose you have some cash in your home, and that's why emergency maybe 50,000 or 70,000. So normally you review after some time that okay, how much money is left, or maybe after 1 month or 2 months, and you see that 50,000 is left. So what do? You'll take a next 20,000 and make it 70,000. So after certain time we review it and make it up to certain level. So that is periodic review system. Could you make the difference between these 2 points? Continuous review and periodic review?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, so like in our colleges also, all the inventory of furnitures, fans, projectors, all these are not reviewed continuously. How do they review? They review after 1 semester or 1 year or 1 trimester, and they will see that okay, at the end of semester, how much stock is there. Based on that, they give the order. So that is what that is periodic review system. But if you see in your messes where the vegetables, food items are consumed continuously, so you have to review on the continuous basis that how much stock is there. So sometimes when more demand is there, you can go to the market after 1 day or 2 days. When less demand is there, you can go after 7 days or 10 days like that. So that is continuous review system. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
So can you give me any other point or differentiation between these two?
Here in inventory control also we can apply this line of balance.
What is that?
That is to know where the actual the stocks are. We are controlling how the stocks will be there. Line of balance. So in this one, this is one of the tool for this operation to be controlled.
Yeah, okay. So nowadays, see, in the supply chain, after point of sales data being shared, nowadays you can keep the stock or keep the information of inventory across the supply chain with the suppliers, manufacturers, distributors, retailers. So after coming up with new technologies, Industry 4.0 based system, you can have the proper idea that how much inventory is in a particular member of supply chain. And let me tell you, again, you have to decide that where you should have the inventory, whether you should have the inventory at the supplier side, or manufacturer side, or distributor side. Normally, you might have seen that inventory is kept with the supplier, not with the manufacturer. What may be the reason for that? Normally, if you see most of the manufacturing company, they keep the inventory with the suppliers. Like Maruti have the inventory for just few hours, but their suppliers have the inventory. Why it is so?
Holding cost to be minimized.
Right. Like suppose you take, I'm speaking from Gurgaon, and suppose I say if you have the store in Gurgaon, warehousing cost is very high, and wages cost for Maruti will be very high. But if you have the suppliers located in Sonipat, Rohtak, or any other remote place, their wages and warehousing costs both will be low. So most of the time, what happens as an agreement, you decide that we should have the inventory with the supplier because supply inventory management cost at the supplier side will be lesser as compared to your manufacturing plant. So this is the reason that you keep the inventory with the supplier, not with the plant. Next is production sourcing. Again, sourcing means from where you have to do the sourcing of your raw material components, how many suppliers you should have, whether suppliers should be located at one place or multiple places. Like about the COVID-19, there is a shift in your strategy. Like earlier, most of the supplies used to come from China. Now we have started thinking that we should have supply base at other places also, not only at one place. So this is a new trend coming. Supply contracts, as I said, that in supply chain nowadays you're not working in isolation. You always have some contract between different members of supply chain. And if you sell your product, yes please. Yes please, any question? So supply contract means like you say that how profit and loss will be shared different members of supply chain, because otherwise what happens, buyer will try to purchase less quantity and supplier will try to sell maximum quantity. So there should not be such kind of attitude, but we should maintain a balance, and this way we have to keep some contract by which all members of supply chain work with a mutual trust. Mutual trust means there should be trust among the supply chain members that how our supply chain can perform well. Distribution strategy means again that whether we should have a centralized warehouse, a decentralized warehouse, how many decentralized warehouse you have, and because if you have the centralized warehouse, although the cost of maintenance and operation may be less, but the lead time to supply the product to the customers may be very high. So due to that, your customers may not be satisfied. So you have to keep some regional warehousing. So how many regional warehouses you should have? What mode of transport you should have? All these decisions you have to take while deciding your distribution strategy. Strategic partnership means what kind of partnership you are having with the suppliers, manufacturers, and distribution. Normally, nowadays we are having long-term partnership. Earlier, the trend was that it was a short-term partnership, and everyone was trying to maximize their performance. That we call local optimization. When every member in the supply chain tries to maximize its own performance, that is known as local optimization. But nowadays, in supply chain, we are trying to maximize the performance of whole supply chain, and that we call global optimization. The next part is outsourcing and offshoring. Outsourcing, I said that many of the components product we outsource to third party. Offshoring means some production systems we have other in other countries, like rather than having it in our country, we can have it in Vietnam and China to reduce the cost. Next is product design. Product design is also very important. Whether you are having a modular product or you are having an integrated product, can anyone make the difference between modular product and integrated product? Because that is very important nowadays. Because we want that our supply chain should be flexible and agile, and for that, designing a product is very important. What is the difference between modular product and integrated product?
Sir, in modular product, the components can be broken down and they can be, they can be replaced. There is no need of replacing the entire product. Whereas in integrated product, the entire product has to be replaced.
Okay, fine. Let me explain by two examples. One is the laptop, second is the engine. Now in the laptop, you see all those components, motherboard, processor, CPU, everything. You can fit it into any kind of laptop, any kind of configuration, depending on the market requirement. So you can have the inventory and you can fit as per the requirement. But normally in the engine, all the components are designed from top to down approach. Top to down approach means, like suppose you have to design in your 200 horsepower. Even a small nut and bolt will be designed based on that how much power has to be transmitted. You can't take a simple nut and bolt from one engine and you can fit it to other. Leave apart other components like connecting rod, pistons, valves, all that. So every component is designed from top to down approach. But in the laptop or your computer system desktop, you see that all of you can easily assemble, disassemble. You take one part from one, fit into other one. So easily it's interchangeable. But in the integrated product, it's not easily interchangeable. Now tell me which will give you more flexibility, modular or integrated?
Modular will be giving more modular.
So nowadays in the supply chain, there's a requirement that you have to be very flexible. You have to meet the requirement of the masses, mass customization. You have to be flexible. So for that, our supply chain should be such that product design should be modular in nature. So nowadays everyone is trying to be modular in nature, like many of the automobile companies also, although very less customization there. But as you see that if you take their laptop or paints, they can customize as per the requirement. But even the automobile sector also, now they are trying to customize up to significant level depending on the customer requirement, that what kind of headlights you need, what kind of color you need, what kind of backlights you need. So they can customize some part of your product. So we are trying to make our product modular in nature because that is easy to assemble and disassemble. It gives you more flexibility, and integrated products like you take the engine. It's not easy to assemble and disassemble for everyone. Many of us may be engineers in mechanical engineering, but hardly anyone can do simple assembly and disassembly of the engine. But if you take any graduates or any even +2, he can easily assemble and disassemble the laptop or the computer desktop. So it gives you more flexibility when you have a modular design. So nowadays we are trying to have modular design in our supply chain. Is it clear? Is it clear?
Yes, sir, clear.
Okay, next part is IT, but I'll extend it further that it's not only IT nowadays, it's a complete industry 4.0 technologies. And as a supply chain professional, all of you should know that what are those industry 4.0 technology like big data, machine learning, cloud computing, all these are new emerging technologies which are changing significantly to supply chain. How these technologies are impacting your inventory management, how these technologies are impacting your product design, process design, logistic. Like through these technologies, you can easily do the proper tracking and testing of your any product. You can do the proper tracking of the inventory in your warehousing. You can do the proper tracking of your truck and logistics systems, that how much time your truck will be taking, how much stock is there, and it reduces the time of scanning also. So nowadays new technologies are coming that known as Industry 4.0 is a new system. And last is smart pricing. We also call it dynamic pricing. So do you know what is dynamic pricing? You might have heard it.
Yes, sir. Wednesday market of Big Bazaar.
Yeah. Okay. So how to change your prices? Like in the peak season, the hotel industry increases prices. In the off season, they decrease the rates. In the airlines industry also, you see that price fluctuates depending on the demand. So how do you change your pricing so that you could have maximum utilization of your resources? You could sell your maximum products. So these are new changes coming up over there in the supply chain. Apart from that, nowadays all of us are trying that our supply chain should meet towards the sustainability. So we are trying to take the decisions so that we could move from a linear economy to circular economy. Linear economy means like we take the product, use it, and throw it. Nowadays, we are not trying to throw it, but we are trying to take it back and reuse it and recycle it. So complete cycle is completed, so that is known as circular economy. So new research areas are coming nowadays, like how can you use those technologies to make your supply chain more sustainable, or how can you move toward the circular economy by using those new technologies coming in the system. So these are new developments and new challenges. So major challenge nowadays that by managing these processes, how can you make your supply chain more sustainable, more technology oriented, so that you could reduce the lead time, you could reduce the cost, you could be more resilient. Resilient means how do you absorb those disruptions, like in present context, you have to absorb those disruptions. That is very important. How much? I think time is over, right? So I have to stop over here. But in any case, if you have any query about, you can ask me. Yeah.
Sir, sir, there in the last slide you have told 2 points: supply contracts and strategic partnership. So in the strategic partnership, you have told that we are making some terms and conditions between the manufacturer, supplier, retailer, every node of the supply chain network. And in supply contract also, we are deciding some terms conditions between the supplier and us. So is the supply contract is a part of strategic partnership, or it is different point?
See, you both points are right. Supply contract basically the agreements that how to selling the product to your buyer or other members of supply chain, because nowadays no one want to take the risk in alone. Now, so you have to make some agreements or contract between buyers and suppliers that if you sell this much product, how much profit are this to be sold, and suppose the products are getting returned back. Suppose as a retailer, I have given the order of 100 laptops and I could not sell in the market. And if I return back to the manufacturer, how this profit and loss will be shared. So these kind of contracts are there. But what I'm to tell you that these contracts help you to develop the strategic partnership. Strategic partnership means long-term partnership where you help your suppliers in developing the product, in developing the process, rather than taking the supplier for one time, which was a 10, 20 years back, that out of 10 suppliers, we used to select one supplier or two suppliers based on the cost, quality, and few more parameters. But nowadays, most of the supply chains are working with very few number of suppliers. That is known as vendors rationalization. So in the vendors rationalization means for every product we are having only one or two suppliers. So but if you do not have the contract that how the profit and risk will be shared, you can't have a strategic partnership or long-term partnership. So you can say that these contracts help you to achieve the objective of strategic partnership. Could you get my point? Yes, please. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, I have got the point.
Okay. Any other question, please?
Can you throw some light on disruptive supply chain? The current
Disruptive
scenario we
Yeah.
are experiencing this.
Yeah. Present context, you take any example, any supply chain that is getting disrupted either due to supply of the raw material or due to manufacturing, like someone mentioned that workforce is not there. So even like I know that Habits is there and that company is making the product, fans and electric products. Demand is there, but I was talking to someone, they are not having a workforce. And there are a lot of raw material and components are coming from China, so their supply is getting affected. And even the demand is there, but they are not able to manufacture due to shortage of the workforce, shortage of supply, and sometimes in somewhere like supply is there. In the automobile sector and many other products, supply is there, but demand is not there. So that is also disruption. The disruption can be due to your sourcing side, it may be due to demand side, it may be due to technological disruptions also, like new technology is coming and if you're not coping up with the new technologies, you're not adopting those technologies, you are going to feel sure that as you see that if you just compare the Nokia phone and all of us, I don't know how many of us purchased that first time Nokia 1100. At that time, Nokia was number one, but because it could not change with the time, and new mobiles came and which was very smart in terms of functions. So Nokia could not move with the race. So disruptions may be due to technology, disruptions may be due to supply, disruptions may be due to demand. Like in present context, almost the supply chain, except FMCG sector, supply is there. You can manage the supply, demand is not there. How to store, where to store, that is a disruption. Disruptions may be due to sustainability also. Like if you see in Europe, when you're making the product, condition that 80 to 90% products should be recyclable. Now, if the same condition is imposed in India, we are not ready to meet those challenges because we are working with the traditional practices. We are not using the recyclable packaging and making raw material which we could easily recycle and make it more sustainable. And suppose one day government make the rule that 80 to 90% products should be recyclable, so that will be disruption for us. So nowadays industries are moving from linear economy to circular economy. So disruption is coming from sustainability side. So a lot of disruption may be there across the supply chain. Could you get my point?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Disruption is happening in another example. Just 1 minute. Disruption is happening in our academics also. I have heard that many of the B schools are not getting their students. So disruption is in the demand side. Their faculty members are there, infrastructure is there, but the students are not there. That is again a disruption in the academics.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
One more from the Suram.
Yeah. Dr. Mohit, you want to say something?
Yes, sir. There is one query from Shubham.
Please ask.
So Shubham is asking about the strategic partnership and outsource. Means how can we assure that the vendor will be available to fill our requirement, and which methodology we can use to check their capability. Means this query is related to vendorship. Means how we can ensure that partnership and outsourcing strategic relationship of that.
Okay. See, let me tell you, in the outsourcing and strategic partnership, simple definition that in outsourcing, you outsource the product to some third party. And that is the complete responsibility of the third party to make the product as per your specifications. And you'll check the product when it reaches to you. But if you take the case of strategic partnership, the classic example can be from automobile sector. Again, I'll cite Maruti. And Maruti had number of suppliers located to its vicinity. And normally what happens, Maruti engineers visit to their suppliers. They help them in developing the product, developing the processes, training them to new technology, like new industry 4.0 technology is coming, and all these OEMs and big companies are helping their suppliers to upgrade their technology, upgrade their process. So that is the relationship which is known as strategic partnership. And because and this is the reason that when supply is coming from the suppliers to Maruti, they do not have the quality check, and all the components are directly delivered to the assembly line. That we call directly online, rather than checking it at the starting point, then sending to the assembly line. It's directly supplied to the assembly line. So that is a part of the strategic partnership. But when you're outsourcing, you have to check it that whether it's meeting your quality standards or not. Could you make out? Yeah, Stoki, Mr. Subham Stoki.
Subham Rastogi? I think he has leave. So there is one more query from Avias. It is regarding the SCM strategies. Means how SCM can be designed.
How?
SCM, supply chain management strategies, can be designed. It is
very good. I think this is a very broad area, but let me tell you at a nutshell, 2-3 things you should understand when while deciding the supply chain strategy or designing. That like one point I told you that what inventory turnover you want to keep, because inventory turnover is one of the parameters that will help you to judge your performance. And second is that where you should have your push and pull boundary. Like I forgot to give one example. Earlier, BMW was importing complete product over here in India. The cost was around 80 lakhs for that product, but it was getting imported to India. Now, what they did later on, that they started it as a secretive form to India, and they started assembly in India itself. So by just moving the push and pull boundary from Germany to India, getting the assembly done in India, they could save the 10 lakh rupees in one product. So it's just a small shift from one place to other place. It's a small shifting of push and pull boundary. But just by making a small change, you could save the 10 lakh rupees. So how to decide your push and pull boundary? How to decide your network, that how many warehousing, how many centralized warehouse, how many distributors warehousing, what kind of mode of transport, because nowadays we can't depend on one mode of transport. We have road, rail and air. How to mix different mode of transport, how many suppliers you should have. And biggest point to design supply chain, that is service level. Whether you are giving 100% service level or you are giving 80% service level. And another question I'll be asking to all of you, whether you'll have the same service level to all the customers or different service level. You'll have a clear idea that how to design the supply chain. Tell me, whether you have the same service level for your all customers or different service level to different customers. Anyone can answer? Can anyone answer? Different. Yeah, Rohit Bharti is saying different. That's good. So yeah, suppose you take any company like if a tire supplying company supplying to Maruti. When they are supplying to Maruti, or Sriram Piston supplying pistons to Maruti, when they are supplying to Maruti, they give 100% service level. But when they are supplying the same component, same product to secondary market, or the spare parts to maintenance and secondary market, their service level is not 100%, it means 70% or 80%. So your supply chain strategy will be different for Maruti and for secondary market. Similarly, if you take the case of PNG, when PNG is supplying the components to Walmart, when supplying products to Walmart, service level is 100%. But when they are supplying to retail stores in the secondary market, that will be 70%. Means for Walmart, they supply the product to their stores, but for other retailers, they ask them to take it from their distribution center. So you have to keep different strategy, different service level to different customers. And depending on the service level, your inventory level will also change. When you are giving the 100% service level, you will have more safety stock. But when you are giving less service level, your safety stock will be less. So all those things will be depending upon your service level, what level of service you are giving to your customers. And service level can't be same. Like Zomato is delivering the product in 30 minutes, and if they have to cut down the time from 30 minutes to 20 minutes, they have to change the complete supply chain structure, that how many boys they should have, what mode of transport should be there, how many restaurants should be there. So you have to decide what service level you want to give to your customers. Based on your service level, all of the parameters will decide it. Inventory, push and pull boundary, warehousing, logistics, mode of transport, all that. Could you get it? Any other question, please?
Thank you, sir, for this informative talk. So, Professor Singh has covered in this lecture the many issues related to supply chain and supply chain strategies, the theme of global supply chain value addition, and success stories of Dell, Walmart, and Zara Corporation, and many challenges in supply chain dynamics, and a very healthy discussion with the partners. So I pay the thanks on the behalf of our committee, Dr. Tunkos, to Professor Singh, to deliver this nice talk and a healthy discussion with the partners. Thank you, sir.
So thank you, Professor Mohit, and all participants for nice interaction. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Your lecture was very informative, very interesting.
Thank you. I also enjoyed, but unfortunately, I could not have a chatting box while presentation. Otherwise, it would have been better. Normally, we have Zoom, and Zoom is very interactive. क्या बोल जी?
But no problem, sir. But you have covered all the queries of participants.
Yeah, I have covered, but if you could have the chat box and this both audio, then this is very interactive. Like we take the Zoom, that's very good. But normally I take this session through Zoom. But ये मेरा पहला था इसमें गूगल में तो.
Next time we will.
Anyway, thank you very much to everyone. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, dear participants, now it's the time of lunch. We will take lunch and we will meet at evening session 3 p.m. So please, I'm requesting you to join 10 or 15 minutes before, because mostly participants are joining after starting the session. It is creating the problem. So I request you all, take a healthy lunch and not sleep, and we will meet again after lunch at around, try to join us at around 2:50. Okay. Thank you so much.
ऑन कर दिया अपना
ठीक है, क्लियर आ रही है? चलिए ठीक है, तो मैं जरा सा एक सेकेंड मैं आपको ये कर रहा हूँ, मैं योर एंटायर स्क्रीन आप शेयर कर लें, ठीक है, शेयर कर लेते हैं और नीचे से मैं आपका ये जो है वो कंटेंट भी देना पड़ेगा ना, शेयर में हमने ये किया, आप देख पा रहे हैं हमारा सीन? अच्छा, तो मैं कैसे करूँगा? एक सेकंड मैं शेयर को कैंसिल करूँ और अब ये है प्रेजेंट नाउ, मैंने कर लिया, क्लिक कर लिया। अब ये है 3 ऑप्शंस, क्रोम, बेस्ट वीडियो, योर एंटायर स्क्रीन। इसमें कौन सा करें? विंडो करें? विंडो में हम करें और शो द एप्लीकेशन विंडो, इतना मीट ऑनलाइन, उतना शेयर कैसे करें? शेयर उतना ये शेयर को शेयर द कंटेंट, अगर हम शेयर करना चाहें तो कैसे करें? शेयर तो नहीं रहा, मैंने क्लिक कर दिया, पीपीटी खुली हुई है हमारी, पीपीटी मेरी खुली हुई है, पीपीटी मैंने खोल दिया, पीपीटी खोलने के बाद एक सेकंड खोली मैंने और एक सेकंड मैंने शेयर क्रोम वांट्स यू टू, मैं जैसे इसको पीपीटी खोले हुआ हूँ, मैं शेयर कर रहा हूँ, विंडो शेयर, विंडो एप्लीकेशन को वांट्स टू शेयर द कंटेंट्स विद अस, चूज व्हाट यू वुड लाइक टू शेयर, चूज में इसमें ऑप्शन आता है, वो पीपीटी वाला वो कहाँ आता है? कौन से? एक मिनट, तो हम प्रेजेंट वाले में हम करते हैं और एंटायर स्क्रीन हम कर रहे हैं और अब हम इसको शेयर कर रहे हैं। शेयर करने के बाद मेरी पीपीटी खुली हुई है, आप तो दिख रहा है मुझे, तो मैं शेयर करूं अगर तो ये कहां से मिलेगा? एक मिनट, एक सेकंड, wants you to share the contents of the screen. The contents of the screen मुझे क्या चाहिए? मेरा पीपीटी करना चाहिए, शेयर द contents of the screen. जरा राकेश जी बुलाइए जरा, स्क्रीन तो क्या है? ये अब ये स्क्रीन पर मेरे तो आ रही होगा, लेकिन ये पूरा नहीं आ रहा है फुल स्क्रीन। विंडो डिजिटाइजेशन खोल देते हैं, अब आया ये दोनों ऑप्शंस, अब आए और इसको अब हम क्लिक करके शेयर कर लिया, अब आ गया आ गया ना, देख पा रहे हैं आप? एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ सप्लाई चेन मैनेजमेंट फ्रॉम कन्वेंशनल टू डिजिटल। अच्छा, अब आप इसमें मेरी आवाज पढ़ो, मैं जरा से ये बंद करूँ एक मिनट, अब आप बताइए, आप मैं फोन नहीं कर रहा, बंद करो, हाँ आप बताइए मुझे आप सुन पा रहे हो मुझे? हेलो, मुझे आप सुन पा रहे हैं?
हेलो
सर, पीपीटी विजिबल है प्रॉपर?
हेलो हेलो,
हाँ जी,
हाँ मोहित आवाज आ रही है?
आवाज आ रही है सर, बिल्कुल क्लियर।
बिल्कुल ठीक है।
हाँ बिल्कुल ठीक है सर, और पीपीटी भी एकदम क्लियरली विजिबल है।
क्लियर करें, हम थोड़ा सा टाइम लगा दूसरे
एक बार सर इसको स्क्रॉल करके देख लो, सेकंड और थर्ड पीपीटी की मूव कर रही है नहीं।
एक मिनट, हाँ मूव
कर रही है सर, बिल्कुल ठीक
कर रही है ना। हाँ ठीक है, तो मैं एक सेकंड में इसी कर रहा हूँ। स्टॉप शेयरिंग को क्या करना, वहीं से शुरू करते हैं, फुल स्क्रीन आकर के मैं ऐसे शुरू मुझे भी नजर
आप बस F5 करके स्टार्ट कर देना सर।
आवाज जा रही है ना।
हाँ सर बिल्कुल क्लियर है।
ठीक है, तो अभी हमारे पास जो है कितना टाइम है, 7-8 मिनट
है सर अभी पूरी।
हाँ ठीक है, तो हम फिर 3 बजे फिर इनसे शुरू करेंगे, हम बाहर नहीं आएंगे।
हाँ जी सर।
ठीक है, चलिए कुछ का पूरे बता देना।
जी जी सर,
थैंक यू।
आप सर माइक्रोफोन म्यूट कर देना अपना।
हम करके प्रेजेंटेशन के समय नहीं, माइक्रोफोन हम अपना क्यों म्यूट करेंगे, फिर आप सुनेंगे कहाँ से।
नहीं अभी कर दो सर, 10 मिनट बाद स्टार्ट करो ना।
कर देते हैं, हाँ मैं अभी कर ले रहा हूँ।
जी जी,
ये जो है मैं ये जाएंगे, हाँ ये जैसे आएंगे, ये फोन कर दो
बस।
ये मैं यहाँ इसकी फोन अगर अभी ये यहाँ से ऑफ करेंगे स्पीकर देगा उनकी नहीं, अभी उनको माइक्रोफोन म्यूट करना है, तो ये इधर इसमें जाएगा, ये आ जाएगा ना, ये यहाँ से करके और मैं आपको ये आपने म्यूट करना है अपने को ये फिलहाल मेरी 3 वैसे है ना।
सर कर्सर को नीचे लाओगे ना जैसे स्क्रीन के, तो अपने आप 3 ऑप्शन आ जाएंगे।
उसको माउस से ये 3 स्टॉप शेयरिंग, तो स्टॉप शेयरिंग बंद कर दीजिए। हाँ शेयर कर लेंगे, ये क्या होगा और ये क्या है ना, इसमें ले गया ऑडियो है, ऑडियो बंद करिए, ऑडियो नहीं
Sir, is there any feedback for which we have to fill?
Can we start now? Hello. Can we start now? Hello. Yes.
Hello, sir. We start in 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay. Okay.
जी जी सर. So very good afternoon to dear participants. Hello, I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Audible, sir. Clear audible.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So for this session, Professor Rakesh Narayan from MNIT Allahabad, Motilal Nehru National Institute of Technology is with us. He has already joined the session to deliver his expertise. So before starting this session, I would like to introduce Professor Rakesh Narayan with our participants. Professor Rakesh Narayan has obtained his B.Tech degree in Mechanical Engineering in 1979 and ME Masters in Engineering and Production in 1985. He has received his PhD from University of Allahabad in 1999. Professor Narayan has a wide experience in 6 years. His research area includes supply chain management, operational management, optimization techniques, etc. He has supervised 10 doctorate theses and 4 doctorate theses are in progress and nearly about 48 postgraduate theses he has supervised. Beside this, he has guided 70 UG-level projects, B.Tech projects. He has received Award for Excellence 2004 by Lieutenant Clerk, United Kingdom for the research paper entitled Strategic Planning for Knowledge Management Implementation in Engineering Firms, which is published in the Journal of Work History in 2003. Along that, he has published many research articles in various renowned national and international journals, book series, and reputed conferences. He has worked at various administrative positions like DFW, Dean Faculty Welfare, DSW, Dean Student Welfare, Chief Proctor, and Professor in Charge Training and Placement, Chairman of Central Purchase Committee, Secretary of Alumni Association, and so many more. He is also a leading reviewer of many international journals of repute and is handling various other academic responsibilities. Professor Rakesh Nair has a long experience in teaching and research As we know, he has completed his PhD in 1999 with a very long experience of 36 years. I have also completed my MTech dissertation under the supervision of Professor Rakesh Nayan in NIT Allahabad. So I request to sir to deliver his talk and give some valuable thoughts of your valuable thoughts to our dear participants.
Thank
Sir,
you,
most
Mohit.
welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mohit. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. So, good afternoon, participants. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So, I'm here to deliver a talk on some aspects of supply chain management from conventional to digital. And I have chosen this subject because it has a very long journey, more than 3 decades, starting from the simple concept of materials management that at one point of time we used to study, and now we have come to what you call as supply chain management, and from supply chain we have now come to the digital supply chain. We talk of the digitalization process in supply chain. And because so many aspects in his journey, it has come across so many aspects, so many very important things which are essential to improve the productivity of the organization and to bring in more and more efficiency to meet customers' demand and so on. So what I have tried to do is to trace the history and to jot down some of the important developments that took place. And I have tried to summarize it over here. Before I start, I express my sincere thanks and gratitude to all the researchers and all the academicians whose research paper, research work, pioneering work has helped me in compiling this particular presentation for the benefit of a large gathering like you all, learned students and others. And at the same time, I thank and apologize for the references I might have taken, but I might have just unintentionally inadvertently might have skipped. So why I have done is because I'm sure after the lecture is over or this program is over, some of you will definitely feel tempted to choose this as the area of research, and in the process you need to have a good idea of all what you can do over here and how you can publish research papers, do some meaningful work, and so on and so forth. So let me just start this concept of supply chain management. Before I start, I just would like to pose a question. Why does an industrial organization come into existence? And if I ask this question, I'm sure many of you will have many different reasons. For example, maybe there is a need for a product in the market. Somebody may say maybe the existing product needs modification. Maybe the cost at which it is available cannot be afforded by everybody else. Maybe the quality problem. So many reasons for which an organization may come into it. This particular need of the demand of the customers we are going to address. But one thing which is common at the end of the day, what you will find is that it is the profit part. An organization comes to have some profit. At the end of the day, when you have completed the entire operation, well, you want to have, every organization wants to have the profit. So how do we get that profit? So to achieve this profit, the conventional model, which is shown over here, that is the sales price is equal to cost price plus profit, it was used. And how was the cost price calculated? Cost price basically is the sum of direct material cost, direct labor cost, indirect material, indirect labor, distribution cost, warehousing cost, advertisement, marketing, transportation, and on the top of it, a certain percentage of it used to be added, which used to call as a profit. So whatever be the policy of the government, the policy of the company, whatever be the philosophy, whichever segment you, so 5%, 2%, 3%, the company used to decide, and the selling price of the product used to be determined. What is the situation now? We are all familiar with this model. Cost price, just add all the costs, and then. Now with increased competition, globalization of the market, number of different players in the same business offering the same products. Now the profit is simply changed to sales price minus cost price. No difference mathematically speaking. But the difference comes when we look at the concept that how do we decide the sales price? This is the era when the sales price is more or less fixed. It is the era of target pricing. So if I as an organization want to enter into the market with the manufacture of say a two-wheeler, a bike, say I know for sure that about 60,000 rupees, no problem, the customers would easily be willing to pay. But anything beyond that, it would be a tough time for me to sell the product. It means nowadays my sales price is more or less fixed. Because of competition, I do not have the liberty to add profit as per my convenience. Profit margins are shrinking and shrinking, otherwise I lose whatever share of the market I have. So the only thing that I am now left with is the cost price. I have to minimize the cost price as much as possible so that at the end of the day, I am left with some profit. Isn't it? And as far as the cost price is concerned, organizations so far used to work in a very, very vertical manner. So the design, the manufacturing, assembly, testing, transportation, sales, marketing, every function used to be performed by the departments internally. And people now thought there was a limit up to which the cost price could have been squeezed. Some people thought how to bring down the cost price so that still, and because of the intense competition, cutthroat competition, it didn't permit us to have more and more of the profit. With the result, people started to think of the alternative means from where the cost price could be reduced. And there the concept of supply chain came into picture. People realized that let us see how do we arrive at a certain figure. The simple products that you have in your hand, if a figure like this is coming, this is how a network works. There are so many suppliers, the manufacturer is there, a warehousing and distribution centers are there, then you have the customers. And the same supplier supplies it to many of these manufacturers, different organizations. These same manufacturers, they supply it to different distribution centers. From the distribution center, it goes to the retailers and the customers. And so many elements of cost, the supplier cost, the inventory cost, the storage cost, the transportation cost from the supplier to the manufacturer, from the manufacturer to the distributor, from the distributor to the retailer to the customer, and so many different ones. Then people could realize that the scope exists wherein certain improvements can be made and we can still retain the product. A simple product like say the cold drink. The cold drink that you have in your bottle, the cold drink that you have in your hands, which you normally take, do you have any idea of how many hands it passes through when it comes to you, before it comes to you? It is more than hundreds, from the raw material supplier to the processing, different stages, manufacturer, distributed. And at each stage, there is an element of cost. It's a complex. Even though we use the word chain, it is not a chain, it is basically a network. And when we talk of a network, it is a complex network, wherein the supplier is there supplying to different manufacturers, this one. And at every stage, we have an element of cost. Whether it is in the form of material cost, inventory cost, transportation cost, warehousing cost, inspection cost, storage, etc., whatever it is, so many different. And then people thought that it is better not to confine ourselves only to the boundaries of the four walls of the organizations, rather to stretch the boundaries beyond the organization so as to take help of others and to see where all exists the opportunities to bring down the cost. So the supply chain concept came from here, that people realize that there are so many, and basically we use the word chain because of the typical model, supplier and manufacturer, distributor, retailer and customer, but basically there can be many, which we'll see in discussion. So what are the major themes of supply chain management? Minimizing uncertainty, reducing the lead time, reducing cost, improving quality, improving customer services, and satisfaction. These were some of the major thrusts due to which the concept of supply chain came into existence and due to which people thought that we should go ahead. Before we go into the details of the other aspects, let us have a look at. Is this the screen? Are you able to see the screen, participants?
No, sir, PPT is not visible over here, sir.
PPT?
No, sir, PPT is visible.
PPT is visible, sir. Am I?
Sir,
Yes, sir, you are not able to. Am I audible? Okay. Okay. So please mute your this one. And if the PPT is visible, I think maybe it is some problem at somebody.
Visible. It is visible.
Okay. So you can read the evolution of supply chain. PPT is visible. Okay. Thank you. So let us the evolution of supply chain management. So basically, there have been three revolutions. And the first revolution took place between the years 1910 and 20, and this was called as the Ford supply chain. The second revolution took place somewhere between 60 and 70, and this was called the Toyota supply chain. And the third revolution took place between 95 to 2000, and this was called the Dell supply chain. The Ford supply chain was a perfect example of coordination and efficiency. They had balanced the line in such a manner that starting from the procurement of the raw material from the mines to the delivery of the car, it was about 81 hours. The cycle time was of 81 hours. And today, the cycle time has been reduced to, in every shift, perhaps 400 to 500 cars are produced. But that is not the point I want to emphasize. The Ford supply chain model, while they had mastered very perfectly how to coordinate the activities, the limitation was that Ford was not able to deal with the variety aspect. And it was said jokingly that Ford can deliver you any product, any car, as long as it is in black color. Yes, no other color, no variety. That was the limitation of the Ford supply chain. So then came the second revolution, the Toyota supply chain. Toyota was able to address this thing. It developed an extensive network of suppliers who were working around the company. It took more than 15 years for them to develop a system which they called later on as a just-in-time production, which nowadays is considered to be one of the best manufacturing philosophies being pursued anywhere in the world. Every country, almost every country, when Toyota started this just-in-time philosophy, they sent their engineers to study what is so special about it and how is it they are able to do it. And it aimed at zero inventory, perfection, width variety, customers, the suppliers trained adequately to meet the specific needs of this one, quality, no problem, delivery at time. Even if you ask the Toyota supply chain, if the supplier wants to deliver the goods a day before, Toyota will simply say, sorry, you have to deliver it at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Any issues? Can I go ahead? So the second was this Toyota supply chain, and the Toyota supply chain addressed the first inadequacy of the supply chain management, which was of the Ford supply chain, that the variety was not possible to be delivered. So Toyota addressed this question. With the help of the network, they followed the principles of just-in-time management, and they were able to come across with a new concept, which was known as the Toyota supply chain. And here the variety aspect was very well taken care of. It worked very successfully until it was challenged by the Dell supply chain. What Dell felt was that why should we have such long-term relationship with the customers who may one day become a liability for the organization. So they said, no, we don't agree with this concept. We would like to have the best of the suppliers who are available anywhere in the world. We will deal with them. We will get our supplies. We will produce the products as per the specific requirements of the customers, and we will deliver it. So the third revolution which came up was the Dell supply chain. And Dell is perhaps the one company which has flooded you with variety, and it has left you to choose your own configuration with among from the hundreds of different models. And they have set up their own network. The suppliers are there. They are stationed very near to the plant. They are supposed to requisition the goods in the quantities and qualities wherever it is required. All those things we will study in detail. But the fact is that there have been three essential revolutions which really changed the face of supply chain management. The fourth supply chain was the one, Toyota second, and the third. Over the years, now we talk of even the reverse supply chain management and the green supply chain management. What is the reverse supply chain management? This reverse supply chain management. Basically, there can be three types of reverse supply chain. In supply chain management, basically it is from the supply of raw materials and going up to the finished goods. In reverse supply chain management, it is from the finished goods, picking up the finished goods, bringing it back to the reverse supply chain. And this was felt necessary because people became more and more conscious about the environment. The feeling was that the natural reservoirs or the resources, whatever reservoirs we have, they are limited. And nobody can be permitted to go in for the chorus exploitation of our natural resources and to use it the way they can. Earlier, it was a trend in the advanced countries to change the models of the car, say after every 3-4 years. But then people could realize, no, you can't do it. You can't do it. You have to think of the generations that are going to come. And do you think that we should leave this planet without leaving anything for the next generation? So when these concerns came, people started talking about the reverse supply chain. And in reverse supply chain, there are different aspects. For example, in new product data, e-commerce has become very popular. But what happens when product is delivered to you and you don't feel satisfied, you have to return it. So this could be one thing. So again, from the channel where it has come, it has to be sent back. The second is the most important one, which is the end of cycle return. And end of cycle return means that after the life cycle of the product is over, you have to take it back and you have to retain as much of the raw material from it as is practically possible. The focus nowadays is to reclaim, reuse, remanufacture, but somehow to have put least burden on the resources which nature has provided to us. And nowadays, a company like BMW, automobile, big name in automobile, they are working on a project where totally reclaimable automobiles, totally reclaimable, end of the life, 10 years, whatever it is, then every part can be taken back, it can be reused, remanufactured, recycled, or anything of that sort. Recently, you must have read in the newspapers that Japan is going to hold that Olympics, the 2020 Olympics, and the gold medals are to be distributed. And the best part is that the entire gold, some 500 kgs of gold will be required to make these medals. And they have decided to extract this gold from the used parts. The gold plated from electronic components, computers, everything, wherever the element of gold is there, they are working it, they are reclaiming it, and then using that gold, they are going to deliver the gold medals in this Olympic, 2020 Olympic. So people have become very much environmental conscious, and now this end of life return is has become again very important. You have to take it back, you have to reuse it, you have to remanufacture it, and all. And the third one is the product return at intermediate stage. At intermediate stage, when midlife, the product life cycle is not over, but if the product starts malfunctioning, at that point of a time, it becomes necessary to recall back from the market and to again rectify it and give it back to the customer. You must have heard the name of the company, Chinese toy manufacturing company, Metal. This company manufactures toys for toys for children, and they supply it throughout the world. So what happened? There was a casualty in US. A small baby, he died. And when the autopsy was conducted on the body, it was found that this child died because he had some toxic lead into his stomach. The family members and everybody, they were surprised. How come that this lead was found to be there in the stomach of this? Incidentally, a couple of days again later, again there was a casualty and the same report, toxic lead. And then the police and the forensic department, they started inquiring the reason. And what they found was that these children, they had toys supplied by the same company. And this toy had a painting which contained lead. So normally, you must have observed that when you give a toy to a child, he has a tendency to pick it up and chew it in his mouth. And when the children picked up those toys and they chewed it, a very thin layer of paint got peeled off from the toy, and that they swallowed, with the result that lead went in. And the result was that so much of the entire toys supplied through the world, it had to be recalled back. Some 8 lakh toys had to be recalled back. And it was such a huge loss for the company that a very senior official of the company committed a suicide in the godown. Often we come to read in the newspapers and the magazine, there's a recall. So Maruti had to recall thousands of his cars because they had some problem with the airbag systems. Toyota had to recall because they had some problem with the fuel injection, and so on and so forth. So this intermediate stage, if you have to recall the product back, this is very expensive, not only in terms of money, but even it damages your reputation and the company is ruined. But the fact is that whenever supply chain management immediately comes into picture, as soon as you have to pick up the finished product, sold product, you have to bring it back and then you have to. Then there is a green supply chain management because of the environmental concern, environmental laws are there. Now it has become part of even the designers are now forced to think at the time of design itself that the product will be conforming to every environmental laws and the product has to be designed itself in such a manner so that it meets the environmental laws and causes the least damaging effect onto it. So green supply chain is such very important because of the balancing in natural resource environment. Cleaner production, environmental management systems, eco-friendly, they should be implemented in green practices. Right. So nowadays, basically when we talk of these, so there are 2 things, the flow of information and the flow of the materials. And nowadays, management is very much interested to see how the dynamics of these, the flow of the materials, money, information, manpower and capital equipment, how they interact with each other and how the decisions related to it affect the policies of the organization and how can they be used to improve the functioning of the organization. So there has been the concept of supply chain management, in fact, have become very popular in the last 10 years at least, and there have been many reasons for the popularity of this. But some of the specific drivers of the supply chain are, number 1 was the global sourcing, second is the time and quality based competition, and third is the greater environmental uncertainty. So what is this global sourcing? Nowadays, organizations have become global. There is an era of international production. So Maruti is producing Suzuki cars to be sold internationally. So maybe the electronic parts which are easily available in Singapore or say Vietnam, they will have it from there. Malaysia, good for the rubbers, some components were there, those manufactured somewhere else, and then they are assembled somewhere else, they are sold somewhere else. Boeing is an extreme example. Boeing 747. Now, this Boeing, the nose is supplied from somewhere, manufactured and supplied from somewhere else. The wings are supplied, manufactured and supplied from somewhere else. The fuselage somewhere else. The rear wings somewhere else. The tail end somewhere else. The passenger doors somewhere else. The cargo doors somewhere else. And they are all assembled in the plant which is in US. And then they are shipped. And when we talk of the supply of so many, coming from so many, every country, whether it's Europe, whether it's America, whether it's Australia, whether it's Japan, whether it's Germany, India, anywhere, so many tens of thousands of components are there. They are all being manufactured. So landing gear will come from somewhere, seats will come from somewhere, the interiors will somewhere, wiring will somewhere. And this global sourcing has put a lot of trouble, lot of challenges, not trouble, rather a lot of challenges before the organizations. There's a very specific term. People, people are trying to understand how we can confine ourselves only to money, material, manpower, information. But now I can say, no, it is not the global sourcing, globalization. The world has become, it has shrunk into a small village. No longer, no. We have to think of it. So getting the supplies, the best supplies at the best possible competitive rates and assembling them means you have to have a perfect coordination. You have to have perfect, this one, interaction with your suppliers so that you get the timely deliveries. Going at one point of time, when its business was growing like anything, it had to shut down one of its production lines because they were not able to coordinate the activities with all its suppliers and there were delays and disruptions in production. But global sourcing is one thing which is very much responsible for the supply chains, for the development of this supply chain. Any of these pharmaceutical companies, Glaxo and Baxter, they all manufacture for big company, big giants, and then they are suppliers. And then the second was the time and quality based competition. This time and quality based competition has again put a lot of challenge on this one. Having a defect-free product at one point of time to the customer which are delivered faster reliability is no longer seen as a competitive advantage because people are now sure that if you entered in the international market with the product in your hand, your product will definitely conform to certain standards of quality. So there's no longer. The thing is, when I require, at what time we require, in what quantity we require, whenever there is a scale up, whenever there is a scale out, you should be able to do that. And that alone the organizations were not able to do. They have to rely on their suppliers and their delivery personnel. So this again has become a very important concept. And then the greater environmental uncertainty. This environmental uncertainty because of globalization, liberalization and privatization, the whole environment has created a lot of uncertainties. You do not know how long you are in the business, how well you are doing well today and what will be your fate tomorrow. So one of the customers demand, these were the three essentials. What were they? The global sourcing, the time and quality based competition, and then greater environmental uncertainty. So the customer demands products which are consistently delivered faster, exactly on time, and with no damage. Each of these necessitates closer cooperation with the suppliers and global orientation. I said this is again very important. Then we come to what is the supply chain? How do we define it? So various authors have defined supply chain in different ways. I'll just pick up one or two of these definitions for your benefit and then we will come to other aspects. So supply chain is basically a set of firms that pass forward materials and the members of the chain are raw material, component producers, product assemblers, wholesalers. This author, Lambert, Stark and Elram, they have defined supply chain as the alignment of firms that brings product or services to the market. Perhaps there's Martin Christopher. This is a very earlier word, pioneering work done in the area of supply chain management. And this is a definition which is mostly followed by many of the authors. What he defines is a supply chain as a network of organizations that are involved. We are using the word chain, but remember it is the network. It is a network on which the focus is. Network of organizations that are involved through upstream and downstream. What do you mean by upstream and downstream? Say if it is the manufacturer over here, so his upstream would be the suppliers and downstream would be the retailers and distributors and customers. If it is the retailer, the upstream would be distributor, manufacturer, supplier and downstream. So upstream and downstream linkages in different processes and activities that produce value in the form of products and services in the hands of ultimate customer. In other words, supply chain consists of multiple firms, both upstream and downstream. Now, summarized definition I'm using is a supply chain is defined as a set of three or more companies. Mind you, if there are only two, we will not call it a supply chain because then it becomes a kind of a partnership, not a supply chain. Three or more companies essentially need to be there who are directly linked by one or more of the upstream and downstream flows of product, services, finances, information from a source to a customer. Now let's have a look at the types of supply chain. So supply chain, basic supply chain, extended supply chain, ultimate supply chain. A basic supply chain basically has a focal firm, it has a supplier, it has a customer. Extended supply chain will have a supplier and the supplier's supplier and the supplier's customer. And then the ultimate supply chain will have a serve, supplier, supplier, customer's customer, and in between you will have the third party logistics service provider, financial provider, and market research. What is the role? They play a very important role. Third party logistics service provider. What is the third party logistics service provider? Who are they? What is logistics and transportation? Difference between transportation and logistics. Transportation simply means of delivering the goods from the premises of the company or to the supplier to a particular place, say to the customer or to the manufacturer. But when we these days we do not talk of these truck suppliers. It is the logistic firms. On trucks etc. also you must have seen that it is the logistics provider. Why? Because there are a lot of paperwork. These logistics firms they deal only in the supply of goods and in the process all what their logistics information or the paper formalities, legal formalities, filling up of the legal document, other things they will take onto themselves, they will charge a certain premium from you and they will deliver the goods. So for example, if suppose BHEL has got a job from say Tirchi and they have to manufacture a big turbine and that has now to be supplied over there from Haridwar plant to say down in MP or say Karnataka or say south towns of Tamil Nadu. Now, when this logistics service provider will take, he is aware of the routes, he knows where there would be overhead, he knows what will be going to be the length of the truck, what is going to be the height of the truck, at what places there will be culverts, at what places there will be over bridges, which route I have to follow, which will be the most optimized route to follow, and things like that. And the result would be that this logistics service provider will complete all. Then there is the interstate movement. Of course, now it is a GST, but earlier interstate movements, so state to state formalities, all those things have to comply. This company has simply given it, outsourced it, and these logistics service providers, they provide a very efficient help. They will deliver the product, collect the material, give it to the Similarly, we have the other ones, these financial service providers. What do? They give you advice on financial matters and in the process, they also take certain amount of risk on you. They charge us. And the market research firm, they try to keep a tab on the pulse, they try to feel the pulse of the customers and bring that information back to the firm. Look, this is what the customers want. This is what they want to see in their product. These are the drawbacks of your product. Please try to get. So they play again a very vital role, and this is called as a ultimate supply chain. So having defined the supply chain, the next concept is how do you define the supply chain management? So there are again number of definitions, and there are number of definitions. Christopher has defined that the real competition. This is the most important one, which I would like you all to remember. The real competition is not company against company, but rather supply chain against supply chain. There are other authors who have defined it as 52 or more firms in a supply chain entering into a long-term agreement. The development of trust and commitment in the relationship, the integration of logistics activities involving the sharing of demand and sales data, and the potential of a shift for the locals of control this. Similarly, but why I say this is a very Christopher's real competition. Every company is coming in with the same product, but then you go to which one? The ones who is ready to deliver you the product every time, anytime, and at a price which is affordable to you. So it is the same supply everywhere, but then one company is working efficiently. It means it challenges how efficiently you have tuned up your supply chain, how agile they are, how responsive they are to the changing needs, how soon and quickly they can respond to the demands of the customers. These are some of the issues which are. Now, as I said, that we started from the simple classical materials management control, and now we have changed to supply chain management. So it is viewed as a supply chain is viewed as a single entity. It calls for a strategic decision making, and the focus entirely here is on integration rather than on interfacing. So, when we talk of this one, integration rather than a single process. What is the difference between earlier? The chain used to be fragmented. So many partners, the supplier has to be there, manufacturer has, but that integration was not there. People thought that no, it has to be viewed because everybody is thinking of his profit. In supply chain, we think of the profit of the organization as a whole, not as an individual sub-organization, but as a whole. So when the profit of the organization as a whole increases, it means all the partners who have joined their hands, they get their profit get increased. It is a kind of a relay race. In relay race, what do you have? You have four partners, and every partner transfers the baton to other. But if any one of the partner loses, if he is not able to maintain the pace, who loses? It is the team which loses. And when the team loses, you lose. You don't lose. It is the team. And when the team is lost, everything is lost. So in the supply chain also, there are so many. Customer is not bothered for the fact how did you get it manufactured, who inspected it, how did you get it assembled, where from did you get the supplies. If the product wasn't of any use, he will come and throw it back on your face. It means now the entire focus is to view it as one chain and everybody's responsibility is fixed. Everybody has to contribute to it. Everybody has to keep the same goals and objectives in his mind as was done by the main company, and then you have to realize the overall objective of the organization. So different people view it differently. Some say it is a kind of a philosophy. Philosophy in the sense that it has to be viewed as a single channel. Strategic orientation towards cooperative efforts to synchronize and convert the intra-firm and inter-firm operational. Inter-firm and intra-firm. Inter-firm is within the firm. Inter-firm is among all these ones. So many different suppliers. There are hundreds of different suppliers, and the activities have to be coordinated in such a manner so that you get the desired results. And then the customer focus has to be there because it is the value. You have to create some value which can create satisfaction among the customers. So when we talk of the activities, it is the integrated behavior, mutually sharing information, mutually sharing channel risks and rewards, cooperation, same goal and same focus, integration of processes, partners to it. Supply chain management is a concept which cannot be developed overnight. You just cannot say. You have to carefully select every member of the chain. All those who are, when we talk about the supplier selection, how do we supply? How do we supply the how do we select the supplier? So for them, what is his technical soundness? What is his financial soundness? How good has been his performance? How quickly, how has been his response at times of distress in the past? What is his vision and mission? Is he really able to extend the facilities as per our needs? All these things. So every aspect, supplier selection itself is very. And then the integrated behavior has to be the unless it is there. Cooperation is missing, everything is gone. Information is not shared, point of sale data is missing, everybody will plan accordingly in a different manner, with a different set of data, and there will be complete chaos in the supply chain. And then the integration. When we talk about the integration of processes, let us see what is that. The earlier was a baseline system, wherein different departments had their own goals and objectives, and they used to work, they used very efficiently as per their perception, and they used to deliver the results. And honestly speaking, even their performance used to be measured on the basis of their individual deliveries. So if the task of the purchasing manager is only to purchase the material, what he will do is he will buy the material from the best of the supplier at the lowest of the cost, unmindful of what consequences. Materials production manager will take decisions as if he is to take care of only of the production. But what is going to be the result of this overall effect? That was difficult. And you can see from here, this resulted in staged inventories at a number of different locations. Coordination was not, integration was not, and people thought that no, there has to be a second stage which was called as the functional integration, wherein all those responsible for materials, so we came across a division, materials management, manufacturing management, then the distribution management, and material for taking place from customer. You can see the number of inventories going down. The third step brought in the internal integration. Let's see the difference between the second and the third one. The second one, only the external integration, the different departments, but now it is the internal integration. And the last stage was the external integration. In this case, you have a full visibility of all what is going on within the organization. distribution management. But in this case, the customer can see what is the status of his order, which point is in line, manufacturing manager can see where is the bottleneck with the supplier, where is the problem with the assembly, and so on and so forth. And this is what is being referred to as the supply chain integration part. This integration is the most important aspect which we talk about in the entire literature of supply chain, whether it is the conventional one or it is the this one, a digital one. We'll have some more discussion, detailed discussion on external integration. Then when we talk about the processes, the supply chain process could be the customer relationship management, customer service management, demand management, order fulfillment, manufacturing flow, procurement. All these have again to be taken care of by the supply chain. So what are the prerequisites of supply chain? So the prerequisites: trust, commitment, independence, organizational compatibility, vision, key processes, leader, top management support. That is, if all the partners who are going to join hands with the main organizations, and if they do not have trust and commitment, if they do not have trust on each other, well, they will never feel like committed. What do you mean by commitment? Commitment means the objective of the organization becomes the objective of everybody working for the organization. That is all the suppliers. Interdependence, everybody knows that I am equally responsible for the delivery of the goods, maintaining the quality and the cost as others. Everybody is dependent on the organizational compatibility, vision, what is going to be the state of art in the years to come, how have we to tailor ourselves, what are the key processes that we have to take care of, leadership ability, and then the top management. So maybe somebody which has a big in size, big name, brand value in the market, he can offer that leadership role. And without the support of the top management, you cannot think of integrating the businesses, you cannot think of delivering goods in there. So these are the prerequisites for any successful supply chain management. You need to have it. And once you are able to do it, the advantage that you get out of supply chain management is improved customer value and satisfaction, lower cost and increased revenue, and differential advantage. This differential advantage basically, what is the value? Value is something which a customer perceives he can pay for the product that you have offered. Lower cost, increased revenue, differentiation. Maruti, for example, the Maruti 800 has been a very, very successful car in the market, and now they have faced it with the Altos. It was one of the main reasons was that it was priced at such a low value that no other car manufacturer can really make a dent into that price. They continued further. Later on came Tata Nano, who could prove their technological prowess by selling that, bringing a car costing around 1 lakh or so. But so what I'm saying is a differential advantage is something, and other differential advantage is by virtue of the reputation. For example, this you talk of say NIC. What is the differential advantage? Any result, any competitive exam that has to be supplied, that has to be conducted, going for this. They have created a kind of expertise. They have created a kind of expertise, they can do it. Indian Oil, State Bank of India, Century Kitchen, KFC, McDonald's, they all created a network. Why? Because of their advantage. They were KFC chicken. Now, anywhere, so much of craze, I don't know what, but then they have maintained a very efficient supply chain. They don't buy the raw materials everywhere. They have their farms, where they have the poultry, they have. So, in order to develop their supply chain, they did a lot of work. But once the supply chain was developed, they are now reaping all the benefits associated with all these things. So, the difference between logistics and supply chain, people often confuse. So, I said transportation. Transportation simply involves the transfer of goods. Second aspect is the logistics. Logistics, transportation basically is a subset of logistics. And the third is supply chain management. Logistics is a subset of supply chain management. So within the supply chain management, you have logistics, and within logistics, you have something called as transportation. This is the Council of Logistics Management definition. What it says is logistics is that part of the supply chain, means logistics is a part of the supply chain, not otherwise, which implements and controls the efficient flow and storage of goods and services related to information from the point of purchase to the point of consumption. Next information. Now have some discussion of the logistics and supply chain. So basically, the order processing, inventory, warehousing, and transportation. And because it is the demand which drives the logistics system, so we'll have some. And what do you mean by order processing? Order processing, you all understand, there's basically somebody has to go there. There are different means. It can be manual, it can be either directly through electronic means, or it can be through telemarketing firm. So if it is a manual one, you go there, somebody takes the order, transcribes it, transfers it to the place where it has to be executed, and finally the goods are delivered to you. If it is a telemarketing firm, you have to be very careful that the customer doesn't have to remain online for a longer duration, he gets it. And otherwise, if there is a net kind of a thing, you have to ensure that you have a navigation tool which assists the customer in having whatever products he want to, and he can quickly navigate for this. One of the important things which comes over here in order processing is the Bulwick effect. What is the Bulwick effect? Bulwick effect is because of the aggregate, this one. What happens is the customers, the demand pattern, even the consumers' demand pattern remains to be the same. Let us have a look at this figure. It says that the sales pattern is almost same, constant. But when the consumer places the order to the retailers, when the retailer places the order to the warehouse, a wholesaler, he will have a tendency to add something over to this, just to take care of some contingency protection. So the demand variation takes place. To the wholesaler, because he was not able to see what was the exact demand pattern, so he will add something and he will place the order to the manufacturer. And this manufacturer accordingly places the order to the supplier, and you can see the difference in the levels of the demand. The demand pattern was this much, but the requirements have been shown as this much, and the result is there's huge amount of inventory which has been kept. And this phenomenon, there's the aggregate order swings. This is called as an inventory. This is called as a Bulwick effect in inventory, which is a very important effect that needs to be addressed at any cost. And under no circumstances, a build-up of inventory should be permitted anywhere in the supply chain. And the factors which are responsible for the demand forecast. Now, this demand forecast is something which can never be correct. And that is why when we'll see when we come to the digital supply chain, the most important factor, when we talk of this artificial intelligence, big data application, this one, it is only to ensure that the forecasting is as accurate as it can be. Because, hello, because if the forecast is inaccurate, naturally there will be a Bulwick effect. Lead time is there, batch ordering is there, price fluctuation is there, inflated order. So when people think that there is going to be fluctuation in demand, they have a tendency to hold, demand increases, goes up, and then suddenly it drops down. When there is this short supply, again they have a tendency to hold, and again the demand. So there are several reasons to which this Bulwick effect can be, which are responsible for the cause of Bulwick effect. But the fact is that this results in a phenomenon which is very undesirable, which leads to build-up of inventory, and which is inventory is unnecessary capital, which should never be permitted anywhere in the company. So what is inventory basically? Inventory basically is, we all know, necessary to achieve the operational and strategic objectives of the organizations, involve production distribution, and every organization maintains inventory to combat uncertainties in component product supply, take advantage of economies of scale and processes, transportation system, and target a specific customer service level. That is, uncertainty, the only thing which is certain about inventory is its uncertainties. Uncertainty can be anything. The whole lot of supplies can be found to be defective at the stage of manufacturing. And now, if you don't have any extra inventory in you, that as long as the next lot is not received in the company, you will have to stop the production. So you have to have that inventory. You produce goods in big and large quantities, overheads cost around, and the economics favors. You buy it in bulk, there are rebates and inventory. But the fact is that, and then the service level. If you have huge inventory, anytime when a customer comes, he gets the product and he goes back satisfied. Let us go to this particular shop. Anytime I go, every time I go, I get the order. So he is satisfied. It means the customer service level increase. But inventory, maintaining extra inventory comes at a cost. There's a problem with obsolescence. There's a problem of theft. There's a problem of inventory getting obsolescence, and all these things. So what are the factors which influence this one? Desired level of service, customer service. What do you mean? Do you want that 95% of the times the customer will come and get the product? Have you set for yourself a target of 90%, 80%, 75, 100%? This is something to decide the level of inventory that you have to maintain. Production and purchasing economies, you get a lot of discounts and other things. Transportation saving, when you transport a whole lot of goods from one place to other, the cost comes down. When you transport small half truck load or less than that load, the cost go up. Then the seasonality of demand and supply. And the seasonality of demand is to take care of the seasonal products. Goods are available only in one particular period of time, and then they have to be kept in stores so that the requirements coming throughout the year can be met. And the most important one, supply source maintenance. Recently we had that COVID, and when the COVID was there, it was a complete lockdown. The small manufacturers, all small, medium MSCs, they all closed their plants. Workers were forced. So this is a very important aspect, because the workers who have been working for you, they have developed over a period of years the necessary expertise and skills and everything, and they are providing you the service due to which you are able to convert the raw material into fresh good, sell something in the market and to buy it. At times of distress, if you are not able to retain these workers, what will happen? They will go back. And when there will be a demand, you will not find these workers to be there. So the supply source maintenance is very important. That is why there was an appeal at the national level. Please do not cut the wages of these employees. Please do retain them. And the same thing happened. The workers who migrated from their jobs to the homes, they were not to come back. And then the production is suffering nowadays. So supply source maintenance is again a very big problem, big challenge rather, which has to be maintained in any case. Types of inventory, we know cycle stock, the one which is replenished in this in-process stock, safety stock, seasonal stock, promotional and speculative, and dead stock. The are things you are familiar with, I can quickly skip. Now let us see another important thing. So far whatever idea we had about inventory and whatever we studied, whatever knowledge we had was how much to reorder and when to reorder. What quantity, in what quantity we should retain the customers. And mind you, we have to sell the product throughout the company. A company like Titan, which has 60% market, they have 4 plants, Badadi, Himachal, Dehradun and Roorkee in Uttarakhand and Hosur, Karnataka, down south. They sell some 300 odd variants. And their market value just a couple of years ago, it was some 2100 crores. Now, do you think that a company which deals with some 3000 odd variants, is possible for it to have the supplies, to have all the different models at all the shops? No. So what do they do in a city? Depending upon the location, depending upon the customers which come, they have certain of the models available. And then they have a catalog. And then the catalog, you go there and then you see, and if customer will say, sir, if you are interested, I can get you by the evening. Because he knows he will give a phone call, get it from the next shop, which is like kilometer away, and then it will bring it back. The thing is, for me, what is important is the customer service. How to address that? How to have entire mix. So the catalog will there, I have no problem, sir. Sir, if you have decided on this car, the only hitch is that of the color, no problem, sir. Just confirm it by tomorrow. I'll get it from the nearby place. It is available there in Batinda. It is available there in this one. Not in Jalandhar, not in Rao. I'll get it for you, no problem. So how much do you order? And customer satisfaction was the point. Now, the concept was more is the inventory, better it is to serve the customers. But now that conventional wisdom has been challenged. Please remember this point. I am saying a very important point. The conventional wisdom was have more of inventory, serve the customers better. Keep inventories in different items or different products at different locations and supply them. But now what it says is that no, even with less of inventory, you can serve the customers well. And that is why inventory management has become a very, very important issue. I just give you an example. Now, I said that there's a company in Reliance. Now, this Reliance Industries, they basically deal with these pairs. They have the 3 plants, one at Patalganga, other at Hazra, then at Jamnagar. And at one point of time, they used to maintain spare part inventories worth some 3.48 billion rupees, 348 and 348 crore, 348 crore rupees. 4% of the sales value was utilized only in maintaining the spares because theirs is a process plant, and in process plants, if it is not, if there is a maintenance shutdown and if it is not immediately attended to, the whole plant has to be shut down, and then it is a very, very expensive thing. So for that, they used to keep lot of. At one point of time, Reliance people did lot of research. Why should we go in for maintaining the same level of inventories of the spares at each of these plants? Why can we not think of having some central facility? And from this central facility, we will take help of the transportation modes and we will rush the supplies within a couple of hours. So if there is a breakdown in any of these three major plants, we would rush it in a couple of hours by road, by rail, by air, anything. And the result was that this volume of inventory of spare parts was brought down from 4% to 1%. Remember, if 4% was 3,480 crore, 1% the cost, so much of 3/4 of it was saved. Hundreds of crores of rupees was saved just by doing a lot of research, how to locate that plant, where to locate that plant, how to keep all those dirty and how to have that mode of it. Again, the supply chain came into picture. The supplies have to be delivered as per the requirements of the plant wherever it is. And there is an emergency. Somehow it has to be taken to that way. So that is why I have remembered the conventional wisdom was just challenged. Higher inventory levels, higher customer service. No. With low level of inventories, now we have to go in for the higher level of customer. And that is what we try to aim at in the case of supply chain management. Inventory should not be excess. It will only be sufficient to take care of the needs, but no compromise on the customer service. Customer service has to be at a very high level. So this is possible. And how has it been possible? It has been possible because of having order processing, responsive order processing, order management system. General Electric again has presented an example. Just by using the EDI and other things, they have been able to bring down the cost from $50 per order to say $5, $45. Otherwise, so much of investment nowadays is made in technology, digitization and digitalization of this technology, because unless this supply chain management is one of the areas where there exists tremendous scope of digitization. Only yesterday, I'm sure all of you must have read that Google CEO Sundar Pichai has talked to the Prime Minister and he said that in the next 4 or 5 years, Google is going to invest some 75,000 crores of rupee in India in the digitization. Because supply chain is one area. There is a survey which has been conducted by Deloitte or somewhere, this one I don't know. And what they said was that this is an ideal area where a lot of digitalization needs to be done and which can bring in tremendous results. Then enhanced ability to strategically manage and logistics and the improvement in the ability to question. So what I'm trying to say is the conventional concept of inventory has now changed. Minimum level, cycle stock, safety stock, buffer, seasonal, promotional, that's right. So we have to go in for digitization and with the least of less inventory. The concept of GNT started with the concept of zero inventory. That wasn't feasible. A minimum inventory, that is what they are working on. And the same is being continued. How to ensure what is going to be the requirement of an inventory and how best to serve this. And for that, there are different orders, economic order quantity, MRP, NDRP, industry time, and they all depend on whether we are dealing with the dependent demand item, push system, or pull system, independent demand item, or we are going in for the level of solution, single solution. But the fact was that after having done the entire this one, for example, in push production system and pull production system. Now in pull production system, the response is, it is in response to certain demand. And push production system is in anticipation of certain demand. The hotel industries, they work on the concept of pull production system. So when there is a customer, they will have that ingredients, raw materials which they have kept separately, they will cook the dish. Catering services, they anticipate 500 people will be there and who will be coming. So the thing is, irrespective, now this pull production system and push production system has become totally irrelevant. A company, pull production system, this is the concept. That when a customer comes here, you have to initiate the cycle. Push production system, in anticipation of demand, you push it. The boundaries have just been For example, take the case of this one, Lee, jeans, Wrangler and jeans. Do you know how many different variety stock keeping unit do they deal with? 8,50,000 stock keeping unit. Size, shape, color, texture, stitching, pockets, slim fit, normal fit, regular fit, some 8,50,000 variety throughout the country. Now they cannot wait for the customer to come pick up his and let him know the choice. So a part of the process is always in anticipation, and the remaining part is always on the basis of the demand. So whether it is a Dell supply chain, Dell claims that they work on the concept of full production system, wherein but the fact is that they have also to maintain certain level of inventory, because in anticipation of someone, maybe 3 days time, 4 days, 5 days, inventory they keep, they will maintain, and then the remaining part, because they work on a very generalized, a common platform with common parts which can be used on many different variants. So those up to that point, it is a push kind of a supply, and the pull part is only with difference on the specific configuration asked for by the customer. So the pull production system, what I'm trying to say is that inventory management, the conventional, these models, now they are no longer valid, and what we try to do is to try to exploit that. And it is here where the role of artificial intelligence plays very important role. What does the customer try to anticipate? What is going to be the demand from the customer? What are the customers looking for? How well to address at what point of time will the demand actually emerge? Recently, all of you must have studied that these Indian government, they have banned many of these Chinese apps, and the result was that they were to incur a lot of losses in terms of the revenue they were earning from the country. But that was not the main point. The main point was that these Chinese companies, they were working on a very big project, and that was on AI and big data, artificial intelligence and big data, machine learning. And in machine learning, they wanted to have that data. So the customer's preferences, the point of time, different festival seasons, different requirements, and everything. And if they could have mastered all these things, the data was, they were pilfering the data. They were least concerned about the apps and the freebies that they were offering to you. Freebies was not important. The billions of dollars of product, had they been successful over there, they could have been the leader, and they could have dominated the entire world market. So when we talk of digital supply chain, when we talk of digitalization, forecasting and estimation of inventory again is there. And using these artificial tools, I'll just discuss in this lecture a couple of minutes. I'm just trying to skip some of these parts earlier, so quickly, so that I can have some discussion there also. So what I'm saying is that every concept, the conventional concept, is now getting changed, and we are not going to there. Similarly, we have another transportation. It can be through anything, rail, road, air, this one, and depends on several factors. And India has a very excellent good example of Indian Railways, which was responsible. Indian Railways turned around this economy. It was running in loss at one point of time, but because they gave a lot of weightage to freight movements, that per trip, the wagons, they were made to load it to 8 metric tons instead of 6. The cycle time in which a trip was completed used to be 7 days. It was reduced to 5 days, and then a lot of earnings was there. And when the railways again came. So transportation is another enabler of what I'm trying to mention on this thing. But these are the basic enablers in supply chain: inventory, transportation, warehousing, and then we have the information. And the interplay of all these 3 or 4 is definitely going to help an organization bring in the best to their customers. And in transportation, you can see there's some of the salient features that inventories nowadays is being pushed back into the channel. Inventories pushed back means, because if you keep the inventory of raw material, the storage cost and the expenses incurred in it, interest, everything is less. But if you keep the inventory of finished good, then it becomes very expensive. Very simple. Emergence of middleman, multimodal, wide range of intermediate distribution centers. This is again a very important trend. And the most important thing to be noted regard to transportation is that there's more concern with the reliability and consistency than speed. Speed is important because customers do not want to wait next day delivery. And these days, when we talk of digital supply chain, it is the drone whose services are being taken. Amazon has already started the use of drone in the delivery of goods. Indian government has also permitted the use of drone in some commercial applications. So the speed is there, but more than the speed, it is the reliability and consistency with which the transportation can be delivered. Competitive exams are held every year. Different places, number of different ones. And the agency which is given this responsibility, it is to ensure the reliability of this. It reaches in time and the safety is there and things like that, they become very important. These Harry Potter books, I recall an instance, Harry Potter book, the inaugural was to take place on a particular day and at 300 outlets of the country, 300 outlets of the country at 6:30 in the morning, the inaugural session was fixed. The books were to be made available. The contents were not to be got leaked before the inaugural. And this company, which was given this Harry Potter, Penguin India was given the responsibility, and they made sure that maintaining the confidentiality, contents are not leaked. Everywhere it is available. 6:30 means 6:30. So in transportation, these are some of the inventories that have been pushed back. Multimodal agencies, because if you have to send something from a country like India to say Europe, so it is the air road, rail route, ship road, everything, so many agencies, formality. So there are agents, middlemen and agents who work for you. And then most important is then the speed, it is the reliability and so on. Another important is the warehousing, which performs a lot of important things. Warehousing, they are the temporary location where you stock the products, from where you supply it. Normally, the location of the warehouses is again a very strategic part, which deals with how near to the customer it is located, how soon we can go to it, how well we can approach it, and how quickly. So in warehousing, basically you keep all these ones, stockpiling, taking it into bigger assortment, sorting it into smaller one. In warehousing, there is a very important concept we call as transloading. What is transloading? Warehousing, simply when we talk of warehousing, the concept that comes to our mind is that it is a four-walled place located somewhere. But nowadays, the entire world has become a warehouse. Remember this point. We don't have the four walls. A company like Amazon, you place the order from here, it goes to Amazon, then a book is needed, they will locate it, nearest availability is say in Singapore, they will forward that mail to Singapore. From Singapore, it is delivered by air to Delhi, and the next day it is delivered to me in Allahabad. So, no warehouses are very distinct, located near the airbase, located near the shipways, but the fact is well. So, in transloading also what you do is, you do not store it for a longer duration. You just trucks bring the material from one side and they are transported to other location. Very interesting case study is there for this Tata Kirloskar. They have a plant in Batadi, and a truck full load of spares, it comes from Gurgaon. Another truck starts from Jabalpur. The two of the trucks meet somewhere in Pune. They cross the items from both these trucks. They are loaded on a bigger truck in Pune, and from Pune it is carried. And this takes place every day. So if there is any disruption in the supply on any of the routes, maybe Jabalpur, Gurgaon, Pune, every day, the disruption is going to be only for one day, accident, major mishap, road blockades, anything. The supply is going to be affected only for a day, but then you are getting it from the best place and the best quality and the best price. And this is also transloading. This is also known as cross-docking. And this cross-docking in transportation again has become a very, very important thing. Right? So when we talk of the warehousing activities, receiving and put away storage, we all know these things. Then we talk of the supply chain network design. And this network design is again a very, very complicated exercise because of the three essential strategies: inventory strategy, transport strategy, supply chain network. And here is a figure, which was the inventory strategy. Where to locate the network, where to locate the warehouse is again going to be a very, very this one. The center says we have to be customer conscious. The service goals are important, the product logistics services, and the logistics strategy, the network strategy, the plan process, this depends on inventory. What is this forecasting? Forecasting is the biggest problem where we have the trouble. Very difficult. But to start the process, we have to have some figure. To have that figure, forecast is the only way. And forecast is a forecast. Remember, every time it will go wrong. Nothing. What happened with Big Bazaar? Big Bazaar started a program, what is called as the Saptah ke Sabse Achhe Din, Wednesday. And when they started this program, it proved to be a very successful one. They could sell goods worth 25 crore. Encouraged by the success of this, they extended the duration to Saptah ke Sabse Saste 3 दिन. So they extended the duration to another 3 days. And when these 3 days, they were able to sell goods worth 126 crores. Result, by the evening, by the afternoon of the day, many of the last day, of course, third day, many of the outlets had to be closed because they hadn't anticipated this kind of a demand. They were able to sell a lot of electronic goods and bed sheets and linens and groceries and so on and so forth. But the forecast went wrong. This two-wheeler, what is called as that, what is a two-wheeler? Anyway, I'll complete. So what I'm trying to say is that forecast is a forecast and it will always go wrong. But then you have to have the basis. Forecast, storage fundamentals, inventory decisions, how much, which in kind of inventory, which place, where from to purchase, all these things give one set of parameters. And then the transportation strategy, whether to use the air mode, rail route, air mode, water mode, other things, what price, so on and so forth. And then the location strategy again. It's a big problem of optimization. Very big problem, full-fledged area of research, the location facilities, I'm saying what facilities are to be used, where are these facilities to be located, number of facilities that have to be used, then the products and customers which should be assigned to each of these facilities, then the transportation was big up to a full-fledged, anybody can work for his PhD in this area, it is not going to be over, right? Activa, I was talking about this Activa actually. Activa again at one point of time became very, popular. And the demand shot up to such an extent that the waiting time increased to 3 months. And customers started, the dealers, they started complaining to the company, what is wrong, what is wrong, what is wrong. And when the company sat, they found nothing wrong as per the policy, as per the forecast, as per the, they had produced everything. Then they said what went wrong. And then when they analyzed the data, they found that this two-wheeler Activa proved itself to be a truly unisex model. Equally comfortable for the boys, equally comfortable for the girls, equally comfortable for the gents, equally comfortable for the ladies. And the result was the demand shot up. And this was one factor they had not visualized when they arrived at the forecasting figures. So what I'm trying to say is that facilities location is again going to be a problem in the case of this one. Then we have this time and quality based competition, which I say just in time, quick response, vendor management, just in time we know. Quick response and vendor managed inventory is a concept which is nowadays becoming very popular. So in just in time, what you can say is all these companies, nowadays you have the big company Walmart. Now at Walmart, you have a number of suppliers. Walmart deals with companies which are in itself very big companies. Maybe it is Procter & Gamble, maybe it is Dabur, maybe it is Patanjali, maybe it is someone else. But the fact is they all work as a supplier for Walmart store and Walmart. Now here, if Walmart has done that kind of automation so that they will not place the orders onto the suppliers. What they expect is that the suppliers should have access to the sales data. The suppliers should be able to have the data at the point of sales and they should be able to see the picking pattern of the customers. They should accordingly replenish the customer, replenish the shelves as and when it is required as per the policy. So the moment if the red mark is saved, the moment that 3 pieces are left, you have to replenish it with the next one. And this entire task is now left onto the suppliers. So it is called Make My Trip, Amazon, Book Analyze, everything. They are all, what are they doing? They are all doing the same thing. You can book anything, they don't have any inventory. Without maintaining any inventory of the cars or the hotels or the rooms or the aircraft, they are dealing it. What they are entered is simply entered into an agreement and they are all providing the merchandise that is required. Then we have the e-commerce part. So e-commerce again has become very common. In India, IRCT has played a major role. Amazon is also doing a lot of things. Then we have the logistics strategy, cost reduction, capital reduction, service reduction. I believe I have very less time, so let me skip through some of these. This one. Let's see some of these competitive style supply chain here. The topic is supply chain management, the strategies in this one. So in supply chain management, what do you mean by the competitive strategy of a supply chain? Competitive strategy of a company. Competitive strategy means it is a strategy which an organization has set for itself on the basis of which it wants to compete in the market and on the basis of which it wants to create a niche for itself in the market so that they can sell their product there and they can. And this competitive strategy could be low cost, variety of products, product delivery or response time, product quality, innovative products, customized products. Any of these strategies, a company may say that my product will be so less expensive that I will be able to manage the share. On the other hand, there may be a company say which will say we'll fight only on this quality. So you go to a shop, electronic shop, any of these Japanese this one, and then you can close your eyes, buy it, you are sure of the quality. There's a company that says that no, I'll be coming out only with products, no matter what the cost is, but it will have only the innovative feature nobody else can copy, and the customers will be very satisfied. That could be another strategy. Then it can be customized products. Every customer's required. Mass customization has again become a very common thing, and more customer, every customer has rather a tendency to get a product which exactly suits his idiosyncrasy. And the level of customization has gone to such an extent that it has resulted in a proliferation of variety. It has become very difficult for the organizations to accommodate with such a wide variety of products. The result is that they are now confining themselves only to, we are going for a concept of what we call as a mass customization. Produce the products in mass income. This is of course a very big topic in itself. We can have some little discussion. But the fact is that these could be the different strategies on the basis of which the organizations can survive. And once the organization has survived, has decided a particular strategy for it, the next question is that all the departments, they must act accordingly. If you see the value chain of the organization, the new product development is there, marketing and sales are, they bring in the information from the market, development team, they act on the basis of the information that they have got from the market, and then there is supply chain strategy which includes the operations, distribution and services. What I'm trying to emphasize on is that the moment a company decides that we are going to compete on the basis of low cost, so the designer has to design product which has to be of low cost. Marketing and sales people have to focus only on low cost. Operations everywhere low cost and low cost and low cost. There has to be a perfect fit. And how to have that? Everybody, finance, accounting, technology. If the moment a company says that we are going to deal with the innovative features, innovation, well, immediately all the departments of the organization, they have to have this innovative features, innovative features, innovative features. And unless there is a perfect match between the competitive strategy of the organization and the supply chain strategy of this one, you cannot have a perfect matching. And in the absence of it, the objectives of the organizations won't be fulfilled. So, keeping this in view, you can see there is a figure that shows that how the different departments interact. So basically what is there is a competitive strategy which has been set by the company, then it has a supply chain strategy, and this supply chain strategy will give you two different extremes. At one end, you will have the customers who will be very demanding, for whom the cost is very important. A customer goes to Walmart not because that it is, but because he gets the price at a low cost. He doesn't mind paying it even if it is in a bigger packet, 5 kg packet instead of 2 kg, but then he is assured efficiency that it deals with cost. And second is the responsiveness. So the customers who want to have the next day delivery. Now these two extremes have to be met, and for that the interplay has to be among the facilities, inventory, transportation, and others, which we call as the supply chain drivers. So these supply chain drivers, how to have the right mix between the facilities, inventory, how to locate the inventory, what kind of a transportation facility, we can realize the concept of what we call as the efficient supply chain, or we can have the responsive supply chain. Responsive supply chain means the one which focuses on time, and the efficient supply chain means the one which focuses on cost. Here is a compilation from this book that what are the objectives of the strategies. So depending upon this one. So it is an efficient supply chain, it reduces cost, supply at the lowest cost, respond quickly for responsive supply chain, design a strategy, maximize performance at a minimum product cost, create modularity. What is this concept in supply chain? Modularity has become very important. What do you mean by modularity? And to allow postponement of product differentiation. Modular design. Because it is not possible. If you keep the goods in the finished form, every possibility is there that you will not get a customer exactly of that case. And the result is there will be a wastage. So everywhere, every organization, what they have followed, what they follow nowadays is they go in for modularity. And when you talk of the modularity, basically they keep the product in modules. So I am the manufacturer, say for example, of a milling machine. So what I will do is I will have some of the arbor manufactured separately, the beds manufactured separately, the table manufactured separately, motors kept separately, the arm kept separately. And the moment there is a customer, the knee is manufactured separately. There is a customer, I will take his requisition, accordingly assemble it and give it to him. Modularity, furnitures, everywhere, clothing, apparel, shoes, everywhere. So you have to have this clothing, modularity, everywhere, modular kitchen, everywhere. So we have so many things which you want to keep in your kitchen. But then the four walls are given, how you want to adjust it, what appliances you want. So this modularity basically allows you to keep not the goods in finished form, rather in the sub-assemblies form, and these sub-assemblies can be sold because the postponement has become very important. All of you must have got your houses whitewashed, painted rather, particularly during Diwali or other festival seasons. Now, have you ever purchased a bottle of paint? Did you ever see how do you select the color? It is through the catalog. And did you ever notice how many different colors are there? So starting from pure green and going up to Z green, maybe some 20 different shades of green, and likewise for everything. And there, you cannot keep these in mix. So what they have is a certain number. They have kept some of the 5, 6 different standard modules. The moment you go and select a color, the moment he enters that particular code in the machine, mixes certain white, black, and this red color with the other ones, and the color of your choice is okay. And that is known as product differentiation. Do not postpone, that's known as product postponement. That is, do not keep it in the finished form, otherwise there will be huge loss to the paint manufacturing companies. So they won't do it, they will postpone. They have strictly kept some of the bulk one, they have kept a mixing machine, and these mixing machine, they will enter the code in the computer will mix it in exact quantities, ratios, and then it gives you the same, have this is available. So this differentiation has to be postponed. And depending upon the exact choice of the customer, you are able to serve the customers better. Yes, not this yes, it is available for Salka. And that is what is called as less of the pricing strategy because also margin is lower here. It is higher margin manufacturing strategy will be higher utilization because the overheads come down and then here to maintain the flexibility, inventory kept lower. But what I'm trying to say is that the customers could be at extreme. And in between there would be hundreds of different types of customers whose preferences would range from this end to swing rather from this end to that end. And if you have to take care of all these things, you have to design, you have to choose a certain strategy for your supply chain, your suppliers who can ensure you in delivering either the efficiency part or taking care of either the responsiveness part. Then in this case, same case, we come across the concept of outsourcing. Outsourcing will help. Most of the organizations, they want that they should focus only on the core competencies, and these core competencies basically they want to get rid of all the non-core activities. I said in the beginning, organizations used to work in a vertically integrated manner, all the functions. Now the companies feel that they have the core competency. An organization is good in design, it will focus in design and manufacturing everything. So remember, when outsourcing, I said the manufacturing is going to be outsourced, it means my supplier will be having all the facilities that is required for manufacturing. Bajaj scooter is an excellent example. After the competition, what they have done is most of the outsourcing part they have given to manufacturing part, they have outsourced They are the specialized manufacturers, vendors who have created those specialized machine tools. A diploma holder or an engineer sitting looking after the CNC programming, manufacturing the component, delivering it to Bazaar, and that is proving to be less expensive. So many, and mind you, when I talk of supplier, don't think that the supplier is only the supplier of raw material or say parts. It can be even of a design. A company is very good in manufacturing, it doesn't have the design, so even the design can be exported. And that is why we go to the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 suppliers. Tier 1 suppliers are the ones who are the most trusted one, who can be ensured a high degree of authority, data sharing can be more than a regular feature, and all these things can be done. And outsourcing, how to select the outsourcing partner, again is a big area, full-fledged area of research. How is it? What kind of relationship? How long the relationship is? Long-term relationship? What kind of a facility should he have? What kind of technical skills? All these things are revealed. Problem is the fear of service provider, loss of anyway. Let us not go into. I'll quickly come to that. Let me skip. I'll just make it. Single sourcing or the increased length of contact because the duration is getting reduced, so the length of contact is more. It is better. Another important concept is benchmarking. In benchmarking, organizations try to benchmark themselves with that of their competitors. And this was a case which was first cropped up before Xerox. When Xerox started losing its business, then they decided that what to do. And then they went for an exercise that's called as the benchmark in supply chain. And after they resorted to benchmarking, what they found was that the manufacturing cost got reduced by 50%, development cycle time got reduced by 25%, revenue per employee 20%, and so many advantages, and so that they were able to regain the lost market share because of this benchmarking. Now, supply chain benchmarking is again very important because you want to have the best practices followed in your organization because you have to work and operate in a very, very challenging atmosphere. Maruti, a couple of years ago, started a program which was called as Project Challenge 50, in which they wanted to improve, have a 50% improvement in the productivity in the next 3 years. Slowly, they worked on each and every details, and after the project was over, they found there was significant reduction in the number of man hours that was required to produce a car, number of persons required to produce the car, the productivity level, the raw material usage, the breakdown of the equipment, overall operations, coordination, everything. And it was very, very successful. And this was all possible because of benchmarking. So, in benchmarking, there are several issues how to decide the benchmarking, but let us have a discussion on the types of benchmarking. So, you can have internal benchmarking, you can have competitive benchmarking, functional or industry benchmarking, process benchmarking, performance benchmarking strategy. And I said that the competition has become very intense. Every day we have to work, we have to be on our toes and to see that. So in internal benchmarking, basically we try to evaluate our own performance. And every organization does it. Go to a hotel, go to a restaurant, go to an airline, go to at the end they will just ask you to fill up a feedback form. Why? Because they just want to see what are the services you are dissatisfied with. We have the competitive benchmarking vis-a-vis your competitors. What kind of practices my competitors are facing. Industry benchmarking. I'm in automobile sector. What are the practices followed in other companies which are in the same automobile sector? Process benchmarking. We try to evaluate our own processes. Performance benchmarking in terms of cost, in terms of time, in terms of quality, vis-a-vis my competitor, so that we can see how is it possible that my competitor is selling the same product at half the price at what we are. How is it the product quality is better, time is there, and then the benchmarking helps us. Strategic benchmarking, international collaboration, and things like that. So benchmarking is again a very important part of supply chain, which helps us in getting a lot of advantage. Performance measurement, of course, you have to have. Let me just quickly skip to all this because of time I have to go. Let us have some discussion on the digital supply chain. The green supply chain I have already mentioned as CPFR, vendor managed inventory, I have mentioned supply chain power and activities. Let us have some discussion on the digital supply chain. Green supply chain management, you all understand. I have just given a brief of it. Digitization. What is digitization? Digitization is the process of converting any data into electronic form, which can be stored, read, and processed by any computer system. Let me have some water. I just take a minute. Yeah, sorry. So, And in digitalization, what we do is the continuous action through which we generate, store, and use it. So digitalization, we are simply creating that process. Example is given that of a telephone handheld sets. Earlier we used to dial it 1, 2, 3, and then it was a digital button reading facility. And now this I simply name it, type the name, and you get connected to this one. Now let's see how has it affected the supply chain. Industries for some little difference. Now, the first generation when we had the steam car, the steam power, and this one. Second generation we had the mass production industry. Third generation came the electronics industry. The fourth generation, the era which we are now living in, industry 4. Here we talk about the digital supply chain, smart manufacturing, digital production services, data analytics action, and core competencies. So what is digitalization of supply chain? Digitalization of supply chain refers to the increasing adoption of digital tools and technologies to organizations to fundamentally alter both the internal and external processes. We in Merchant define digitalization of supply chain as organizational change through use of digital technology to marginally improve the performance. Some of the essential things in digital supply chain is, I would just like to discuss. In traditional supply chain, there used to be a chain made of things, supplier, production, distributor, and customer, and the customer saw everything you have to plan, and then there was demand, the order, and farmers. Unlike this, in traditional supply chain, when we talk of the digital supply chain, we try to create an ecosystem. And this supply chain control tower, it has intersection. The same cycle will remain, you see, between the supplier and the production, manufacturing man. There is a cycle. But in here, everything has to be tracked and traced, track and trace, track and trace. So every aspect from supplier to production, what are the bottlenecks, what are the problems? Between the production and the distributor and the customer, track and trace every step, each and every, so that you know for sure where exactly the material is lying, what exactly is the problem, how well to be addressed, when it has to be addressed. And this is the basic difference. Here it wasn't that mechanism was that is strong, and here we create an ecosystem, a control tower is being monitored constantly every 5 minutes, and then we get it. In digital supply chain, the attributes are transparency. Limited view of supply chain, that was the biggest thing. I discussed the Bull-Peak effect, and I said that because the visibility was not there, the end supplier of the manufacturer really did not know what is the exact point of sales data. With the result, there was huge build-up of inventory. Unlike that, in the case of digital supply chain, it's a complete view of the supply chain. Anybody can have that picture. Communication. Information relay that moves through each organization. Here, information available to all members of supply chain simultaneously. Then we have the collaboration. Limited visibility to the entire supply chain, hindering meaningful collaboration. Here, natural development of collaboration. Flexibility. And the customer demand distorted information here. And customer demands as rapidly access. Flexibility, responsibility, and agility. These are the two very important things for digital supply chain, flexibility and agility. Responsiveness, what we are talking about, the real-time response to planning and execution systems. Here, from stability, we go in for adaptability, standardization, we are going to customization, policy-driven, we are going to judgment-driven, isolation, collaboration, incremental. What it says is that the production in the factories are not now going to be made as per the fundamentals of production and the volume of this much of quantity and this one. It is going to be as per the requirements of the customer. And every customer has got his own idiosyncrasy. His preferences are different, his choices are different. You have to manufacture. And therefore the supply chain and digitalization we talk about, they deal with these things. Adaptability, customization, collaboration, expansion, and so on and so forth. Drivers of digital supply chain, the primary driver is meeting the right customer needs. Second driver is about balancing the product and service flexibility. And the third driver is about the competitors hardware. Let's have some discussion on the features of digital supply chain. All the features are coming to the speed. Speed, I have already told you all that speed is very important because every customer demands that it has to be the product has to be delivered in a short time. And as less a time, as short a time as is practically possible. So that is why the services of rule kind of things are being taken so that the product will be. Then we have the flexibility. What is the flexibility? Flexibility is supply chain. Flexibility is one of the most important things that we have to have. And this implies operational agility. Operational agility with the ease to adaptation of changing environment. Nowadays, this is the COVID going on. All the e-commerce companies used to deliver the product, and what was the mode of delivery? Cash on delivery. Generally, in India, the preference was more of the cash on delivery COD. And during this period of COVID, the COD became a very disturbing point. People said that this, when you do some transactions in cash, it is a mode of transmission of COVID. Now the thing is that e-commerce company has to survive, then they have to supply the goods, and now you are saying that I will not accept the cash. So what is the operational flexibility that you have? First check over there. No payment to acceptance COD. You go in for the online mode. The operational flexibility is there. I will deliver the product, but make the transaction online. Second, they used to come and they used to take your signatures on the paper. Isn't it? Sir, यहाँ sign कर दीजिए. Otherwise, they will use to give your mobile phone. Sir, just put your signature. That was a confirmation that the product has now been delivered. What is the flexibility in this era COVID? He said, no, we won't even touch the piece of paper. We won't even take the signature of the customer. I don't know who is the infected customer. What do they do is, they have started sending you the OTP. Sir, आपके मोबाइल पर एक OTP आया हुआ है. Just give me the moment you tell him that OTP, immediately delivers it, and then he says, yes, it is delivered. It means this flexibility which you are talking about in supply chain, is a digital supply chain particularly, this refers to the operational agility. Agility. I am focusing on this word, please do remember, digital supply chain. This operational agility is very important. Then, global connectivity. Whatever global connectivity, a product which is produced in America or produced in Europe, and it is required in America. Now, is it, when there is a demand in America, is it economical? Is it economical to render that product? I mean, to deliver, transport it? No, it is not that. So normally, what you have to do is, can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible, sir.
Can you hear me? I take a couple of minutes. You're audible. I know I'm taking more time. Okay. So if a product is manufactured there, and then if you have to transport it, is very expensive. It means when we talk of this point, wherever is this? Yeah. So where did it go? The screen is still visible to us. Fine. Yes. So when we talk of this point, it means the network, supply chain network should have that kind of a connectivity. So at any point in the world it is required, where it is required, it can be transported. So they have to establish the global hubs from where the products could be transported quickly as per the needs of the customer. Real-time inventory, the biggest problem. The real-time inventory has to be, doesn't mean that it has to have excess of inventory, but only the inventory which can be used to serve the practices. Then you have the intelligent. What do you mean by this intelligent? What do you mean by intelligent? This word is being very commonly used. It means that you must be in a position. When we talk of the intelligent system, it means that you are having a system wherein the decision making is improved, wherein the execution of all those decisions that you have taken, that has been done automatically. And the most important thing is that it encourages innovation. If innovation is not encouraged, system cannot be. Transparency has to be there, because if you do not maintain transparency among the partners in the supply chain, it will cause disruption somewhere in the supply chain. Scalability means the volume of production. So scaling up the production or scaling down the production is again going to be no problem in the case of digital supply chain. Innovative products, this is the need of the hour. Every customer wants there to be innovative product. And mind you, when we talk of innovation, the worst part is that whatever we say is innovation today is going to be the dead technology for tomorrow. It is going to be the inactive technology for tomorrow. At one point of time, do you remember, we only used to have the transistors, and we were happy, how happy we were when we came across the televisions. My goodness. And just couple of years later, we found that they become obsolete because the black and white color televisions, got replaced with color television. Now the whole innovation of television became a dead technology, inactive technology, no use for us. Innovation. Now color, and by the time color, no, it is not the same screen. Now we have the flat screens and the LCDs and blah blah blah. It means we have to be very careful regarding this innovation. Digital supply chain will always talk of innovation, innovation. If we have the whole lot of innovative systems, and how much of it we can use today, and by the time the investment that we made in this procuring those technology, the returns come back, the technology itself becomes obsolete. Then we have to be proactive. That we have not to wait for an action to recruit, but we have to take actions or decisions in advance. And lastly, the digital supply chain has to be eco-friendly. That is, it has to be very much concerned for the environmental concepts which we discussed. Then we come to the pillars of fine. I've just discussed agility and traceability, sustainability, predictability. This is from this one Infosys white paper which has been published. I'll just skip it. Let's see some of the technologies which are very much helpful in the digital supply chain. And when we talk about these technologies, Internet of Things, IoT is the one. What is this IoT? What is this IoT? IoT is one thing, any device that can have an IP address, that can sense the data and can send it back to any of these devices that can. So when there is a communication between two things, and in supply chain management, at so many places we have this one. So we go in for a lot of these IoT applications everywhere in manufacturing and supply chain. Big data analytics. Big data analytics means what? Any data, whether it is in structured form, unstructured form, or it is a semi-structured form, it is capable of being mined so that some meaningful information can be extracted out of it. There are a lot of shipping in supply chain, lot of shipments take place everywhere. So from different destination, different sizes, country cartons, different weights, different materials, handling one, agile this one, and so on and so forth, different routes. And this data is being stored continuously so as to take some meaningful. What is this cloud computing? Cloud computing basically is a network of virtual services on which you have put some data, and that you can have access from anywhere across the globe for that at a very nominal rental. The only problem with cloud computing is that the data security is a big issue, and you don't know how safe the data is. But the fact is that there are service providers who are providing this service, and the advantage that you get is you don't have to maintain those internal servers and other things, and you get those advantages. Social media, again, very helpful tool in giving you the feedback regarding this one, what do you call the preferences of the customers, the demands, the changes, the taste, preferences, other things. So social media is again useful, which helps us in this transition. Artificial intelligence. What is this AI? Artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence is again a very important thing which helps us in taking decisions in advance. When we talk of this smart manufacturing, the most important thing is the timely decision and the decisions which are in all probability going to be correct. And many times there are so many factors to be considered at the same point of time that a human being cannot perceive it. And it is where the artificial intelligence comes into picture. I just mentioned about the apps, Chinese apps, which were banned, and the biggest impact was on the project which was going on, this artificial intelligence. Because this machine learning and artificial intelligence, if you have more the data, more, and the result is if you are able to predict the outcomes very correctly, then perhaps you are able to do so many things. Then we have the another technology is called as a blockchain. It is only for the safety, and this one information containing in this entire supply chain that can. So even without having a scanning other things, what is contained inside the packet can be held if you can have a blockchain. So the transparency part and the safety part can. Sensor technology. Sensor technologies are being used extensively nowadays in supply chain and in manufacturing to maintain the quality, to maintain the products and everything. For example, in automobiles, when you go, so paint is coated. Now this paint earlier used to be coated and it used to be inspected by inspector. Every vehicle used to be, because the moment the thickness is there, more thickness is there, there is a thick layer of paint, and when in summers they have a tendency to spread. And nowadays you have put a lot of sensors. So these sensors will smell what is the concentration there, what is the speed at which the car is being moved in front of this one, what is the distance between the nozzle of this and the body of the car, what is the speed, what is the rate at which the paint is being impacted onto the vehicle. Sensors everywhere. In warehousing, the way we used to keep in record of the materials stored there, now it has changed. Everywhere is sensors. Sensors will automatically, the moment you upload it, ASRS systems are there, they will keep a record, unload it, retrieve it, So sensor technology is again changing the way we used to manage our shop floor, and then we used to manage our this one. This what we call as artificial this one, inspection, quality control. Everywhere it is being done. Recently, you must have read an article. It's ArcelorMittal. ArcelorMittal purchased that steel plant in UK, wood plant. He was advised, "What are you doing? It is not a profit making. What are you doing?" What the first thing he did after procuring that plant was he installed some sensors at 5,000 different locations and started capturing the data. Started capturing the data of the processes the way it was. He used those AI and other tools, machine tools, and then he came out with many of the decisions, the places he was able to identify which needed immediate assessment, which needed to be changed, and then after thorough this one reshuffle in the plan, he was able to manage very profitably. So these are the technologies that are being 3D printing. They are very helpful these days. Instead of carrying the whole this one product one, you have the file over there. You can transfer it anywhere. You have the 3D small 3D printing machine. The product is manufactured. The spare is purchased. It is delivered over there. Self-driving vehicles. Again, a very important this one. These self-driving vehicles basically they take care of the navigation, the path generation, the trajectory following, the sensing, obstacles, hindrances, and everything. Then we have robotics. Robotics you are familiar with. So whether it is an assembly, whether it's manufacturing, whether it is testing, whether it is anywhere else, robotics are being used extensively in this one. Packaging, so on and so forth. And then augmented reality. Augmented reality basically is the extension of the physical reality by adding a layer of computer generated information to the real environment. For example, the biggest challenge here is now if you have chosen a supplier and he has to get approval of the supplies before he send the entire lot, he has to send it in physical good. In augmented reality, you can just have that information. So sitting at the manufacturers and you can ensure that the quality is as per the requirements, well, the purpose gets served. So these are some of the enabling technologies which are being used extensively in the digitalization of the supply chain. Application of digital technologies. Now you can see the digital technologies, big data analytics, social media, IoT, blockchain, 3D printing, artificial, where all they find application. So blockchain technology can be used for increased transparency throughout the supply chain. It increases the accuracy of inventory management, sustainable supply networks. Similarly, artificial intelligence supports supplier selection, data filtration, analyze market data. These are all called as the enablers of these technologies. So if a company can ensure perfect collaboration and cooperation among the partners, if it can explore a kind of a visibility of the data, if it can make the data sharing among the users, sharing and collaboration among the different users, all these things will facilitate the adoption of these technologies. And when these technologies are adopted, the digital technology implementation becomes very well. This is of course a very recent paper which we have just published, and this is just gist of it. I have just skipped some of the references, but these are the gist from there. Then let me skip this part. This is the supply chain. There is one research paper I would like all of you to please go through it. This is a research paper, not a white paper, rather published by Deloitte. And here they have summarized. This Deloitte paper is available on the net. You can easily go through it. I'm just trying to read how this digital core takes care of the digital development, connected customers, dynamic fulfillment, smart factory, intelligent supply chain, synchronized planning. You can see that these days every aspect, whether it's planning and inventory efficiency, self-plan calibration, operations efficiency, logistics optimization, after market sales and sales optimization, design process of it, everything has now been brought into the purview of one sinking zeb, which called as the ecosystem for digital supply chain, and each and every aspect to be taken care of with the help of a technology which is now available. So what is the biggest challenge before us? Biggest challenge is how to go about it. It's not a very simple task, easy said than done. And when you try to think of digitalization, you think of different types of cloud data, cloud computing, big data, mobile, social media, and then the digitalization impact is it changes the way of working. This increases the dynamics of change. Requirements would be new skills and competencies. Where to get it? This is the biggest problem as of now, getting the right skill for the right kind of people. And then on the top of it, you need to have that kind of a leadership also. You need to have the new organizational capabilities also, and then only the result will be the digitalization. This again from a white paper called Vision, I leave it. So what are the barriers? The barriers to digitalization was lack of industry-specific guidelines, lack of required skills and talents, no sense of urgency, high implementation and running cost. And these work as a deterrent. People do not adopt to these new technology, no matter however be whatever be the advantages, because so much of cost is required, new skills will be required, people will be required, so much of disruption would be required. By the time I train a people, he will leave the job after getting that, and the result is people prefer to go in for the status quo, and the result is we continue the same traditional supply chain. And even earlier was, let us wait for no sense of urgency, let us see how this is. And by the time we wait for the maturity to come, the new set of technologies have overtaken it. And that is why this hide and seek game continues to go on. The other barriers, organizational structure, lack of strategic orientation, inflexible business partner, misaligned business objective, risk of taking initiative. So the challenges in digital supply chain management. What are the challenges? The challenges in digital supply chain management are too many. And these challenges will be, for example, you have to develop a framework. How to develop a framework which can be utilized for this one? How to have the proper coordination between the different partners? How to ensure that the timely inventory, how to share the data among all the different partners? How to ensure that the point of sale data and other data are quickly. So the proper planning has to be there, collaboration has to be there, the forecasting has to be done as accurately as you can, data has to be shared, innovation has to be encouraged, and to do all these things, you need to do a lot of things, which is not possible. So right now, these are the compulsions due to which traditional supply chains are still being continued. But if they can be overcome, if we can have this, and then particularly the slide that I have shown, the enablers part, if we can focus more on these, if these can be addressed, network design properly, demand forecasting properly, I think many of these technologies that we are using will be helpful here, and we will be able to realize much of the benefits of supply chain that it could have. How to go about it? Because every organization is not that digitally efficient. You don't have the skills, you don't have the technology, you don't have the organization culture, you don't have the infrastructure. So the biggest problem is how to have the right roadmap, the roadmap that you can follow, and step by step you can reach to the ultimate. So you have to recognize the necessity of digital transformation. You have to convince yourself that yes, there is a need, we have to go in for digital transformation. You have to assess the organization, how ready are we to accept those transformation? If not, then what are the enabling technologies that will help us? What are the enabling technologies that will help us in becoming this digital transformation, accepting those digital transformation? Then we have to formulate a strategy for digitization and then the planning. And after having done that, we will have to address the digital requirements in terms of technology. And finally, then only we will be able to implement and manage. And this is a very long process. Some of the companies will find that they are still at this stage, they are still at this stage. They don't have the digital transformation, they are not ready for it. The skills are missing, the technology is missing, the money is missing, the management is missing, the leadership is missing, everything like this. So we have proposed this framework in another research paper of ours, in which we have suggested this is the incremental way how we can go ahead and how we can use. So if there are any questions, sorry I have taken more time than was allotted to me. Sorry, Mohit. No problem. I have just tried to give you all glimpses of all what I could have. What was essential. I just tried to give you all the glimpses of all. And if you have any questions, you can be in touch with me. I'll be very happy to interact. But I can say one thing for sure. In fact, I must actually congratulate Dr. Mohitagi for choosing such a topic and such a this one. I can tell you, the days to come, you will find there will be a revolutionary change in this area of supply chain management. No matter how strong you are able to deliver, how good you are able to deliver, but unless you are able to deliver it in terms of supply chain management, you are able to tune up your supply chain, you will not be able to render an efficient service to the Mr. Motyagi and Janantara, I must congratulate and thank them for organizing this one. And I will be always available. I am here. If you have any discussion, personal queries, please feel free. You can always be here. And this is such a short time because I told you, it is 30 years, more than 30 years of journey. And then, very difficult to have all those things detailed. But anyway, I just try to compile all as much as I can. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. So amazing, so nice talk. Very informative session and we're covering the latest topic of supply chain process digitalization and role of big data, artificial intelligence, and cloud computing. It's very informative session for us. I hope our dear participants have also enjoyed this and added some value in their existing knowledge. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. So, dear participants, so for today's session is over. We will meet tomorrow, and first session is for first session, expert is from BMW. He is an engineer Arvind Gupta. Arvind Gupta is a assistant general manager in automotive supply chain. He will deliver his talk related to the impact of post COVID-19 on automotive supply chain. That will be directly based on the effect on automotive supply chain. Because we have some other lectures related to the COVID-19, some are focusing on supply chain and some are focusing on other things. Engineer Arvind Gupta will deliver his talk only related to the automotive supply chain. So I request you all now take rest and join tomorrow at around 19:40 or 45 a.m. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for providing.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
For providing. Thank you very much, sir, for providing us wonderful session, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Naveen ji Rupesh.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We are trying our best. If you will feel any problem, then can call me. Or any suggestion, take in the
Your efforts are praiseworthy, sir. You are doing commendable job.
Thank you, Dr. Naveen, sir. Okay, so now I'm leaving meeting. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Lakshmi. Thank you.